right, I think. I hope you've been enjoying the bouncy, bubbly music that's been going on. We've sorted out, I think, ironed out our wrinkles this morning. That's probably the best way to put it. Mario Volpi is here. He's Senior VP Investment Advisory at Allegiance Real Estate. Mario, as always, it's lovely to see you. Thank you very much for coming in once again.
Thanks, Tim. I nearly called you Craig then, which is my podcast man.
I was going to say, I would. The weird thing is I'd probably answer to it, and it wouldn't matter.
Good morning, Tim.
Nice to see you. Look, I'm going to preempt everything because, as is it's a necessity in your life for you, I think, to laud and appreciate Chelsea Football Club.
Oh, wow. We're going straight there.
So I'm going straight there because I know you're going to bring them in at some point. So I'm preempting.
Okay, so for the listeners as well, I have to be humble. We were humbled by Sunderland last weekend, despite the fact we played really, really well against Ajax and thought we came into the game with amazing positivity, but we were rubbish, definitely rubbish, and they definitely deserved the 3 points. Obviously now Arsenal's starting to push away a little bit, which is a bit annoying. But still this weekend, Saturday evening, we do have the arch enemy, which is obviously Tottenham Hotspur. And on the subject of that game, I'd like to just say anybody that is in the Barsha Heights area, in the Grand Millennium Hotel specifically, and the Belgian Beer Cafe, we are bringing an ex-Chelsea legend, or an ex-Chelsea player, should I say, in the form of Paul Cannaville. Why he's interesting is because he played in the mid-'80s, and he was the first black player to play for Chelsea, and suffered terrible racism during that time. And I have to add, from the Chelsea crowd as well as from others. He also, unfortunately, got cancer. He had a drug addiction, all of which are explained brilliantly in his book Black and Blue, which I think is an amazing title. It won a lot of awards as a sports book, but it's basically talking about his life growing up, never knowing his father. He's from Jamaican background, etc. And we're really thrilled to have him. He's going to do a meet and greet at the Belgian Beer Cafe, and then we're going to have some sort of signed stuff that we'll sort of raffle off, and then watch the game together, which hopefully, the last time we brought a Chelsea legend, which was John Obi Mikel, we were playing Man City, we actually lost that game, so I really hope that we're going to bounce back and get our 3 points.
I hope so. Well, I think at the moment, Thomas Frank in charge of Tottenham Hotspur. This has turned into a sports segment,
yes,
kind of rapidly as well. But look, and I think that's it's a harrowing story in so many ways, but also such a positive story. Yeah, positive message ultimately.
Definitely. I mean, he's 63 years of age now, and he looks very fit. He works at Stamford Bridge at the home games. He does these talks, etc. And obviously his foundation is all for underprivileged children, and also for other charities. So it's all for a good cause as well. So if you are in the area, do come on down. There's no charge to come in. It's obviously a bar, and come and support Chelsea. Hopefully, take the 3 points.
And come and have a chat with Mario. On to your main area. Well, I don't know, maybe a secondary area of expertise. I'm not sure. Clearly, you're the man to go to for a real estate opinion, and that's really what I'd like to do before we get to some of the topics that we need to discuss. But this was a Golf News headline. Okay, at the end of last week, Dubai rent spikes to ease as new tenants get more options. Buyers are eyeing flats, apartments in the UAE. So, number of things in this article, but it's backed up by, I think, real data. ValueStrat Q3 2025 report data. Also Better Homes, who are obviously very well known. Their reports really point to a phase of steady selective growth, hopefully that's kind of beneficial for renters and a bit more measured for investors. Let me put a few points to you, Mario. The first thing that jumps out to me is after months of relentless rent hikes in Dubai, in the UAE really, and we've all been going through this, rental prices finally stabilising is kind of a mini headline. What are your thoughts on that?
My thoughts are that it really depends on the landlord's situation. When a property remains empty, it actually costs the landlord because he's still having to pay service charges and there is no income there. He may have a mortgage, in which case, obviously, there's expenditure there as well. So if a property doesn't rent as quickly as perhaps he had hoped, it is then literally down to pricing. Now, when we come to price properties, we are there as agents to advise and to give good suggestions to what landlords and indeed sellers should market their properties at. But dare I say, 9 times out of 10, they have their own ideas. And that's based on either, dare I say, greed or just necessity. And they tell us what they want. Now, depending on the type of agent, he will either accept or not, or advise, say, we can try it at that price. But if things don't rent, then they have to come down. And I think that's what's actually happening, is that rather than rents are actually coming down, I think what's happening is that people are putting properties on the market at unrealistic prices, finding that they're not going, not renting, and indeed even sales as well, to be very honest with you. Okay. But if we're talking about rentals specifically, someone will come and view it, and then you never hear of them. Agents should try to always get feedback to the landlord to then say, look, I told you this is what the other people are saying. The real tenants are saying, not just me. And again, depending on the situation, the landlord will then start to drop the price, or what he or she might want to do is, rather than necessarily move the price, offer more checks, multiple payment systems. This business of paying in 1 or 2 checks is totally alien to me. I really don't understand why people will insist on it. We don't get paid a year up front. We get paid monthly. But I do understand the risks involved when you have a tenant who may default. So I do see it from both sides, but there should be a better system in place. There are some platforms now that can allow the tenant to pay in 12 checks, but they then pay 1 or 2 checks to the landlords. But of course, again, that comes at a cost.
Yeah.
So I do really think that it depends on the situation of the landlord as to why prices might be coming down. Obviously, if it doesn't rent, they have to drop it. But I think it's coming from a higher base rather than, dare I say, rents are actually coming down. I've not really seen that on a broader scale, but I do see what I've just described now.
I mean, the data shows rents across Dubai. This is ValueStrat data. Rents across where we are now rose 2.1% in Q3, as opposed to 5.5% in Q2. So you can see
there's a slowdown there, for sure.
There is a slowdown.
But you see, that comes out in figures. What I'm seeing is still prices going up, which effectively they have. They've gone up 2.odd%.
Absolutely.
So that's why I'm saying it's perhaps more anecdotal, but the slowdown, I think, is tangible, and it has to be. Otherwise you're pricing things out and people can't then just move. And then you have all the cheaper areas all full and perhaps the more expensive areas empty, and that's not how you want to do it.
Yeah, absolutely. Better Homes are quoted in this article as well. Some of their data is used. Apartment transactions hitting 93 billion dirhams in Q3, the highest ever recorded. Volumes up 22%. Off-plan sales 35% up quarter on quarter as well. So, it's the boats are bobbing nicely, I guess.
Yeah, they are. Look, the market is 70% off-plan driven anyway.
Yes.
And of course, all these developers do their best to try and sell out as quickly as possible. Now, when you consider that a developer actually makes more money when they develop a vertical tower rather than a villa community. Sure. Despite the fact that there is a, dare I say, shortage of villas and townhouses, generally speaking, based on the number of sort of families coming here. So it's not surprising that apartment sales, are hitting these numbers, because there's obviously more of them. And with either better payment plans or some incentives, etc., you will see that developers are really pushing that, and if the majority of them are selling apartments, that's why you get these numbers.
Also, Dubai's growth continues, doesn't it? We see that, and apartments are naturally attractive. Here's something I'm not sure you'll agree with. The third point that kind of leaps out of this Gulf News article is the villa market cooling. 2 years of exceptional growth. Villa and townhouse sales dipped 30% in Q3. Natural recalibration?
Possibly. Prices tend to go up very quickly in Dubai, and they tend to go down quite slowly when it's going the other way. I'm wondering whether it's again, I mean, 30% is a large break, if you like. I'm not really seeing it, to be honest with you. But then they're talking about the whole market. All different companies deal with different areas. Some will deal with the whole of Dubai, others will just deal with certain villa communities. I mean, I remember there was one company that only ever did villas and didn't do apartments. Then, of course, they had to branch out into apartments. They only did sales and didn't do rentals, and now they do rentals. So people evolve anyway. So for us, I can say that there is still demand for villas, but of course, and townhouses. But these are at prices that then the buyer perceives to be value. So I had one of my clients who bought something from me last year messaged me last night, and he saw an advert for Damac Islands, which are advertising 4-bedroom townhouses in phase 2, starting at 2.75 million. Now, he sort of sent me a message saying that surely this can't be true. I say, because he's thinking, villas and townhouses are expensive, especially a 4-bedroom one.
Sure.
And when you consider that price, if you are lucky, will get, when I say you're lucky, I'm talking about having the opportunity to buy what I'm about to say, will only get you a 1-bedroom in Palm Jebel Ali. Because they're launching sort of 1-bedroom, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5-bedroom apartments for the first time in Jebel Ali. Before it was villas. So 2.75 4-bed townhouse, 2.8 in fact, 1-bedroom apartment in Palm Jebel Ali. One is Dubai Land, near to the E611. Second phase, first phase, very good. What do you do? What do you buy? So again, there's so much choice. But I had to say to him, no, it is correct. They do start at 2.75. I'm sure those will probably go very quickly, and then they'll start creeping in above the 3 million. But it goes to show that you do get a lot more bang for your buck when you go inland.
Yeah.
Obviously, Palm Jebel Ali's got the sea. We'll have sea views. Damac Islands, well, just for the name of it, they're creating lagoons, and there will be water there as well. So actually, you will have a nice view and great communities as Damac does build. But what do you go for? And he's so confused now, because every 5 minutes there's something that's better than it was 5 minutes ago. Yeah. And my advice to anybody listening on that is, look, just if it ticks the boxes, just go for it. Because otherwise, all that will happen is that you end up not buying, you end up kicking yourself, because 6 months pass and the prices that you're looking at now are higher than they were 6 months ago. And it's like trying to catch a moving knife. It's really, really difficult. But if you do happen to grab the handle and not the blade,
let's hope.
Just hold on to it and be happy, because the way the market is going, and certainly seems to be in the foreseeable future, is that it's a great investment, and Dubai is always evolving for the betterment of investors, should I say. And of course, with everything that's happening in Europe and America and UK, whatever, they're all looking at us now.
Yeah, it's no time like the present. Shafat texts in, Mario, the fact that you're a Chelsea fan has disappointed
Oh,
me.
no.
To that
I've lost a listener.
Not yet. I think you can help him. To that end, branded residences like Damac Chelsea, are they worth it? I feel like more and more agents are offering me branded style residences, but they don't appeal to me. We'll come back and answer that in a moment, because we're going to take a break in a second. But I think I want to talk to you a little bit about branded residences, because I know it's something you've been talking about on your podcast as well. So we'll come to that. Ariana's texted in as well, and there's Carl here. No question about real estate. Mario's glasses. Where are they?
Oh, okay. Well, shall I put them on? Is this for Carl?
Carl, thank you very much for that.
These are different ones.
Do you want to do a grand reveal? I have no drum roll, so I'll just
Here we
do
go.
that on the desk for you.
How about that?
Fantastic. I tell you. If we were in the time of Highwayman and Roberts and Dick Turpin and all those times, you would cut a dash.
Well, I do have several, and they're all different colours. It's a bit like my watches, actually. I sort of try and match them with the tie. I don't have green ones, unfortunately, so that's why I had to just go for normal black ones.
I like it. Tell you what, let's keep going. So let's answer Shafat's question and talk a little bit about branded residences. I know. Let me just bring up some notes that I made. I know this is something you've been talking about. An attraction or an association with a brand. It's a twist on the whole branded sector. I know there's something you've been looking at, but just before we get to that, are they worth it? Shafat's asking.
Well, I suppose the answer to that is yes, they are, because statistically they've shown that when you come to resell the property, they actually get more money than non-branded residences, assuming everything else remains the same. It is something that you do associate with 100%, and that's why I thought actually that Damac were very, very what's the word I'm looking for? They went out on a limb to actually brand the maritime city, the Chelsea residences.
Yeah.
Because I think we touched upon this before. You know, there are people that obviously hate Chelsea and will not look at that, because football's very tribal. We know this.
Sure.
And that association will put some people off. So from a sporting point of view, I think they took a risk. Having said that, the market's so great, and there are so many Chelsea fans anyway, and there'll be people that have got nothing to do with football. They just like the actual project.
I think there's another side to that, if I can cut in just very briefly. I think for you and I, for example, we're from a relatively similar area, the southeast of England, for example, and you understand Chelsea. It's part of you support where you're from in football terms, and it is very tribal. But I think for people outside looking in, and that's really the majority of Dubai, looking in at the Premier League, looking at football as a sport and enjoying it just as a sport, there's a far less tribal aspect to that. And I think it's more of it's aspirational, it's a success brand.
Yeah,
story.
definitely. And when you consider that, obviously, whether we were lucky or not, we are the first winners of the World Club Cup, which gives us the right to call us the world champions. I mean, you laugh, but that is a tag that actually
it is true.
Damac can pin their hat on.
Sure.
And say that these are world champions, so therefore they are much higher in the estimation of other people. And there are lots of fly-by-night people who just glory hunters. I remember sort of when Man United were doing great, everyone's a Man United fan, or when Liverpool, etc. So especially as kids growing up, you tend to want to support a team that's doing really well, and not the other way around. So I think that's definitely helped.
Yeah.
The fact that Chelsea's won absolutely every single trophy that is allowed to be won, first club to do that. That association, I think, has helped brand things like the Chelsea residences. But moving away just from Chelsea, if we just talk about branded residences, that association just, and it's a global thing as well. You've got to look at it. These brands are, you've got automotive brands like Mercedes, Bugatti, watches like Jacob & Co., and then of course Armani and other sort of haute couture. And I mentioned, I think last week or a couple of weeks ago, that Louis Vuitton will one day come on. Well, they kind of have already, because there is a development in Jumeirah Islands, beg your pardon, near to the Bulgari. Chevron Blanc. I mean, this is all owned by MVLH, I think it's called, which is part of the Louis Vuitton group. So it doesn't actually, it's not branded Louis Vuitton, but they are in the background.
Yeah.
So yeah. I think in answer to his question, if you're willing to pay that little bit higher premium, because obviously they are a little bit more expensive, but when you come to resale, as long as everyone else is of the same ilk, what seems to be showing is that you are actually able to get that much more money. And of course, when something is branded, there's always that feeling of luxury attached to it as well. And that helps selling it either in the first time through the developer or in secondary market when you come to selling it on.
Okay. Tell me about something that you've been looking at recently, the Orlinsky Realty Group. Now, this is a really unusual kind of branded residence thing, isn't it?
Yeah, so I'd never heard of this chap before. He's apparently a French modern artist. And although we don't have much information as such, seemingly they've joined together with this other company, and they're going to be building where art is part of the structure. Now, quite what that means, I don't know. Are columns going to be made out of statues? I don't know, but whatever art is going to be put in there, and I'm not necessarily just talking about a painting on a wall. It's going to be numbered. It's going to be authored, limited edition. So that will also add something to it. When we look at the Sistine Chapel, for example, in the Vatican, I mean, there's a branded residence in itself. You've got the ceiling painted by Michelangelo Buonarroti. And there you go. Who wouldn't want to have a fresco on the ceiling of that?
Well, that's true, but you need to be able to see it. I've been to the Sistine Chapel. It's really dark. Because there's no light, very little light in there.
But, really? I was there in May. I mean, they've done a lot of restoration work over the years. For me, my comment was it's just absolutely rammed with people. And, yes, you can stay in the Sistine Chapel and sit on the benches as one becomes available and just kind of look up. But they do tend to usher you through. So I didn't find it dark. But anyway, going back to this particular gentleman, it's a first. And I think that's where Dubai likes to sort of portray itself, that the first of its kind, something different. Will it appeal to everybody? Probably not. I personally don't like modern art. I'm much more into Renaissance art, like I was saying. And therefore, the Cubists, the Picassos, just these splodges of paint on a canvas. I mean, my 4-year-old granddaughter can do that, So I just don't see it. But anyway,
it's not for you.
It's not for me, and that's what I'm saying. It'll come to market. People will be curious. They'll come and see, and it will appeal to some people, depending on the price point, obviously. But it will be one of the first. And like I say, how they sort of showcase these works of art and how they're going to incorporate them within the fabric of the building will remain to be seen. Really.
It's interesting, the line that they describe the project: sculpted, not designed, transforming architecture into emotion and property, into culture. I mean, I don't know how that's going to go. Also, note to self, do not buy Jackson Pollock for Mario for his birthday.
No,
not your thing.
Well, you can buy it, but I'll sell it on. I won't keep it.
No emotion whatsoever on this. Let me ask you about some real estate numbers for last week. This is something I know you've been talking about on your podcast. The figures and value of transactions. And also, I guess it's the most expensive sales deals as well. Now, am I right with this figure, Mario? 14.64 billion dirhams worth of transactions last week. So that's, a couple of weeks ago. That's the 13th to the 17th of October. 4,300 sales. I mean, the figures are mind-numbingly mind-blowing.
Yeah, these figures come from the land department first and foremost.
Yeah.
So they're not coming from companies like Better Homes or any other companies that report upon. So they are extremely high, and just goes to show exactly what is going on. Transparency is getting better and better at the land department. I remember when I first came here in 2008, you just got nothing out of them at all. It was all very much guesswork, including, dare I say, population. Population also has got a little bit better from the statistics point of view, but even that, I think we could do better in understanding, perhaps on a monthly basis. I heard one commentator saying that there was like 1,000 people a day coming to Dubai. I find that quite incredible. But you'd never know whether it's true or not. So these numbers, they're backed up by transfers. They're backed up by, obviously, SPAs, which is sale and purchase agreements. Once the buyer has paid the 4% to the land department and obviously the 20% to the developer. And interestingly, I can't remember what the numbers were, but also the mortgage numbers were there as well, which also shows that, real, what I call end users, because it tends to be end users that are buying with mortgages, those numbers were very, very healthy too. So, yeah, they are mind-numbingly high, but they wouldn't be able to report them if they weren't true.
No, well, this is the point. The mortgage sales number is 305 billion dirhams for that same period, so 13 to 17.
Yeah, it's only a week.
October.
I mean,
that's what got me.
It's yeah, it's very high. But
it's remarkable.
You've got to remember that there are. Well, let's throw another estimated number out there. This is banded around a while. It's estimated. I say it's estimated. Apparently, there's sort of 30,000 plus real estate brokers, and I say 30,000 plus because there's probably around 30,000 real estate brokers that are registered. There's probably another, either same number or even double that are unregistered. So I mean, there's talk of being 100,000 brokers out into the marketplace, and of course there are some companies with one broker, the sole proprietor.
Yeah. Yeah.
And there are others, much bigger companies that have 200, 300, 400, 500 agents, whatever. So it's difficult to quantify. But what I can say is that there are thousands of companies. There are probably close to 100,000 people trying to do the same thing that you and I are trying to do. Let's say if we're both agents.
Yeah.
The competition is very, very high. Not everyone is a good agent, I hasten to add. In fact, I would wager that the majority are not good agents, because I think the entry level to become a broker should be regulated even more. And I don't just mean by an exam, which can easily be done by someone else, because often it's done online now. So.
Okay, so what would you do to increase broker regulation? What specifically do you think could happen?
Well, obviously the exam is one thing, but I actually think, and this takes me back to when I tried to enter the National Association of Estate Agents, back 100 years, as it were, in England.
Victorian times?
Yeah, something like that.
Kids are up chimneys, all that.
Correct, top hats and sort of horse-drawn carriages.
They were good days.
Anyway, to actually just be part of the National Association of Estate Agents, I had to have an interview. So there were, if I remember rightly, there was 2 or 3 people behind a table, very, very intimidating. You come in, you sit down, the chair is nowhere near the table, so literally you're being looked at, and they fire questions at you. And, that could be a way for the Land Department to really sort, dare I say, the wheat from the chaff. However, it's a lot of work, it's a lot of manpower,
Sure.
And I do understand why they probably wouldn't do it. But that's just something that's come off from the top of my head as to how you could maybe make it a little bit more personal. And the person can't cheat then. You can't get on his phone, can't get on ChatGPT, you can't get somebody else to do the exam for you. Okay, it's a bit like you asking me questions. I have some notes, but of course you've thrown something at me that we did 2 weeks ago, which I don't have in front of me. So you either have it or you don't have it.
Yeah.
And I think that would then be something that would stop just the fly-by-nights coming in, who think real estate is so easy. They don't consider all the stresses that are involved as well.
Well, this is the thing, isn't it? It's kind of relatively straightforward to, find yourself a position, because very often these are commission-only positions, and it is a case of, give it a go, I think, in a lot of ways. And there is no substitute, I think, for local knowledge. I've rented places over the years, and I've kind of thought, I know a lot more about this area because I've lived here than you do,
Correct.
and you're going to make money from it.
There's that resentment as well, isn't there? In some respects.
Some ways, yeah. I think a good broker is worth their weight. I really do, and I believe that. I think it's very important. I think it's important not to tar people with that one brush.
No,
obviously.
sure. There are many, many good brokers, of course.
But there are people who really don't know from their elbow.
It's true, and I think also because companies are so desperate to employ more and more agents, because the market is so rapid, so fast-paced, and a lot of it, the training, there are training programs, as I'm sure some companies will offer, but many, it's, you'll learn on the job. And of course, they make so many mistakes, and then the other person gets disillusioned. But recently, I was looking for something, and just the basics of answering your phone is beyond. And the ones that do call back, or the ones that do answer, you think, okay, already I'm thinking this person is better than the other one, who never even bothered to pick up. But that's also testimony of how we live today. We're in that sort of now society where you click your fingers, you want everything now. And so when I'm making a call, I'm expecting someone to answer the phone. I'm forgetting that they could be with a client, they could be driving, they could be doing all sorts of things. But in your mind, they're rubbish because they didn't pick up the phone.
Yeah, that's right.
But agents, unfortunately, I'm going to say it, are 2 a penny. The good ones not. So when you see another advert that's similar, you just make that call and hopefully get through. But honestly speaking, I think that the way the market is right now, there should be some more regulation. There should be some more hoops to get through, let's put it that way, to actually then get that license, because then that license will really, really mean something.
I'm doing the maths in my head at the moment. So if it is as many as 100,000,
I mean, it's unknown. That's just a guess.
It is
but
unknown.
Yeah.
assuming that if the population is 4 million, that's a broker for every 40 people. Am I right with my maths? I think I am right with my maths. Amazingly, that's a pretty popular position to hold, isn't it?
Well, that's probably also why so many people, also get called in terms of whether they thought about real estate or not. But I mean, not just real estate. I mean, you get called by credit card companies, Do, Etisalat, kind of all these call centers. They're all at it, and it's a real problem because on one hand, if I've got my estate agent's hat on, with that many companies, unless you have a brand name, and there are good agents working for companies that perhaps are not well known or not known at all, how else do you reach out to people? So it is a, dare I say, a necessary evil to make these sort of sales calls. But of course, people get annoyed very quickly, and tell you so on the phone. I can assure you.
There you get short thrift, don't you? Ariana's text in for you. Hello, Tim and Mario. Hi, Ariana. My brother's moving to Dubai from London next month. He wants to find a neighbourhood to move to. Single guy. I live in JVC with my family, says Ariana. Where's good for him to look? And what do you recommend he does before he buys a home?
Interesting. Such a loaded question, but let's start with living. I guess she's talking about renting to start off with.
I imagine so.
So if it's a single guy, look, I assume he wants to be where there are facilities, where there is action. I mean, he's probably got the choice of two areas. One would be potentially downtown. I mean, anything I'm saying now, unfortunately, is going to be expensive because where you have facilities, where you have action, where you have bars, where you have restaurants, where you have hotels, all these things are going to be pricey. But yeah. I would say perhaps do your research, go on to the property portals and look at maybe downtown, perhaps Business Bay, although downtown might be better. And of course, downtown, you've got DIFC next door, so you've got some nice fancy restaurants there, good for business. The other area would be obviously Dubai Marina, and next to Dubai Marina would be obviously JBR. So, lots of families there as well, but lots of singles. If his budget doesn't necessarily stretch to JBR or Marina, then he can just go the other side of Sheikh Zayed Road, which is JLT, which also has some very, very good sort of what I call niche restaurants as well, good places to meet. So that would definitely would be an area that I would consider. Now, when it comes to buying, I assume again he would be buying to live in it.
Let's take that as the example. Yeah.
So then you're looking at the secondary market. Because anything off plan is not going to be ready for another 2, 3, 4 years. Although there could be one or two properties that are still available from property launches that have happened a while ago. But generally speaking, there'll probably be lower floors with no views, that kind of things, because the better ones tend to go quickly. So it'll be secondary market. But again, if he's lived in an area for rent, then that particular area, assuming he likes it, would probably be where he would end up buying as well. Because if he's made friends in a certain area, then you've got to consider, work. Where is work? Commuting? Is it on the metro? Or does he have a car? In which case he will just drive there. Metro's expanding. Etihad Rail is bringing all the Emirates together. So from an infrastructure point of view, this is helping real estate. But unfortunately for him, it means that property prices probably will still go up because when you add in all this extra infrastructure and facilities, prices are not going to go down. However, there is this talk of I say stabilization. I welcome any pause in the market, to be honest with you, because you cannot just have a marketplace that just keep going up and up and up. It's not healthy. So there could be periods of stability. However, I don't really see that happening. Certainly not in this quarter, and most likely not in next quarter either. The first potential pause for breath comes in the summer, when obviously everything empties out. But if this summer is anything to go by for future summers, with better deals from aircrafts, from hospitality and hotels, more and more people are actually looking at Dubai in July and August, which seems madness for us because we're suffering for it. But of course, we're wearing suits, we're wearing shirts, they're wearing t-shirts and flip-flops type of thing, and shorts. So, maybe it's a little bit more bearable. But of course, they can go to the malls, which are, destinations of entertainment, and of course, lovely air conditioned. So, Dubai is catering really for year-round, dare I say, activities, where the summer months are more inside, obviously. And now, the weather's amazing. For the first time last night, I have my daughter and my son-in-law in for holidays this week, and we went and sat outside. So for me, it's the first time I've been able to do that for a little while.
Well, it is outdoor living at the moment, isn't it? That's the great thing about this time of year. We've got 3 or 4 months. We're at the start of this.
Amazing.
3 or 4 months of this is great. But I think it's increasingly true, and the more people you talk to in whatever industry, it doesn't matter. Dubai is now a 12-month season, and it used to be, not that long ago, in living memory, the summer would be kind of a shutdown season. Not like that now.
Yeah, I wouldn't necessarily describe it ever as a shutdown, but you certainly felt that a lot of people have gone away.
People are away. The roads
the roads were more empty, and you could get about a bit. You could find parking spaces in the malls without having to go to the top floor or something. So that's a barometer in itself. When you go to the mall, finding a parking space now
that's a really good barometer. Actually.
It is.
It's a bit like the Big Mac index in some ways. It's a Dubai equivalent, isn't it? Let me ask you. We've got 10 minutes or 8 minutes or so. Article from Arabian Business outlining 6 property trends. I know you've looked at this as well. So I'm wondering if we can kind of have a wander through this. It's really to define the property market in 2025, and what's been driving Dubai's property boom. So it begins with land department figures. Dubai attracting something like 95,000 investors in the first 6 months of the year. Growth over last year, I would intimate that's the place to start with.
No, definitely. 95,000 investors, that's really good. That was only for the first 6 months, as you say. That was up 22% on the year. But what was interesting is that 45% of those people were actually UAE residents. So 55 then were foreign investors. And 261.1 billion dirhams worth of transactions were actually concluded. This also was a 36.4% increase from last year, which obviously cements Dubai as a growing property market globally. So looking at these trends, one of them is suburban living. That's definitely gaining momentum. Now, obviously, due to some rising rents, which obviously they are still going up despite the fact that they started to cool down. So central areas like downtown Dubai Marina are driving individuals and families, like I was saying to the listener there, and families to slightly outer zones such as JVC, Dubai South, and Dubai Silicon Awareness. Another trend that developers are dealing with is wellness and lifestyle. This is becoming, dare I say, this is actually becoming standard. Before it used to be an add-on. Now people are insisting on that. So focused spaces, hydrotherapy pools, meditation areas, Pilates, yoga studios, all these kind of things.
There are all kinds of things there. These are not necessarily gimmicks. There's an apartment block. I was in hospital last year, and out of the window there's an apartment block with jacuzzis, whirlpools on each balcony. And it was nearly finished at that point. And my son came to visit me, and he's 22 years old. He's like, I want one of those places. That's going to be my first apartment. I'm thinking, well, you need to do some work first, son. But anyway, it didn't seem unusual to me to see that, I think is the point.
Yeah, like I say, these things when they first come off, they are unusual. But then other developers copy them. Jacuzzis on balconies or sort of terraces is not that uncommon. But sort of having your own sort of plunge pool, and when I call it a pool, it's like a bath, isn't it? Let's be honest. It's not somewhere you can swim in it, but on a hot day, if you keep it chilled, have a nice glass of something, and you'll be able to just relax on your balcony. And the beauty here is everybody can do it. It's not just for the penthouses. So that's very, very good. Another thing is sustainability. That's also becoming more important. Environmental credentials are now coming to the fore when making these decisions to buy, especially for end users. So you will find that developers are looking at doing sort of more green buildings, if I can put it that way, but it is still expensive for them. So it's slowly coming in. Sort of reflective glass, that kind of thing that keeps, heat out of apartments, which means then that you're not using so much AC, that kind of thing. Yeah. Okay. Green spaces. I mean, recently, Ashoba launched this 110-story building on Sheikh Zayed Road. I think I mentioned it a couple of weeks ago.
You did, yeah.
And on each certain, I think there's four sort of sky parks there. So lots of greenery. Pet-friendly areas as well. This is another thing. So all of these things are coming in. One of the other thing is mixed-use living. They're reshaping urban designs. Developers are increasingly building vertical villages. Back to this particular tower, for example, where they combine residences, perhaps with co-working spaces. There are developers that are building just offices right next door to residential parts, so you don't have to go very far, or areas where literally you can work from home, not necessarily in your apartment. Okay. So co-working spaces is very important. I've even had some where they've put podcast studios, because influencers and this like that, they want to do this. So these are sort of all extra ones. And lastly, I want to talk about technology. That's definitely driving the search and investment. So I guess from AI or tokenization, technology is at the center of how we buy and manage homes. Smart platforms now offer predictive pricing tools, home tours, fractional ownership, and blockchain-based transactions. Now, this will allow non-residents to actually buy remotely. I mentioned that as well, where both buyer and seller can be out of the country and still be able to conduct, the transfer period.
And peace of mind as well. That's secure transaction.
No, absolutely, and it is all done, with the land department blessing. They've got these platforms. They've got these things that you can actually do it. I remember before, you had to be present. Then obviously power of attorneys came in, and now obviously we have this. Yeah. So technology will definitely drive this as well.
I appreciate that. Those are all points well made. We need to just quickly go to one more text. Mario and Tim. This is also Mario, best name in the world, says Mario. So there you are. You're getting the compliments this morning.
Well, I'm very happy there's more than one Mario. Actually, I know of two Marios in the real estate world. I'm not sure whether the second one is still there, but he was around a long time. But I got interviewed by another Mario on a podcast, but he was German. And so
it's relatively easy to tell you apart.
Well, because Mario isn't a German name, so I'm not sure why he's called Mario. But anyway, then Mario Götze plays for Germany, or used to. So maybe he's named after a footballer. Anyway, so yeah, what does this Mario? What would he like?
I have a villa on Palm Jumeirah. Will this lose value when Palm Jebel Ali is fully built?
I don't think so. Palm Jumeirah is the OG. As some people call it. See, that's millennial talk there.
I love that. You are so down with the kids. Mario 1. Also, don't forget, by the way, in terms of Marios, there is also Super Mario. So
yes,
you're in good company.
Of course. So honestly, I don't think so. In fact, if anything, it probably will increase anyway, because Palm Jumeirah was a marvel of engineering. They call it the 8th wonder of the world. Palm Jebel Ali is now, I guess, the 9th wonder of the world, if you want to follow that trait. But generally speaking, no. If you're lucky enough to have a villa on the Palm, you've got your own beach. Yes, there have been some mistakes in how they built Palm Jumeirah, and those mistakes have been eradicated by building Palm Jebel Ali. For example, on Palm Jumeirah, there's only one road in and one road out. There's going to be 3 roads into Palm Jebel Ali, which is obviously double the size. But honestly speaking, I think this gentleman will be fine.
Carl, I hope you enjoyed Mario's glasses. I certainly did. Mario Volpe is the Senior VP of Investment Advisory at Allegiance Real Estate. That's his company. His actual allegiance is, of course, Chelsea Football Club. So
thank you.
I got the quote in at the end for you. Mario, thanks for coming in.
My pleasure, as always.
Much appreciated. This is Mira Business FM. It's the Morning Drive. My name's Tim Elliott. It is Mira Business FM. Talking trade now, bilateral trade, and a lot more. Valerio Soldano is the Italian Trade Commissioner. He's with the Italian Trade Agency here in the United Arab Emirates. Joins us to talk about, I guess, the growth of Italian exports in the Emirates, but also the relationship between the UAE and Italy, which has grown hugely in over the years, but in particular in the last, I guess, year and a half or so. Valerio, it's a real pleasure to have you here. Thanks for coming in. It's good to have you here. Let's start with your background, okay? Just tell me a little bit about you to start with.
First thing, I came in Dubai 2 years ago. I'm one of the executives of the Italian Trade Agency, which is the trade promotion organization of Italy in the world. We have 80 offices all around the world. I was in Rome first, that's our headquarters, then I was in New York first. And before working at the Italian Trade Agency, I was in a startup trying to sell rally stuff to racers all over the world, working with the World Rally Championship.
Oh, okay.
And before that, I worked in a small company that was selling furniture all around the world. And, being an exporting countries is something that you do when you study like economics or international relations in Italy. Mostly you end up in a medium or big company that is selling worldwide because we have so many companies that are selling their products and services all around the world. So I think, life brought me here in Dubai, where everything is happening so fast and so far so good. I like it so much. It's been 2 years, but it feels like I accomplished many things like it would have taken 10 years somewhere else. So it's a good thing.
It's really true, the pace of business life, the pace of life here is unlike anywhere, and I think that's something that you just have to grow into, don't you? Your background, I'm so surprised that a gentleman from Italy has an interest in cars and rallying, but it doesn't surprise me because I always think if to fulfill a role like yours as a trade commissioner, one of the things that you really need is a real breadth of skills. You're a person that needs to multitask. You need to have interest in many things and the ability to network. Is that a good, description of trade commissioning, as it were?
Yeah, it's a very good description, but I think that it's very peculiar to the Italian Trade Agency because our agency has been around since 1926 as like a very let's say, forward-thinking idea from an Italian entrepreneur. So I think me, but many of our team members and colleagues have other experiences in the private companies because we are part of Italy in the UAE and the world, like part of the diplomatic ecosystem, but we are very boot on the grounds. So we are specialized in marketing. We work very closely with our companies trying, to make their business happen. We do trade shows, we do retail partnerships, we really dive into the details of the commercial plans of companies and our local partners. So you need to have that kind of wide, open-minded approach to be as effective as, let's say, a private consultant would be, but being a third party and a government part with the same balance that you could have because you're helping your country to foster this kind of business relationship. So I would say it's something that is pretty common, but it's pretty peculiar also to the Italian Trade Agency.
Because clearly you're promoting trade on behalf of your nation. There's an element of pride in that. It's clearly the priority, but you're also facilitating investment. You have to be able to analyze the market, and I guess you have to be able to analyze the market and move relatively quickly as well. The ability to pivot would be important. You're advocating policy, plus you're networking on top of that. A figure just ahead of talking to you from June last year, Italy is the 10th biggest supplier here in the UAE. Market share is something like 3%, and the second supplier after Germany, which is just ever so slightly higher. So it is, there's clearly growth there, but there's a very strong kind of background relationship, a very strong legacy, a history, isn't there?
Yeah, it's something that it's happening really fast because we've been growing double digit. You remember that we are the second the second EU suppliers to the UAE.
Yeah.
And let's say the physiognomy, the picture of our exports to the country is really well positioned to the premium segments when it comes to technology, jewelry, fashion, furniture. Everybody talks about Italy about the three Fs, which is food, fashion, furniture. It is true, it's a big chunk of our exports, but everybody forgets the fourth F, which is factory. So the, let's say, first or sometimes second voice of our exports is technology, aggregated technology. So I would say that that kind of legacy, which is the Italian legacy in making nice, good, high-quality products and services, is really resonating with the vision of the UAE into becoming and into establishing itself with one of the most innovative countries in the world. Because, I see, as you said, an element of, pride and commitment into promoting my country exports to the UAE and other destination markets. But I also see the opportunity that lies in that, because it really resonates with the destination market. It's a win-win condition because as more as our companies keep selling products and services to the UAE, more companies make the further step all along the exporters' life cycles, because they first start with the distributor, they do the test, maybe they sell something on a trade show, then they try to see if it works. Then the next step is a direct presence here. So investing over here, bringing a manager, hiring local talent, which is easy because you got talent from all over the world here in the UAE, and it's very easy to do business. So you got that kind of, let's say, win-win flourishing of the opportunity that it's really interesting. And when it happens, it's, I would say, one of the achievements of our day-by-day activity for me, my team, my colleagues. So it's something that happens. It's nice. We have more than 600 Italian companies that established their presence here. And I think that there's a big opportunity here into having many more, because all the comprehensive economic partnership agreements that have been signed with other destination markets like Indonesia or Angola or many other third countries could be interesting to use Dubai, Abu Dhabi, the Emirates as a powerful hub to do business not only in the region but the world. And I think many companies are understanding that. Many companies come to WEDEX that we closed last week, or will come to Expand North Star and JIDEX on Sunday, because they don't want to do business only in Dubai, Abu Dhabi, Sharjah, and all the 7 Emirates, but they want to do business with the region and the world. So, figures, stats are really good, are important, but they sometimes should be added to the kind of business they do with the whole region, which doesn't, it's not there in the numbers, but it's there because part of that business in the region really walks on the tracks of the Emirates.
Well, this is the beauty of Dubai's and the UAE's positioning, isn't it? So to build on that foundation makes sense. Let me ask you what you've been tasked to do by the Italian government. Can you talk about targets, whether they're set targets or personal targets, wishes? Where are you headed?
So I have the big task to come here in a key market, because this is the 6th out of 80 offices and units we have all around the world in terms of budget, promotional budget of Italy in the world. And this is the 5th turnover we generate in terms of services to the Italian companies wishing to do business here. Okay. So my task was not only to deploy the 50 initiatives we do every year, which is half trade shows, like the ones that I mentioned, Expand North Star, WEDEX, Big Five, Gulf Food Manufacturing, Gulf Food, and all the other big shows that we have in Dubai and Abu Dhabi and the Emirates, but also to innovate with something special. So what I tried to do in the last 2 years was to deploy new retailers partnership. The first one we did last year with Spinneys Waitrose. It was to promote for 12 to 18 months a marketing activation plan for Italian products. And the goal is that we are investing in marketing, and the retailer is bringing more Italian product to the shelf and introducing new Italian brands. So it's a win-win. They get more variety in the products, and they get a little bit of a boost from our side in terms of marketing to get new customers to new delicacies from Italy. Then we did another one at the beginning of this year with Level Shoes, the major fashion accessories retailers. They have a big space in Dubai Mall, everybody knows that, but they have one of the best experiences in e-commerce. So what we did was a digitally tailored showcase of Italian brands. They agreed to bring 15 new emerging Italian brands on the e-commerce platform for a 12-month marketing plan. And only in the first 3 months, because we launched before the summer in June, it is usually, a slow season when it comes to retail in the Emirates. It's the start of the season. Now it's back to school, then we have the winter holidays, then we have the Ramadan gift period, the wedding season. So those are the purchase occasions that are so big. But in the slow part of the season, in June, July, August, we already recovered all our initial investment. We sold almost 1,000 items on the showcase from these new brands. So there's a very huge reception from the customer base. And I think that this is my daily task, to do trade shows, to bring buyers to Italy, and vice versa, to bring companies to the UAE. But doing these new things and bringing emerging brands to the shelves, to the final customer, is something that is new, innovative. It's innovation intensive because, there's a deep dive marketing strategy involved. And I think it's something that keeps us, hoping into deploying new partnerships, and we are actively working in that. So I think it's something new and effective here.
Well, it's something that we've certainly seen in the last kind of 12 months or so. You can see products appearing more in the supermarkets. It's been, as you noted there. I mean, traditionally, main products that Italy exports to the UAE are jewelry, fashion. I guess electrical appliances are in there as well, agri-food, and furniture. You've noted some of the more obvious additions there, but where are the growth areas for Italian exports to the UAE as you see it at the moment?
Yeah, as we relied on several forecasts from Euromonitor and other consultancies, we see a huge potential in consumer goods. I'll give you an example. First 6 months of 2025, which is the latest official data from Eurostat on exports, we see overperforming growth in fashion, jewelry, and other consumer goods. I see there's a huge opportunity not only in growth, but in the fact that the customer base here is diverse, is very demanding, it's young and omni-channel. So you need to reach out to the final customer with a very carefully crafted marketing strategy. You cannot be offline only, you cannot be online only. That's why what it works, like the retailer partnership we mentioned, it's something that multiplies the touch points from the brand to the customer. To give you an example, you go to Dubai Mall, you just see a new brand of shoes there, you can touch them, you can try them, then you go home, you try to see some reviews, you see the digital showcase, you see them on a model, and then you try them. They give you a full experience with a dedicated driver. They bring you the product there, you try it on, you change your mind, you change the color. So those touch points from the customer to the brand, they have been multiplying, they are becoming more complex, and I see there's a huge potential in growing not only the exports, but also the kind of relationship we have with the customer. Another growth area is technology. I mentioned that everybody knows that we are very strong in food, fashion, furniture for sure, but factory, maybe it's not in a shiny showcase at the Dubai Mall, but it's powering many of the strategies in the UAE. For example, we just closed WETEX last week. We had a record high presence for the last 10 years of more than 50 Italian companies and 10 startups there. We had 3 VIP tours of developers from the UAE that were meeting our companies because they're They developed new HVAC systems that are AI-powered and IoT devices powered to really be more energy efficient when it comes to the building management. We had some companies that were delivering new waste management solution that can be implemented in the Emirates to get value from the waste products in the residential building and manufacturing sites. And we see a lot of demand in manufacturing appliances like industrial machinery. For example, we have Gulf Food Manufacturing the next month, and many of the Dubai chocolate that is very viral and famous. We have a lot of Italian manufacturers of line of chocolate making machines for both boutique, small chocolatier, and big corporate that can be manufacturing that as a mass production. So, we see a lot of growth opportunities in there too, even if it's not a consumer good product.
Well, Dubai chocolate is certainly a growth area. That's not going anywhere anytime soon. Let me ask you a little bit about UAE-Italy bilateral trade, up something like nearly 15%. In the first half of the year, $7.9 billion. In 2024, it reached $14 billion for the year. So you would figure we're on track for a record year.
Yeah, we're on track for a record year. You're right, because we growth almost 20% last year, and we already growing 19% in the first 6 months in terms of export. So I would say an educated guess would be getting our head over, let's say, 8.5 billion euros of exports. And so I think that the overall trade, so imports plus exports, will be more than 15 billions for sure. So it will be a record high number. But I think that the power in that is the diversity of sectors that are involving that, from food tech to industrial machinery to consumer goods. So the variety of that really tells you something on how this country is giving many opportunities to many companies and talent from all over the world to develop every single market niche. I've seen everything. I'll be presenting some of the 30 Italian startups at Expand North Star and Gitex on Sunday. And there are companies that have been already selling their services and products here that are super innovative. For example, mining wastewater from industrial process for rare metals, something very, important nowadays, very sensitive. They are able to do that. They have an MVP, a product that is already on the market. We have other companies that are developing solutions that are ready to market. So I see a lot of opportunity also in the diversity of the sectors.
I always think you can easily spin the issues that we have with traffic here by looking at the growth of the economy, and I think I'm gonna clip that into shape from what you've just said. A couple more questions, and I'd like a comment from you. Your thoughts on this. I mentioned this to Inzi earlier, just after the news. UAE President His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan officially visited Italy this year, and the UAE announced something like $40 billion worth of investments into Italy. The reason that's remarkable is the jump over recent years, because between 2020 and 2024, UAE investments in Italy totaled something like 178 million. So it is a huge number. It's a massive increase. Italian investments into the UAE were around about just over $600 million over the same period. My observation is clearly this is a growth period for both nations, but if I can switch for a moment, what kinds of investments is the UAE making into Italy? How do you view that jump, that growth?
Yeah, it's a very good question. We have a unit that is called the FDI unit, Foreign Direct Investment, here in my team, and they are the single-stop shop when it comes to companies that are willing to deploy this investment, because from the, let's say, political high-level meeting that has been part of this closeness strategy of the two countries, and it's a very good news, followed by our ambassador in Abu Dhabi. I think that the deployment part with our unit is really seeing a lot of investment coming. For example, we are following some of leading UAE companies that have been looking into the ability to do aquaculture in Italy, but there are also other companies that are looking into the fact that Italy is the second manufacturing economy in Europe. So it's a good platform to access the European market with a more sustainable process, because we have a higher share of renewables in our energy supply when it comes to manufacturing side, and we have a better rate of recycling in industrial process. So we have this strong fabric of industrial districts that are able to, deploy from a design idea to a brownfield or a greenfield investment when it comes to making things, products, and serve the whole EU market. So I think there's a good opportunity there. We have a ready FDI unit that is able to serve these, let's say, prospect investors, because maybe from the news, from the announcement, that's the deployment part, and you need to accompany a foreign investor that maybe is looking into how to deploy a business plan. So I think that in the day-by-day activity into looking into the actual opportunities, this is the next step, and another thing that could be really interesting, we have something that we call industrial districts. For example, everybody knows Ferrari, Lamborghini, so we have the Motor Valley in Emilia-Romagna. We also have a strong healthcare district in Tuscany, Emilia-Romagna, and Rome, with big university there, and many world corporate players and multinationals have been already investing there. So that could be another field of investment that is really covering and resonating with the local investment strategies. So I think there's a lot of opportunity in that.
Yeah, I think so. It's certainly it's a dynamic relationship. There's a lot more we could talk about, Valerio. I have so many more questions, but we just unfortunately don't have the time today. I'm hoping you'll come back and visit us in the not too distant future. Valerio Soldani, the Italian Trade Commissioner to the UAE, the Italian Trade Agency. Thank you so much for coming in.
Thank you very much for having me.
Appreciate you having you here. It's Mira Business FM. The news is on the way, and we're also going to be talking to the boss of a new startup in the next half hour or so. It's called Made. Nizar Ahmadi is with us in a few minutes' time here on Mira Business FM.
Mira Business. You're listening to Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM. It's the Morning Drive. I'm Tim Elliott. This hour, we are talking legal matters with, I said, a very special guest a couple of minutes ago, and I do mean that. She is a US qualified lawyer based here in Dubai, kind of well known between you and me, and I'm slightly excited to introduce a very well-regarded legal eagle here in Dubai. She appears regularly on different radio stations, different media. She's been quoted in the newspapers regularly here in the Emirates. She is also widely known as the TikTok lawyer, and she's in the room. It's Ludmila Yamalova. Lovely to see you.
So great to be here, Tim. Thanks for having me.
So good to have you back. We've known each other for, I don't know, I keep thinking about this and I think it's too long. I would never ask a lady's age.
No, the age, obviously, very young. I'm a child prodigy. But I think it's been 16 years.
Yeah, 15 or 16 years is where I was going. Yeah. So great to have you back. We've talked extensively on podcasts, on radio in the past. We've shared many cups of coffee talking about legal matters and less serious matters as well. Really today, what I want to do is get straight to two new laws because time is limited, and I know you're very excited about the first thing that we're going to talk about. Little bits of history will come up, no doubt, but let's talk about something new. It's kind of unprecedented. I know that's a word you use when you're excited about a new regulation, and this is a new law. It's going to regulate contractors in the Emirate of Dubai. It's law number 7 of 2025, and it regulates contracting activities. This is huge news.
It is huge. You're absolutely right. It sounds pretty simple, law regulating contractors, but it's actually a very loaded concept, especially in Dubai and the UAE. And as you rightfully said, it is unprecedented, first of its kind. We've never really had a legal, dedicated framework to regulate contractors per se. And perhaps maybe we can start with who are contractors. So these are the people that show up at your house and will claim that they know how to pay paint, and 6 months into it, they're still there, and they're still trying to paint.
You've had an issue at yours with a painter, haven't you?
We've had, and this is why, as as I guess goofy as it sounds, I actually am super excited about this law because not only from my own experience of living in the UAE and Dubai for so many years and having obviously had my own experience of dealing with contractors, but even more, sort of more notably is through vis-a-vis my clients, because I mean, obviously the sort of the base or the wealth of experience and stories that I can share and that I've sort of seen and heard is much greater through the prism or through the lens of my clients. And so many cases we've had, and I know we've talked about it before in different forums, of just people hiring contractors for 6 months and then changing their whole lives on the basis of these 6 months. They move out, they rent a property for those 6 months, and they perhaps even temporarily move schools, all relying on this let's say 6 month of period to move back into their house. Well, 6 months becomes 8 months, then it becomes 9 months, and it's a year, and even within this period of time, the works that are being done and not being done to the level that I guess the client ultimately expected. And then there's disputes, and then the contractors want more money, the client does not want to pay more money, they're upset because they've already overstayed for 6 months, they want damages, the contractor wants even more money, and so it goes. And the thing is, a lot of the time from a legal standpoint, and I'm giving this background because it's relevant perhaps for those who will ultimately be listening to this, to get as excited as I am. So it's just the context of how things used to be and how they still are today. And in so many cases, it's the amount of money we're talking about, the amount of sort of money that is itself, the tangible, is not so much that to justify a warrant for one party or another to actually go to court. Yeah, okay. So that's why a lot of the times people just, they're exhausted, and they just give up the fight, right? Because they would have paid something to the contractors, and if they don't, and they need the permits or the NOCs or the approvals from the contractors before they can actually move into the house. So they need those permits that yet certain jobs have been done. So they feel a little bit in the corner, and so at the end they will make that last payment just so they can get the final approvals and be able to move into their house, for example. So that's why at the end a lot of these disputes do not make it into the court and do not really get properly resolved, because it's just there's not enough at stake for either party to actually fight it out. But we've seen enough of these cases that come to us, and where people feel very upset, they want to file lawsuits, let's say against the contractors, and we go through the exercise, okay, so what can we really actually file a lawsuit for? So what went wrong? And it's just what went wrong. It perhaps can be described in two different categories. One, in terms of the quality of work or workmanship or lack thereof, and the other in terms of timing. Yeah. So the timing, okay, it's something a little easier to perhaps explain that, listen, in the contract it says, let's say 6 months. It's been 9 months as you have not finished. So we have suffered damages for the duration of those additional 3 months. Then there's always the comeback from the contractor. Yes, but you requested additional work here, but then there's a response from the client. Yes, but I requested this because your first go around was not good enough, and so it kind of goes around. But at least in terms of timing, it's one argument that is easier to justify from a client to the contractor to, for example, to either require them to perform faster or to add on the jobs, or to demand some sort of compensation by way of, for example, not paying the last installment. Now, with regards to the quality of workmanship, that's where the actual problems come in. Because from a legal standpoint, this is where, in most of the cases, we've seen it's been difficult for us to advise the client, it's worth it for you to go to court because the work that has been performed has not been performed to the right standard. So what is that right standard? That's been missing. Yeah. So unless it was detailed to a very specific extent in the agreement, then there's nothing really, there's no benchmark, there's nothing to kind of hold the contractor responsible to in terms of, okay, you were supposed to do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 in terms of quality, for example, right? So I'll give you a specific example, and these are real examples that I've had. painting. It's from a client, right? By calling a client.
I knew we'd get back to
Yeah,
painting.
I told you, this is still a painful subject. So this is from a client. It's a European national, Swiss. They had just moved to the UAE not long ago. So they hired a contractor. They hired, one of the jobs was to paint. So from somebody coming from Switzerland, their understanding of what the paint should look like is of certain, so they have certain understanding. So when they come back a month or two later, there is a paint on the wall, but the paint is one that, you walk by and there you get sort of smudge, leave the smudges.
Jackson Pollock kind of idea? Not
It's
quite.
not, it's so it's paint that easily marked, easily stained, comes off and so for example, what the client expected based on their experience in Europe is that there will be this sort of eggshell, glossy paint that's washable and so on and so forth. Fair enough, right? But his expectation was based on his previous experience. But that level of detail was not in the contract, right? So the contractor, look, you said in the job description here, it says paint. Look, I painted. I have proof. So from a legal standpoint, how do you argue that, okay, yes, you painted, but you didn't paint to the level that what? I mean, and there's two ways of doing it. One is that you specifically mention in the contract that the paint I want is eggshell, grade such and such, glossiness, X, Y, Z, and it has to be washable. So that one way to do it is to do it by contract, and the other way, if there are some other standards, general contracting standards that will spell out what the quality of these sort of workmanship must be. And that's where my client was coming from. That's why he did not see the need to specify that in the contract, because from his experience in Europe, in Switzerland in a particular case, this is kind of a known thing. This is what the contractors are held to, the standards that they're held to in that country.
Yeah, which highlights the position here and why this is so unprecedented. I mean, it's a really good example because it could be, this, in theory, will end the issues when you either completely remodel your house or the maintenance contractor comes in to, unblock the sink, for example. That it will set out the guidelines across a whole spectrum of potential issues, and that's what it's trying to address, isn't it?
Indeed, it's trying to address every aspect of contracting industry.
Yeah.
So, obviously there's so much I'm mindful of not making it a little too tedious, but at a high level, can talk about it at a high level and kind of drill down a little bit in terms of some of the specifics. So one, for example, is licensing requirements. Every contractor will have to be subject to specific licensing requirements.
Right.
Within that, and that has to be a specific license for a specific type of contracting work. So let's say if you're an electrician, you need to have a permit. Your license has to reflect that you can do electrical works. And if you have a license that allows you to do electrical works, you can only do that. You cannot go and paint. Right? So, for example, if you're in plumbing, then your license has to reflect that you're in plumbing, and you cannot do painting. Again, that's going to be my go back.
This is your bugbear today.
Yes. So the licensing. So first, you'll need to have a proper license, meaning economic business license. Within that license has to reflect a specific category of the services of the works that you'll be doing. And within that, and again, each one of them has more layers to it, but let me kind of just set out the stage. Within that, whenever you hire anyone, so they have to all be, because contractors, obviously, they rely on a team of a crew. So each one of those employees, they will have to be properly licensed as well under your company. Not only do they need to have proper employment agreements and such, they also need to be sponsored by you. And also, and this is one of the biggest one, is that, and this is both at a corporate level and at the employee level, in order to obtain a contractor's license and to ultimately be hired into a contracting company as one of the contractors, you need to show competence and skill. In other words, you can't just, if I wanted to become a contractor, I don't have the skill to open a company as a contractor. So I need to show that I have some experience, some background in contracting. And equally so, whenever I hire people, each one of those people, they need to also show competence in a specific field. Which means what, Tim? And you and I know that it means that you have to show, do you have a degree, that you maybe a degree or experience, that you studied electrical engineering, or whatever it is, electrical services that you need to know to be able to be an electrician, or plumbing, or painting. So there will be special boards. And in Dubai, so by the way, this is a Dubai law, as you rightfully said, but this is important to highlight. This is for Dubai, not the UAE, but perhaps it will become a model for the rest of the country over time. But so there will be, the Dubai municipality will set standards for each one of the type of contracting jobs in terms of what competence and qualifications and experience will be required.
Well, that's interesting because that means there will also be a regulating body formed.
There will be
as
a
well,
whole
or bodies.
Yes, a whole series of bodies.
Right,
Yes,
okay.
and so it starts out with Dubai municipality, but then there will also be other new authorities set up, kind of under the umbrella of Dubai municipality, that in particular will oversee all the technical competence and certificates and qualifications, and they will be issuing exactly that, certificates. Right, there will be a certificate that you're a contractor in such and such job. Now you can combine some of these experiences, but one way or the other. So in terms from a legal standpoint, you will need to have a proper license. That license has to be specifically designated for the jobs that you're applying. Each one of your employees or crew have to have specific competence and have the right license and the right visa. And you can only apply for work, so bid for works that are proportionate to your expertise and the number of people that you have. So which means the whole issue of subcontractors, and I'm sure we can all relate that. So many of the jobs here rely on the subcontractors. So you have all those people coming to your house, and you have no idea who they are, or who they work for. And if you actually were to sit them all down and ask for their members' IDs, if they had those, passports, your labor contracts, they would be perhaps belong to 10 different entities.
It's a grey area, isn't it? In
It's
many
a-
cases,
yes,
yeah.
yes.
Let's put it that way. No, that's a very good point. So if you're a general maintenance company, there are many reputable general maintenance companies at Dubai. We have to kind of state that. But you need to have very specifically qualified or experienced people in plumbing, electrical, in whatever aspect of painting you might be doing, all these kinds of things. That's really a huge change. That's creating almost a whole new industry.
It is, and there will also be a public register where all these contracting companies and the specific contractors will be listed. And you have to apply for annual renewals, again, for the company and for the employees, which means that, let's say, if you've performed a job and you had some complaints filed against you, then you will not be able to renew your license for next year. So this is not, okay, let me just put all my best foot forward and do everything right to get this license, and now I'm set for life. No, it's actually subject for renewal every year. And I have to tell you, to me, I liken it to the legal profession. And that's obviously the one I know, because it's sort of very similar to that. So for us to become lawyers here, it's not enough to just come say, I know law, I studied law. In Dubai, that is, you need to show that you have actually studied law, and you need to have the certificates and degrees. They have to be properly attested, by the way. Here, the same sort of thing applies. And then you need to work for a company or for an entity that can provide legal services. In my case, it's obviously my law firm. That firm needs to be registered with a government authority that regulates it. In my case, it's the Dubai Legal Affairs Department. There will be Dubai Municipality and others sort of that will fall under its umbrella. And so then I'm registered. So I have a commercial license, but I also have the Legal Affairs Department license as a firm, and then also the employees of the firm, the legal consultants, also separately have to be licensed by the Legal Affairs Department.
Right.
And we have annual renewals both for the firm and for each one of the consultants on obviously the regular basis. So the way I look at this law, it's very similar in terms of its structure to how the legal profession is regulated in Dubai now. And to your earlier point, yes, so in that way, it in a way creates a brand new industry, because the contracting industry as we know it today will be no more, and there'll be a very new, regulated, much more sort of competent and more professionally and I guess in regulated industry.
I mean, to all intents and purposes, we're talking about standards and accountability. That's really that's my main takeaway so far.
For sure, yes. And listen, Dubai has a lot to be proud of. I mean, look around. I mean, there's so many of the newbies who come to Dubai just gobsmacked at how beautiful it is. So they've been able to manage and build all these beautiful things without having this law in place, right? And all of us who live here, we still remain here because of the lifestyle. And so obviously this place has been able to manage and build a beautiful city and a safe city without having these new standards. But as any evolving and any developing and more mature, I guess ultimately economy does, it was just you layer it on, and you raise your standards, you raise your bar. And that's what they're doing. So they're basically taking all that, their success, and now raising the bar further. And now in many ways, I mean, they are making it more competitive, and competitive is good, right? Because competitive means that it will ensure that kind of gets rid of the riffraff.
Well, it does make me think in the short term, this is going to be, you're going to be working with, hopefully, I mean, in theory, more reputable companies. Could that mean slightly more expense? But I guess as time goes on, short to medium term, you'll see prices, competition has its way of evening things out. So in my mind, I would wonder about that in the first instance. But you're right. If you raise accountability and you raise standards, things can only get better, can't they?
Well, absolutely. I mean, and that's, I guess, the prices could go up if we believe that there are not enough people with the right competence and credentials right now to apply for these licenses. And I don't think that's necessarily the case. I think this is just going to force all these people to abide by specific norms that are now in place, right? So, but in many cases, it will be the same people that are already doing a lot of these works, and may get rid of some of the other ones that are kind of have been creaming off and leaching off and without the proper credentials. But because I guess you can consider these as barriers to entry, but the barriers to entry are the healthy barriers to entry, and that is basically requiring for the contractors to show that they actually know what it is they're going to be charging people for. So I don't think they are so onerous as to close the doors to many other contractors. So I think the barriers to entry are just the general professional barriers to entry, that if you want to enter a certain profession, you need to have certain professional qualifications to be able to do a good job within that.
Well, you need to be able to show the experience, don't you? And
yes,
hopefully there is a qualification behind that, if that's really key to the thing. We've got about 5 minutes left. I know there's a great deal more to talk about. We've covered, I guess, the salient points of the law, but I'm interested in your thoughts on how will the new law offer a way to end disputes, because disputes is clearly what you really deal with in your practice. So we're going to see a dedicated authority to hear those contractor-client disputes. How will that?
Yes, indeed. So perhaps before I answer that question, let me kind of set out the framework, the timing for this law. So the law was issued in July of this year, 2025, but it does not come into effect until January 2026.
And this is when it's in the official gazette. That's
No, it's already been published in the official gazette.
Oh, it is in the official
So the
gazette.
law is
Okay.
issued, and so if you recall from our many other discussions in the past, so there's different timings that can be at play whenever a new law is issued. So, but the first is when it's published in the official gazette. So this particular law has been published in the official gazette, and the law can either be effective as of the time that it's published, or there could be a special note in the law that this law will come into effect at a later stage.
Effectively a grace period, I guess, to allow people to catch up.
No, there's another period. So
is there?
Yes. So the law is published. It is an official gazette. It will come into effect, which means that people will be able to start kind of citing it or relying on it, right? Because as of January 2026, apologies, but.
Okay.
The contractors in the contracting industry will have 1 year after that as a grace period to basically become compliant. So then we're talking about January 2027 is when you actually will be able to really hold their feet to the fire, so to speak, in terms of making sure that they're compliant with not just these regulations, because I mean what we're talking about right now is just the law. It's the law, it's kind of the skeleton, the bare bones, the sort of the legal of the new industry that this will now be governed by. But then in addition to this, as we know, there'll be additional regulations, there'll be executive decrees, there'll be circulars, and there will be authorities that will be formed as described in this law, and those authorities will further issue additional circulars and decrees under it. So we need time for those authorities to form, and as you rightfully pointed out, there will also be, at least there's a mention in the law, of a special mediation center or dispute center to deal with these contractors' disputes, which I think is an amazing idea and a great development. But naturally, we need time for those authorities to be formed. I mean, so that's the year. So we're talking about January. So law is in the books, but it will only become effective as of January this year, 2026, and will only be able to really, really rely on it as of January 2027, unless there will be further grace periods and further
But I
extensions.
mean, in the meantime, you're working towards the new standards, and that in and of itself will change the industry, I guess, or develop, the maintenance and contracting industries.
Well, indeed, so that year, between 2026, is the year for everybody to become compliant, to get to know the law, to understand the law, and start changing their practices so they can be compliant.
And the knowledge that there's somewhere to go if something does go wrong. That changes mindset, because one of the other sides of this, when it comes to your home and where you stay and where you bring up your children, the things you do in your free time, it's an emotive area, this, isn't it, as well?
Oh, for sure, absolutely. So, but also, here now, there is, again, as per the law, there will be lots of public resources, right? There'll be public resources about who the licensed contractors are, who the contracting companies are, also what the standards are. So there will be published standards. Okay, so to your point, in terms of having some sort of certainty, having some kind of a benchmark, something to be able to rely on. So all that will be published, that will continue to be developed, and will be accessible to the public, which gives the public confidence and security to know that that when they enter into a relationship, what they can hold their various suppliers and contractors accountable to.
I always love how excited you are. You're such a legal geek, and I mean that as a compliment. As you know, when you're excited about a new law and the possibilities.
This is unprecedented. It truly is. I mean, there's a lot to be excited, and I hope that you're as excited as I am.
I am. I'm swept up in your enthusiasm. Look, we've got 1 minute, just 30 seconds from you, just to sum up how this new law changes things. Your kind of overall view.
Well, I think it will make the contracting industry, and therefore the real estate industry, a lot more regulated and a lot more professional. Therefore, it has the intent and the objective, and I think it's realistic to reduce disputes and increase quality in terms of workmanship, in terms of services, and overall, then obviously raise the satisfaction of the public. In terms of the quality of the services they receive and the sort of the lack of disputes that they will have to deal with. So overall, it's raising the bar. It's raising the bar in terms, not just for the contracting industry, because remember, we're talking about is the real estate. So it's raising the bar for everybody in Dubai, and going to introducing a new level of professionalism and competence into the real estate and contracting industry, and obviously for the legal profession as well.
And we're excited. Ludmila Yamalova, US qualified lawyer, the TikTok lawyer. Always good to talk to you. Thank you.
It's great to be here, Tim.
It's Mira Business FM.
Mira Business. You're listening to Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM. It's the Morning Drive. I'm Tim Elliott. This hour, we are talking legal matters with, I said, a very special guest a couple of minutes ago, and I do mean that. She is a US qualified lawyer based here in Dubai, kind of well known between you and me, and I'm slightly excited to introduce a very well-regarded legal eagle here in Dubai. She appears regularly on different radio stations, different media. She's been quoted in the newspapers regularly here in the Emirates. She is also widely known as the TikTok lawyer, and she's in the room. It's Ludmila Yamalova. Lovely to see you.
So great to be here, Tim. Thanks for having me.
So good to have you back. We've known each other for, I don't know, I keep thinking about this, and I think it's too long. I would never ask a lady's age.
No, the age, obviously, very young. I'm a child prodigy. But I think it's been 16 years.
Yeah, 15 or 16 years is where I was going. Yeah. So great to have you back. We've talked extensively on podcasts, on radio in the past. We've shared many cups of coffee talking about legal matters and less serious matters as well. Really today, what I want to do is get straight to two new laws because time is limited, and I know you're very excited about the first thing that we're going to talk about. Little bits of history will come up, no doubt, but let's talk about something new. It's kind of unprecedented. I know that's a word you use when you're excited about a new regulation, and this is a new law. It's going to regulate contractors in the Emirate of Dubai. It's law number 7 of 2025. And it regulates contracting activities. This is huge news.
It is huge. You're absolutely right. It sounds pretty simple, law regulating contractors, but it's actually a very loaded concept, especially in Dubai, in the UAE. And as you rightfully said, it is unprecedented, first of its kind. We've never really had a legal, dedicated framework to regulate contractors per se. And perhaps maybe we can start with who are contractors. So these are the people that show up at your house and will claim that they know how to paint, and 6 months into it, they're still there, they're still trying to paint.
You've had an issue at yours with a painter, haven't you?
We've had, and this is why, as I guess goofy as it sounds, I actually am super excited about this law because not only from my own experience of living in the UAE and Dubai for so many years and having obviously had my own experience of dealing with contractors, but even more, more notably is through vis-a-vis my clients, because I mean, obviously the base or the wealth of experience and stories that I can share and that I've sort of seen and heard is much greater through the prism or through the lens of my clients. And so many cases we've had, and I know we've talked about it before in different forums, of just people hiring contractors for 6 months and then changing their whole lives on the basis of these 6 months. They move out, they rent a property for those 6 months, and they perhaps even temporarily move schools, all relying on this let's say 6 month of period to move back into their house. Well, 6 months becomes 8 months, then it becomes 9 months, and then it's a year, and even within this period of time, the works that are being done and not being done to the level that I guess the client ultimately expected. And then there's disputes, and then the contractors want more money, the client does not want to pay more money, they're upset because they've already overstayed for 6 months, they want damages, the contractor wants even more money, and so it goes. And the thing is, a lot of the time from a legal standpoint, and I'm giving this background because it's relevant perhaps for those who will ultimately be listening to this, to get as excited as I am. So it's just the context of how things used to be and how they still are today. And in so many cases, it's the amount of money we're talking about, the amount of sort of money that is itself, the tangible, is not so much that to justify a warrant for one party or another to actually go to court. So that's why a lot of the times people just, they're exhausted, and they just give up the fight, right? Because they would have paid something to the contractors, and if they don't, and they need the permits or the NOCs or the approvals from the contractors before they can actually move into the house. So they need those permits that yet certain jobs have been done. So they feel a little bit in the corner, and so at the end they will make that last payment just so they can get the final approvals and be able to move into their house, for example. So that's why at the end a lot of these disputes do not make it into the court and do not really get properly resolved, because it's just there's not enough at stake for either party to actually fight it out. But we've seen enough of these cases that come to us, and where people feel very upset, they want to file lawsuits, let's say against the contractors, and we go through the exercise, okay, so what can we really actually file a lawsuit for? So what went wrong? And it's just what went wrong. It perhaps can be described in two different categories. One, in terms of the quality of work or workmanship or lack thereof, and the other in terms of timing. So the timing, okay, is something a little easier to perhaps explain that, listen, in the contract it says, let's say 6 months. It's been 9 months as you have not finished. So we have suffered damages for the duration of those additional 3 months. Then there's always the comeback from the contractor. Yes, but you requested additional work here, but then there's a response from the client. Yes, but I requested this because your first go around was not good enough, and so it kind of goes around. But at least in terms of timing, it's one argument that is easier to justify from a client to the contractor to, for example, to either require them to perform faster or to add on the jobs, or to demand some sort of compensation by way of, for example, not paying the last installment. Now, with regards to the quality of workmanship, that's where the actual problems come in. Because from a legal standpoint, this is where, in most of the cases, we've seen it's been difficult for us to advise the client, it's worth it for you to go to court because the work that has been performed has not been performed to the right standard. So what is that right standard? That's been missing.
Yeah.
So unless it was detailed to a very specific extent in the agreement, then there's nothing really, there's no benchmark, there's nothing to kind of hold the contractor responsible to in terms of, okay, you were supposed to do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 in terms of quality, for example, right? So I'll give you a specific example, and these are real examples that I've had. Painting, it's from a client, right? By calling a client.
I knew we'd get back to painting.
Yeah, I told you this is still a painful subject. So this is from a client. It was a European national, Swiss. They had just moved to the UAE not long ago. So they hired a contractor. They hired, one of the jobs was to paint. So from somebody coming from Switzerland, their understanding of what the paint should look like is of certain. So they have certain understanding. So when they come back a month or two later, there is a paint on the wall, but the paint is one that you walk by and there you get sort of smudge, leave the smudges.
Jackson Pollock kind of idea?
It's
quite,
not. It's so it's paint that easily marked, easily stained, comes off and so for example, what the client expected based on their experience in Europe is that there will be this sort of eggshell, glossy paint that's washable and so on and so forth. Fair enough, right? But his expectation was based on his previous experience. But that level of detail was not in the contract, right? So the contractor, look, you said in the job description here, it says paint. Look, I painted. I have proof. So from a legal standpoint, how do you argue that, okay, yes, you painted, but you didn't paint to the level that what? I mean, and there's two ways of doing it. One is that you specifically mentioned in the contract that the paint I want is eggshell, grade such and such, glossiness, X, Y, Z, and has to be washable. So that one way to do it is to do it by contract, and the other way, if there are some other standards, general contracting standards that will spell out what the quality of these sort of workmanship must be. And that's where my client was coming from. That's why he did not see the need to specify that in the contract, because from his experience in Europe, and Switzerland in a particular case, this is kind of a known thing. This is what the contractors are held to, the standards that they're held to in that country.
Yeah, which highlights the position here and why this is so unprecedented. I mean, it's a really good example because it could be, this, in theory, will end the issues when you either completely remodel your house or the maintenance contractor comes in to, unblock the sink, for example. That it will set out the guidelines across a whole spectrum of potential issues, and that's what it's trying to address, isn't it?
Indeed, it's trying to address every aspect of contracting industry.
Yeah.
So, obviously, there's so much I'm mindful of not making it a little too tedious, but at a high level, we can talk about it at a high level and kind of drill down a little bit in terms of some of the specifics. So one, for example, is licensing requirements. Every contractor will have to be subject to specific licensing requirements.
Right.
Within that, and that has to be a specific license for a specific type of contracting work. So let's say if you're an electrician, you need to have a permit. Your license has to reflect that you can do electrical works. And if you have a license that allows you to do electrical works, you can only do that. You cannot go and paint. Right? So, for example, if you're in plumbing, then your license has to reflect that you're in plumbing, and you cannot do painting. Again, that's going to be go back.
This is your bugbear today.
Yes. So the licensing. So first, you'll need to have a proper license, meaning economic business license. Within that license has to reflect a specific category of the services of the works that you'll be doing. And within that, and again, each one of them has more layers to it, but let me kind of just set out the stage. Within that, whenever you hire anyone, so they have to all be, because contractors, obviously, they rely on a team of a crew. So each one of those employees, they will have to be properly licensed as well under your company. Not only do they need to have proper employment agreements and such, they also need to be sponsored by you. And also, and this is one of the biggest one, is that, and this is both at a corporate level and at the employee level, in order to obtain a contractor's license and to ultimately be hired into a contracting company as one of the contractors, you need to show competence and skill. In other words, you can't just, if I wanted to become a contractor, I don't have the skill to show to open a company as a contractor. So I need to show that I have some experience, some background in contracting. And equally so, whenever I hire people, each one of those people, they need to also have show competence in a specific field. Which means what, Tim? And you and I know that it means that you have to show, do you have a degree, that you maybe a degree or experience, that you studied electrical engineering, or whatever it is, that electrical services that you need to know to be able to be an electrician, or plumbing, or painting. So there will be special boards, and in Dubai, so by the way, this is a Dubai law, as you rightfully said, but this is important to highlight. This is for Dubai, not the UAE, but perhaps it will become a model for the rest of the country over time. But so there will be, the Dubai municipality will set standards for each one of the type of contracting jobs in terms of what competence and qualifications and experience will be required.
Well, that's interesting, because that means there will also be a regulating body formed.
There will be
as
a
well,
whole
or bodies.
Yes, a whole series of bodies.
Right,
Yes,
okay.
and so it starts out with Dubai municipality, but then there will also be other new authorities set up, kind of under the umbrella of Dubai municipality, that in particular will oversee all the technical competence and certificates and qualifications, and they will be issuing exactly that, certificates. Right, there will be a certificate that you're a contractor in such and such job. Now you can combine some of these experiences, but one way or the other. So in terms from a legal standpoint, you will need to have a proper license. That license has to be specifically designated for the jobs that you're applying. Each one of your employees or crew have to have specific competence and have the right license and the right visa. And you can only apply for work, so bid for works that are proportionate to your expertise and the number of people that you have. So which means the whole issue of subcontractors, and I'm sure we can all relate that. So many of the jobs here rely on the subcontractors. So you have all those people coming to your house, and you have no idea who they are, who they work for. And if you actually were to sit them all down and ask for their members' IDs, if they had those, passports, your labor contracts, they would be perhaps belong to 10 different entities.
It's a grey area, isn't it?
It's
in many cases,
yes, yes.
Let's put it that way. No, that's a very good point. So if you're a general maintenance company, there are many reputable general maintenance companies in Dubai. We have to kind of state that. But you need to have very specifically qualified or experienced people in plumbing, electrical, in whatever aspect of painting you might be doing, all these kinds of things. That's really a huge change. That's creating almost a whole new industry.
It is, and there will also be a public register where all these contracting companies and the specific contractors will be listed. And you have to apply for annual renewals, again, for the company and for the employees, which means that, let's say, if you've performed a job and you had some complaints filed against you, then you will not be able to renew your license for next year. So this is not, okay, let me just put all my best foot forward and do everything right to get this license, and now I'm set for life. No, it's actually subject for renewal every year. And I have to tell you, to me, I liken it to the legal profession. And that's obviously the one I know, because it's sort of very similar to that. So for us to become lawyers here, it's not enough to just come say, I know law, I studied law. You need, in Dubai, that is, you need to show that you have actually studied law, and you need to have the certificates and degrees. They have to be properly attested, by the way. Here, the same sort of thing applies. And then you need to work for a company or for an entity that can provide legal services. In my case, it's obviously my law firm. Yep. That firm needs to be registered with a government authority that regulates it. In my case, it's the Dubai Legal Affairs Department. There will be Dubai Municipality and others sort of that will fall under its umbrella. And so then I'm registered. So I have a commercial license, but I also have the Legal Affairs Department license as a firm, and then also the employees of the firm, the legal consultants, also separately have to be licensed by the Legal Affairs Department. Right. And we have annual renewals both for the firm and for each one of the consultants on obviously the regular basis. So the way I look at this law, it's very similar in terms of its structure to how the legal profession is regulated in Dubai now. And to your earlier point, yes, so in that way, it in a way creates a brand new industry, because the contracting industry as we know it today will be no more, and there'll be a very new regulated, much more sort of competent and more professionally and and I guess in regulated industry.
I mean, to all intents and purposes, we're talking about standards and accountability. That's really that's my main takeaway so far.
For sure, yes, and listen, Dubai has a lot to be proud of. I mean, look around. I mean, there's so many of the newbies who come to Dubai just gobsmacked at how beautiful it is. So they've been able to manage and build all these beautiful things without having this law in place, right? And all of us who live here, we still remain here because of the lifestyle, and so obviously this place has been able to manage and build a beautiful city and a safe city without having these new standards. But as any evolving and any developing and more mature, I guess ultimately economy does, it was just you layer it on, and you raise your standards, you raise your bar. And that's what they're doing. So they're basically taking all their success and now raising the bar further. And now in many ways, I mean, they are making it more competitive, and competitive is good, right? Because competitive means that it will ensure that kind of gets rid of the riffraff.
Well, it does make me think in the short term, this is going to be, you're going to be working with, hopefully, in theory, more reputable companies. Could that mean slightly more expense? But I guess as time goes on, short to medium term, you'll see prices, competition has its way of evening things out. So in my mind, I would wonder about that in the first instance. But you're right. If you raise accountability and you raise standards, things can only get better, can't they?
Well, absolutely. I mean, and that's, I guess, the prices could go up if we believe that there are not enough people with the right competence and credentials right now to apply for these licenses. And I don't think that's necessarily the case. I think this is just going to force all these people to abide by specific norms that are now in place, right? So, but in many cases, it will be the same people that are already doing a lot of these works, and may get rid of some of the other ones that are kind of have been creaming off and leaching off and without the proper credentials. But because I guess you can consider these as barriers to entry, but the barriers to entry are the healthy barriers to entry, and that is basically requiring for the contractors to show that they actually know what it is they're going to be charging people for. So I don't think they are so onerous as to close the doors to many other contractors. So I think the barriers to entry are just the general professional barriers to entry that if you want to enter a certain profession, you need to have certain professional qualifications to be able to do a good job within that.
Well, you need to be able to show the experience, don't you? And
yes,
hopefully there is a qualification behind that if that's really key to the thing. We've got about 5 minutes left. I know there's a great deal more to talk about. We've covered, I guess, the salient points of the law, but I'm interested in your thoughts on how will the new law offer a way to end disputes, because disputes is clearly what you really deal with in your practice. So we're going to see a dedicated authority to hear those contractor-client disputes. How will that?
Yes, indeed. So perhaps before I answer that question, let me kind of set out the framework, the timing for this law. So the law was issued in July of this year, 2025, but it does not come into effect until January 2026.
And this is when it's in the official gazette. That's
No, it's already been published in the official gazette.
It is in the official
So the
gazette.
law is issued, and so if you recall from our many other discussions in the past, so there's different timings that can be at play whenever a new law is issued. So, but the first is when it's published in the official gazette. So this particular law has been published in the official gazette, and the law can either be effective as of the time that it's published, or there could be a special note in the law that this law will come into effect at a later stage.
Effectively a grace period, I guess, to allow people to catch up.
No, there's another period. So
is there?
Yes. So the law is published. It is an official gazette. It will come into effect, which means that people will be able to start kind of citing it, relying on it, right? Because as of January 2026, apologies, but. The contractors in the contracting industry will have 1 year after that as a grace period to basically become compliant. So then we're talking about January 2027 is when you actually will be able to really hold their feet to the fire, so to speak, in terms of making sure that they're compliant with not just these regulations, because I mean what we're talking about right now is just the law. It's the law, it's kind of the skeleton, the bare bones, the sort of the legal of the new industry that this will now be governed by. But then in addition to this, as we know, there'll be additional regulations, there'll be executive decrees, there'll be circulars, and there will be authorities that will be formed as described in this law, and those authorities will further issue additional circulars and decrees under it. So we need time for those authorities to form, and as you rightfully pointed out, there will also be, at least there's a mention in the law, of a special mediation center or dispute center to deal with these contractors' disputes, which I think is an amazing idea and a great development. But naturally, we need time for those authorities to be formed.
I mean,
so that's the year. So we're talking about January. So law is in the books, but it will only become effective as of January this year, 2026, and we'll only be able to really, really rely on it as of January 2027, unless there will be further grace periods and further
But I
extensions.
mean, in the meantime, you're working towards the new standards, and that in and of itself will change the industry, I guess, or develop, the maintenance and contracting industries.
Well, indeed, so that year, between 2026, is the year for everybody to become compliant, to get to know the law, to understand the law, and start changing their practices so they can be compliant.
And the knowledge that there's somewhere to go if something does go wrong. That changes mindset, because one of the other sides of this, when it comes to your home and where you stay and where you bring up your children, the things you do in your free time, it's an emotive area, this, isn't it, as well?
Oh, for sure, absolutely. So, but also, here now, there is, again, as per the law, there will be lots of public resources, right? There'll be public resources about who the licensed contractors are, who the the contracting companies are, also what the standards are. So there will be published standards. Okay, so to your point, in terms of having some sort of certainty, having some kind of a benchmark, something to be able to rely on. So all that will be published and will continue to be developed and will be accessible to the public, which gives the public confidence and security to know that that when they enter into a relationship, what they can hold their various suppliers and contractors accountable to.
I always love how excited you are. You're such a legal geek, and I mean that as a compliment. As you know, when you're excited about a new law and the possibilities.
This is unprecedented, truly is. I mean, there's a lot to be excited, and I hope that you're as excited as I am.
I am. I'm swept up in your enthusiasm. Look, we've got 1 minute, just 30 seconds from you, just to sum up how this new law changes things. Your kind of overall view.
Well, I think it will make the contracting industry and therefore the real estate industry a lot more regulated and a lot more professional. Therefore, it has the intent and the objective, and I think it's realistic to reduce disputes and increase quality in terms of workmanship, in terms of services, and overall, then obviously raise the satisfaction of the public. In terms of the quality of the services they receive and the lack of disputes that they will have to deal with. So overall, it's raising the bar. It's raising the bar in terms, not just for the contracting industry, because remember, we're talking about is the real estate. So it's raising the bar for everybody in Dubai and kind of introducing a new level of professionalism and competence into the real estate and contracting industry, and obviously for the legal profession as well.
And we're excited. Ludmila Malova, US qualified lawyer, the TikTok lawyer. Always good to talk to you. Thank you.
It's great to be here, Tim.
It's Mira Business FM.
Mira Business. Mira Business FM.
It's the Morning Drive. My name's Tim Elliott, a new show for professionals and the business-minded. Listen live on the website, mirabusiness.fm. Everything we do is there. You can find whatever you may have missed or want to catch up on or want to watch or listen to again. We're on YouTube, we're on Twitch, we're on X for news, Instagram. That's where you'll find our shorts. I know what that sounds like, but you know what I mean. Reels, and on LinkedIn if you want to know more about our guests. Now, in this hour on the Morning Drive, it's Insights with Muzammil Sheikh. Now, Muzammil's with me. Nice to see you.
Hi, Tim.
Good to have you here. Look, today, I know your thing is kind of everything revolving around crypto and money and products and financial stuff. You're kind of the guru in these parts. So let's talk about something today that I think it's probably reasonable to say a lot of people are kind of confused by. I certainly am. Credit history, how it works, what you need to know about, the pitfalls, the shortfalls. And I'm going to hand over, Muzammil, to your expertise. Where do we start when it comes to a credit history?
Where do we start? So as the UAE is evolving more and more into a more Western-like structure of finance, credit history and credit scores are becoming more important. And they are more and more creeping into different areas of their lives. And people don't know that if you miss a payment, it ends up part of your credit history. Like if you miss your DIVA payment and something, that also adds up. If you bounce a check, that becomes, it piles up. Like that's basically your report card that how well are you behaving in society for whatever reason. It cannot be, not necessarily malicious as such, but so building a credit history from the start helps you in various areas, because as a, let's say, when newcomers come in the country, it's very hard for them to get a credit card. They have to wait at least 3 months. Their 3-month salary should be coming in as a salary code in the bank account with WPS, or it should be a salary code for the bank to recognize its income, even though they might be generating freelance income. So that's one of the pitfalls of the struggles of newcomers, or rather even freelancers here in the country. Why do you need it? Like I said, it's a report card thing. Let's say you are trying to get an apartment and the guy is like, man, you're new here, you're going to default, I can't trust you, you have no backup. You can say, look, this is my credit history, never missed a payment, everything is clean. The government is basically backing you up.
I mean, this is the thing, isn't it? It's literally an automatic thing now, that if you have any kind of financial product, it is recorded. I guess if you've had a credit card for a number of years and you pay it back on time every month, that's what I've learned to do. I wasn't always like that, but I just kind of do it. So I guess if that's natural for you, it's just a matter of course that you do that. Kind of unwittingly, you're building a reasonable credit score, or you're building towards a reasonable credit score.
Right, and the small caveat here is that people misunderstand that the banks, the reason sometimes, we were talking about the high credit limits you get sometimes, and there's a benefit to that. That's the reason is that if you go near your limit, you saturate your limit, that's a negative, because then you're becoming a risk, a liability. They don't reveal exactly how the numbers work, but there are calculators around the net, you can find that out. So you should never ideally go beyond 30 to 40% of your granted limit. Let's say if it's 100K, AED can be 30K, 40K. So this basically shows to the bank and the board that, okay, you are a good, basically a credit-worthy person, that you know how to manage your finances.
Yeah, and I guess when you build up a credit history and you've built it, we need to talk about what you can do, how it facilitates a way forward. So you're a good boy, essentially. You're paying your credit card back. You're not abusing anything. Your credit limit hasn't been saturated. Why is that important?
Well, if you're a family man, as many people are, that you have your school fees are there, and you say, okay, I can pay the school fees in the large lump sum, but I don't want to, right? I have an opportunity. If you have certain cards, many of the Islamic cards offer you interest-free conversions, right, and which is nothing wrong with it, right? It's basically kind of free money for 1 year, 6 months, and usually the term is 3 months, 6 months, 1 year, not more than that, not even 1 year sometimes. So you can avail that, and also you get some cash back on it, some of it. So let's say term fees is 10K. And you use the cashback card, because they give you cashback plus they give you the installment. So that's why there's nothing wrong with it, right? You're getting, let's say, 4% on it. And that kind of becomes your, monthly maybe coffee budget or whatever. It's money's money, right? It's a saving in a sense. So that's how you strategically use them as you need them. Also, a lot of people are doing e-commerce, and Amazon has a lot of offers. I mean, I've seen like 6, 7 cards, even though I don't have the cards, it shows up those cards are showing the offers. And the offers are, for example, they say spend minimum 200. You can do that on groceries or something. And then you get a cashback like up to 75 or 50 dirhams per month, one time, basically.
Yeah.
And if you have the card anyway, and one thing I've noticed with the cards is that the cards that give these offers are usually not the cashback cards. You would think that on the offset, those cards are like not giving you much, but I've noticed that the way they strategically give you cashback is through offers via the e-commerce platforms like Noon or Amazon, and they give you pretty large seasonal discounts sometimes, which you get SMSs from. And one interesting thing, I'm focusing on the small things which help is that these offers are now becoming more and more very like process oriented. Oh, you need to reply with an SMS to confirm that you're joining the offer, otherwise you don't get the offer. So people end up assuming, oh, I'm like, oh my God, yes, I'm going to get the cash back.
It's fulfilling your data obligation, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah.
So they're
absolutely
opting into the offer. And a lot of people, what they do is that, oh, the frustration happens, oh, I did this work, but where's my cash back? But you were supposed to opt in to get the cash back.
Well, that's a reasonable assumption, really, isn't it? You have to be affirmative. You've got to confirm, and really, that's the ultimate proof. It's what's necessary to avail an offer.
This is a recent thing. This wasn't happening before. Also, what they do is sometimes if you have a supplementary card sitting idle,
Right.
you will get an SMS that use your card for a couple of months and you get cash back, which is like a no-brainer. Like you already have the supplementary card because, I don't know, I'm guessing here, it could be a Visa, MasterCard kind of product agreement they have that they don't like dormant cards and maybe, I mean, they will never disclose exactly what the details are. I'm just guessing here. So these are the kind of small things which you can do, which might think, oh man, you're like, that's too much work. Yeah, at times it is too much work, to be honest. But if you get in the habit of like just paying attention, it ends up being maybe up to 2,000 dirham in the year or more sometimes.
Okay, we're picking the brains of Muzamil Sheikh, who's one of the team here at Mira Business FM. Crypto, financial products, money, kind of his thing for the layman like myself. So that's credit history, really. And the reason to build a credit history, it's not just, you know, when I put it in terms of being a good boy or being a good girl or whatever with the authorities, but it does allow you to get to a point where there's a level of trust in your attitude to your personal finances. Let's talk a little bit about products, Muzamil, because credit cards are a thing that I find incredibly useful. I find incredibly important. I find them to be benevolent these days, but I had to learn how to use them. Where do you start when somebody says, there's your card?
Now, the good thing about the UAE, which I've noticed that once upon a time, I think more than 15 years ago, 10 years ago, you had to get a personal loan. Nowadays, if you get a card, there's a personal loan pre-approved attached to the card. People don't realize that. And the rates are effectively the same as going out to the bank and asking for a personal loan, which is the difference which people forget that, hey man, you already have that facility available to you. So that's a big plus, I believe. So you can get instant cash and you say, hey, wait a minute, am I getting this horrible interest rate? In some cases, yes, you are. You might be getting like the 10% per month one. Some banks are doing that, but they're being completely honest about it. They're not lying to you. You can read it. The mistake people make is that, is it 10% per year or 10% per month? That's important to understand.
10% a month is huge.
Yes, some of them have very bad ones. Like it is what it is. And so, but there are banks which are saying flat 5% per year, pretty much, and then you're done. So you pay the 5% upfront, and then you take the cash and do whatever you want.
See, it's worth delving into that a little bit, actually, because if you most credit cards, in my experience, are 1.5% to 2.5%, 3% per month. Most people quote them in that way, or most institutions seem to. But then there are, as you say, some that would quote an amount, a percentage every year. How should you look at that, and how do you get across how important it is to understand that? Because 2.5% a month, which is many of the cards here in the UAE, if you look at that on an annualized basis, hold on a minute, that's 30% a year. If you're revolving a balance, or i.e. not paying the full balance every month, and just paying the minimum, that's a hefty interest rate.
That's the worst kind, and usually it's the Western banks that do that. Unfortunately, it's not you don't get a good deal. Maybe they're following that US model per se in some cases. So, but like I said, the local banks are much more generous and more flexible with the terms as well. That's why I've seen anecdotally, I mean it's an anecdotal thing that the mortgages are done by the Islamic banks. So perhaps they're giving a better deal. I'm not sure. I've not done a mortgage in my life, so I'm not sure. So that's related, but not completely related, because credit card debt is unsecured debt effectively. It's a tool. End of the day, the mindset piece is very important. What people end up doing is that when they're panicking, they should never do, even if it's a good debt, they should never go in that route. They should take a step back. If they're having a crisis, they should talk to someone who is not in the family, who is not involved in the crisis to understand what's going on if there's a monetary crisis. And even if they have the facility of the debt, they should think 10 times before using it, because you have to give back the money at some point, right? You cannot keep converting the installments, and your limit will run out at some point. So,
Well, borrowed money is borrowed money. I mean,
Yes.
but you're right, and that's an interesting point, I think. If you do face debt is an issue. It weighs you down. It's a hard thing to deal with. It impacts so many lives in so many different ways. But you do need to talk to somebody. And one of the things I think perhaps is worth getting across is the fact that you need to divorce the emotion from it. It's important to talk to somebody. And if you do need to restructure, go and see your bank. Talk to them. That's a really key thing to do. Take it outside of the family, as you said.
usually when people are going through a hard time, usually there is no one around them to help them, to be honest. Like financially speaking, as a qualified person, there will be people who will be giving advice and whatnot. The easiest thing they can do is that they can just go on and, I mean, I'm not sure. Now you have so many AI tools which are so helpful, by the way. You can plug in the numbers, okay, this is how much cash I have left. And if I take a loan, if I use a credit card, at this, it'll literally break down everything. You don't have to do the math yourself. It's so easy now. It's so much easier before. But people forget that you don't have to ask a friend. The AI tool could be Grok, could be Perplexity, could be 360, Copilot. I know all the good ones are there. Manus is all of, there's a list of them. They'll give you pretty good answers. And if you plug in the right numbers, okay, I've got these many months left. I've got school fees to do. If I start converting my monthly statement balance, what is the impact? How long before I hit the wall, like basically? So when you see the numbers, the clarity comes with the numbers immediately.
Well, it does, but I think still for a lot of people, talking to AI is one way of doing it. But I still think there's the human element where it's that feeling of getting it off your chest. Do you know what I mean? How important is that?
So it's a two-part question, basically. One is the emotional element, that if there is someone who is empathetic enough to understand what's going on. But what you need usually at that time is someone who is qualified enough to help you in a more skillful, practical way.
Sure.
That's your immediate requirement. I'm assuming that you have somehow managed to compose yourself in that situation, and now, of course, mental health is the top priority. You compose yourself, you get out of it, you do exercise, you do take a shower, whatever, you just get out of it. Because as Jocko Williams says, like, okay, in the Marines, you get a few minutes to get angry, get upset, then move on, basically. Otherwise, it'll never solve itself. So we do that bit, and then we find someone, which is very hard, by the way, in this country. How do you find someone who's not a salesperson, selling you something, trying to, you need someone who is independent as advisor, who is used to dealing with you.
And that's an interesting point, because there are lots of banks that for many years had relationship advisors, and you would be able to go and talk to. I mean, back in the day, I guess you'd go and talk to the bank manager and actually have a conversation. Less and less we're doing that now because we've moved so much online. So you do need to find that person, and I guess that's a good place to start.
There are even fewer branches, by the way.
This is true.
Banks have reduced your footprint. They don't want to deal with you. Some of the banks have gone high net worth. They have these very nice, fancy-looking wealth centers for people who are. So it is the way of the world that if you have money, money makes money kind of thing, and if you are drowning, or rather about to hit a wall or something is happening, there are few resources available. Which is a huge market opportunity, by the way. There are many websites that can come up, can help you in that. They can even be hotlines in some ways.
Sure. So, all right. So you get into an issue with debt. You need to talk to people. You can maybe restructure debt. One thing I wanted to ask you was, and this is kind of going back to credit history, but we're still with credit cards. How does your card allowance, the credit limit, affect your credit history?
So the limit is assigned based on the income. The recognized income is an important word. Recognized means the salary is only in the banks here, even in the West, in Europe. Through the traditional method of sending the wire, the exchanges, or rather, will assign a code to it, the banking code, which is called like a salary code. That is recognized as salary. You could be getting in millions of dollars, but they would say that's not salary. That's irregular income. But they want to see that number, which says salary. And that is the only number the bank and the automated tools see as an income. And based on that, you will get your credit limit. That's how the first thing that happens. These are the small, finer details people don't understand. Like, hey, man, look, I have all this money. Yes, you can, but you can get a secured card. That's different. But if you want to get an unsecured card with, like, based on your income, which is what most people get here, that's the number that start from. That could be whatever your salary is. And then that limit is signed based on that.
Right.
Then it will be also based on your debt burden ratio, DBR. If it's more than 50%, good luck getting any other cards if you're exceeding the payment for that. This is a new safety measure that's been introduced by the UAE Central Bank a couple of years ago, which is stopped all of that, the frivolous, expense people were basically taking on, too much debt and basically leaving the country as well, So that was also happening at some point.
That was an issue at one point, yeah. Okay, so that's a little bit about credit history, credit cards. What do you look for? How do you select a card? What should you be looking for? What should you be avoiding as well?
It's the good thing is that there are, I believe, 20 different cards here, and the products on each of them. Now, I'm going to just give you analysis. The analysis here is that the products are designed based on mostly what the Visa, MasterCard offer you and a combination of the banks, basically. Mm-hmm. So you might notice that, hey, man, like these two cards look exactly the same, but they're offered by different banks, but it is probably Visa or MasterCard doing the product segment. So, for example, if you're getting 4% cash back on groceries, on telecom, on school fees, and the other one is doing the same, but they're offering a lower yearly fee, of course, go with that card. This makes more sense. So all of these products are designed on the back end, because the automation comes from the payment processors. And then the money part, the layers, the settlement part, the loan part comes from the banks. The payment processors are the product part. So there's a combination hand-in-hand thing going there. How do you select them? So look at your expense. If you're a person who is spending most on travel, look for the travel card, which gives you discounts on tickets and maybe free tickets or hotels and whatnot. Just do the final number. I mean, it's not, again, it's much easier now when you can even plug in the names of the cards, and then AI will help you shortlist the cards for you. That's even easier. Before, we had to do manual research and dig through the PDFs and all of that. No need. They'll search for all the PDFs and find the numbers. And the number I've seen from a percentage point of view is 5%. 5% is the card I've seen, which is like those numbers don't move much. 2, 3, 4, 5. So, for example, 5% a bank is giving it, and again, Islamic Bank, it's not in Dubai, but you get 5% on online, on supermarkets, those are most family-oriented cards are like that. But
so this is real cash back?
Immediately, yeah. Usually immediately. Some of them do automatic cashback. Some of them have a minimum spend criteria, which is a new thing again. Which what they did is this happened this couple of months ago. Many cards said, "Hey, we need a minimum spend," because earlier you could just do 500 and you can get the whatever percent. But now they're saying, "No, we want monthly 1K, 2K, 3K, 4K," and you would realize, "Hey, I'm not spending 4K. I'm kind of there. Why would I be spending more? Because at the end of the day, spending more is basically earning less and investing less in the end." So this is what's going on. And
okay. I mean, this is the key to all of this, isn't it? Is understanding your finances and understanding what works for you and making it work for you. That's at the heart of all of this. To decide which card you need to have, how you need to use the card, what you need to spend in a month on the card. Should you have more than one credit card?
Yes, you need at least 2, I would say 2.5 sometimes, meaning that there will be the primary card.
Who does a half credit card?
As in the benefits, yeah, exactly, the benefits. So, and people say, "Hey, I'm going to close the card." I don't have exact details, but sometimes they say that closing a card damages your credit history sometimes. That happens in the US. I'm not sure if it's happening here.
Okay.
So leave the card alone. If it's not, there's no cost to it. Leave it alone. And disable it if you want peace of mind or something, like disable it from online transaction or something. But you never know, because sometimes it might come up with this fantastic offer. Because what they do is, if you have a dormant card lying around, once a year they'll give you like super offers on it. And you could end up saving like even 200 dirhams on maybe the phone you were about to buy. And what's wrong with that, right? You were about to buy the phone anyway, or whatever item. So
well, let me just share my experience with you, because I've had a credit card for same bank for about 20 odd years, and it's a card that you build up points with. And I'd never really thought about it before. I use the card, I bought flights with the card, sometimes I buy groceries, but I use it for I don't know, online purchases. I hadn't looked at the points, and I was at a retailer one day, and somebody said to me, "Do you want to pay with the card, or do you want to pay with the points?" And I said, I guess, well, how many points have I got? Because I had absolutely no idea. So they checked on the terminal. It was something like 9,225 points, whatever it was. So I said, well, how much is that worth? And it was 9,225 dirhams that I'd built over many, many years, had absolutely no idea it was there. So that day I spent a little bit more than I was actually intending to. But these are the things that if you use them properly, rather than ignore them like I did, or you just walk around in a haze, which is what I seem to do, it's really useful to know you can make these things work for you.
Absolutely. The key word is attentiveness. I mean, this is the mantra of my life with my family. I say the word that if I have to say one word, if you want to fix your life about anything, health, wealth, doing your job, just attentiveness. Improving your attentiveness in day-to-day, less distraction, more attention, just fixes so many things, like preemptively.
You just made a really philosophical point, Muzammil, that I'd never really thought about, but it's just when you need to be aware, be attentive. Chill, do whatever you want in your life, but if you look after the little things, and that's really what you're saying, isn't it?
Just being in the moment. I mean, what's happened is that we are becoming the dopamine addicts, right? This ping comes, this there, and then this kind of focus work, which we used to do with less distraction, has our mind is pulled in different directions, which then you lose focus energy to doing whatever. Even if you're having fun, by the way, so people are distracted even while they're having fun. So that tells you, right? Basically, you're not there even in the moment while you're supposed to be having like enjoyment, right? Pure enjoyment has its deep health benefits, and people are just completely distracted. So you're in the middle of something and thinking about the next thing, but why were you thinking about the next thing? But you were supposed to be in the first thing.
And that's another good point, actually. If you can make this, this kind of credit history stuff, credit cards, money, having to look after finances, quite stressful very often. It's something that weighs us down. If you can enjoy that, then your life's going to be better. I like that. We're talking about credit history, credit cards on Mira Business FM this morning. Just a couple of more questions for you. Credit cards versus debit cards. Everywhere we go now, it's the tap or it's the phone being used. Very few people are using cash these days. And it's a shame in some ways, because if you're at the shop and guy comes up and says car wash, very often now it's tapping the card. But I never seem to have any cash if I want to offer a tip to somebody or pay for something quickly. Credit versus debit.
Credit versus debit. Debit cards have no insurance on them, no protection on them, basically.
Right.
It's money to money, right? Basically, direct money is taken from your bank account immediately. This is why the credit cards are acting like somewhat of a shield when you're using them, that if something happens, there are insurance and reinsurance systems around in the infrastructure of the bank to get your money back. But if a debit card transaction is gone wrong, either through your fault or through fraud or whatever, you're kind of like stuck in a very bad place at that moment. So that's the primary reason, the structural reason, regardless of the points, regardless of the credit, regardless of anything. That is the first line of defense you can exercise. Lately, I believe there's the only one bank which is doing a good job is VO Bank, which is that they have a card which has no number on it. And it's a virtual card, and you can turn it, make it a debit card, or you can make it a virtual card, and you can even throw away the number immediately. So this is how they've basically solved the problem. I believe it's a MasterCard product at the back end.
What do you mean when you say throw the number away? How does
the number is like expired. You just disable the number, and it gives you a different number, and it just activates the number on the fly, unlimited. So this is the next level of fraud protection, which is absolutely amazing, because that's what you want. And even if let's say I want to pay for something which is outside of my credit limit, like it's a big number, I'm buying a car or some real estate transaction,
right?
And I can only do with a debit, but I don't want to give my debit card number. I switch the card to debit card mode in that moment, pay off that large amount because the credit limit is obviously not that large, and then disable the card, or rather just switch to a different card number. That's it. The debit card number changes, it cycles out.
And you just do that within the banking app
Within
or
the app.
whatever. That's very clever. I like that. Assuming you've got that much money in the bank, of course. That's the key with the debit card.
Yes, because it'll obviously and the good thing is that some of the products are now blending. The new banks are doing this where you are getting points even on the debit card. But again, it's not advisable for the legacy banks to use a debit card. And if you're tapping somewhere, especially not online, never online, because your number is so, unless you're using something like maybe Google Pay, where the number is obscured and becomes a token through the wallets, that's a different story. So that's the first thing with the debit cards. And I believe that legacy banks have a lot of catch up to do with the new banks, and the new banks coming up, they have a lot of catch up to do.
Okay. So when you're choosing a card, final question. My experience with points was a pretty good experience. I've used most of the points now, just in case you're wondering, over the since then.
They do expire, by the way. That's important to remember.
Yeah, that's a good point to make, actually. Yeah, I'm just trying to build my points up again. Points or cashback? When you're looking at a card, obviously it's very much a personal thing, but what would you advise?
I have seen they play around more with the point system because they move the lever up and down sometimes.
Right.
But the cashback is more transparent. It's more there. So if it drops from 3 to 2, you see it dropping. But in the points, it's pretty obscure. Oh, you do this, you jump through these hoops, you get that on the weekend, you get more points. This is why I don't like points cards.
Okay.
This is this is the lesson I've seen there. But like when they work, they really work well. But you have to really understand. You have to be, if you're a numbers guy, if you like numbers, that's one more important thing I want to talk about is the understanding the conversions which happen through the e-commerce platforms, because I know a colleague faced a lot of issues when he bought something through an e-commerce platform and the platform converted it, but it didn't really convert on the card, and he ended up paying extra finance charges on it. Okay. So just be very careful, even if the app is showing you an installment, but if the banking app is showing you the full number, is it really happening? Because I just found out that some banking apps will show you the installment number at the time of statement date, not at the time of. So all of these small nuances become very big if it's a big transaction, or maybe your funds are stuck for whatever reason and you cannot pay that. You'll end up paying so call the bank, be careful, understand the flow. A lot of the times what's happening, it's the banking API talking to the e-commerce platform, and there's sometimes some misalignment happening there. Who will pay? Of course, the customer ends up paying. In the intermediate, you will be suffering. So these small nuances are becoming big, and it could become big, especially if you bought something and you're on the edge of it, right, and you got to pay it.
Yeah, so don't be afraid to ask questions, read the fine print, make sure you're aware of...
Best thing, call them, and then be sure that, okay, I did this transaction, did it go through as expected? Because usually it will not, whatever the text says, the call center people are pretty well informed. In most of the banking cases I've seen, they're very well informed, and that's become the first line of contact where they do have more power and authority than the branch people, by the way. I've seen that also happen, so.
Do you know what? It's a good point to make, because I've had a few run-ins with call center staff, and in most cases, I'm usually the one in the wrong because I haven't understood something. They talk me down, sort it out, and if it is a bank issue for whatever reason, they are able to resolve it. It is worth calling and making your point, but not too forcefully.
Yeah, and what they're doing is some banks, the newer banks rather, have like no AI layer, right? So you press two buttons and you're talking to the agent, but the other ones are putting you round and round through some AI.
There's a whole interview, there's a whole half an hour on banking systems, banking call centers as well, I'm sure. It's interesting, on Morning Drive, talking to Muzamil Sheikh. Muzamil's part of the team here at Mira Business FM, talking credit history, credit cards, some of the pitfalls, some of the things to look for, some of the things to look out for. It's Muzamil's thing, currencies, money, crypto, you name it. He's the man we ask. It's been good to talk to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Tim.
Much appreciated. This is Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM. Mira Business FM.
It's The Morning Drive. My name's Tim Elliott. This is the show for professionals and the business-minded, and we're going to be talking about real estate in a couple of moments. I'm going to introduce you to a man who knows a lot more than I do. I'll tell you that. Find us on the website. You can listen live there, mirabusiness.fm. Everything we do is there. You can watch, you can listen on YouTube. And or Twitch. X is where you'll get the news. Instagram is the shorts, and LinkedIn to know more about our guests. Mario Volpi is Senior Vice President of Investment Advisory at Allegiance Real Estate. He's worked in the property sector for a number of years in London and Dubai. See what I did there, Mario? Nice to see you.
Hello, Tim. Lovely to be here.
It's good to have you here. I know that it's around about 40 years in the industry. Is that right?
Well, I'm 2 days away from my 41st anniversary.
Are you really?
1st of October 1984 I started.
Wow. Well, congratulations. And congratulations as well, by the way. I hear there's just been a little promotion at work. Is that right?
Well, I've changed jobs, and it's a very, very fancy title, I have to say. The work still remains the same. It's a tough old gig, and now everybody's going to say, get your violins out, Mary. The estate agent is talking. But, off air we were talking about, being nice and understanding the other person. And, I think real estate gets a bit of a rough end of the stick sometimes. Certain people treat agents really as if they're two a penny, and just unfortunately because there are so many and the competition is so high, I guess they feel they have that right to do. But I would always say, be nice to everybody, and I'm talking about agents to clients, obviously, and clients to agents, because you don't know exactly what's going on in people's lives. And everybody's trying to do their best. We're all here for one reason and one reason alone, and that's to provide for our families. If not here, then back in our home countries.
It's a good thing to remember, actually. That's a relatively recent kind of concept, that, isn't it? Think about how somebody else is feeling or what they're going through on a particular day before you shout at them. It's easy, isn't it, to look at real estate agents and put you all in that box. Not perhaps the most popular people sometimes, or at least that's what the surveys tell us. But I do think, let me put this to you, when you find a good real estate agent and it's something that you're interested in, you buy a house and you maybe think about buying another house, if you've got a good one, stay with them.
100%, but also it's not just a good one in terms of what that person can offer you. It is also about longevity, because you can find a good estate agent, a good real estate broker, and you do the transaction well, and you're happy, and everything works out. Now, of course, people buy real estate a lot less than they would buy, perhaps food or some other luxuries, and therefore to come back and want to do business with that individual, you might find that he or she has moved on. It's quite an intransient business, and therefore longevity is very important. So not only to find a good agent, but a good agent that's still doing it and still here, because you've got to remember Dubai's gone through good times, bad times, good times again, and those ups and downs do sort the wheat from the chaff. It's a place that can be quite expensive, obviously, to keep going, especially if as an agent, and you're on commission only, you only do a deal now and then. So it's tricky. So longevity is very, very important. I've now been here for 17 years, and honestly, I thought this gig was going to be 3 years max. 17 years later, I'm still here, still plying the trade. And the funny thing is, I do a couple of one-liners, especially when I'm interviewing people. Invariably, they are a lot younger than I am, clearly. But I always start with, I've been in real estate longer than you've been alive, which is a good one.
And also the truth.
Yes.
But you've been here 17 years. You've been writing a column in The National. Your real estate column in The National has been, 13 years, 14 years?
Yeah, about 13, 14 years. Again, even that I thought was something that was going to last only 3 or 4 months. I still remember the sort of meeting with The National, and I was with a company called Clutton's at the time. Clutton's then closed, and I now think it's been taken up by Savills, so it's part of the Savills Group. British run, obviously very traditional. They had chartered surveyors, they had commercial agents, they had residential agents, and they wanted to do this column for basically to cover all aspects. But there was a marketing guy, me, and the lady from the National, and it was super embarrassing because I was there, but they were talking as if I wasn't there. The National would say, well, we would like Mario to write this. And then the marketing guy would say, yeah, that's fine, but what about if it's a commercial question? We would want our commercial expert to write about it. Yeah, that's fine, but we want Mario to write it. You know, and they kept going on the same thing. And I go, guys, I am actually here. I can speak for myself. But at the time, Clutton's didn't take it because they couldn't get their head around the fact that they didn't think I had the scope of all the other asset classes, perhaps, which is fair enough, I guess. But that's what research is about as well. You know, it's not a live interview. You do have time to look it up as well.
But that's also being on the ground, isn't it? Being part of the, I was going to say furniture. That's not quite what I mean to say. But you know, you are working in a market. You have connections. You have people you can talk to.
Yeah, and actually this weekend something very strange happened. I got an email this weekend from one of the partners of Hadif and Partners, which is a local firm of lawyers here, very a professional law firm here. And he wrote to me just saying that he was super impressed with my response to a previous article or letter that I'd written for the National, and he'd like to meet me. I don't know what intentions he has, but I hope it's not a legal thing.
I'm sure they're honourable.
Well, the fact he said he was impressed must mean good rather than, you know.
Well, you would think so, wouldn't you? But I mean, this, as much as anything, I guess the National column has offered you a profile over the last few years. But I also think if you're going to write in a newspaper, a national newspaper for 13 or 14 years, there must be something to what you say.
Yeah, and I've often said that as well, because the questions that I get do tend to repeat themselves a little bit or somewhat. And I used to think, you know, are people not listening to my answers? They're not reading them. But then I realized that there are new people coming all the time. And obviously people don't necessarily, you know, do that research. They're very much what's happening today. So, which is good because the answer is already stuck in my mind. It's already there. And when I look back, I've done over 700 articles for the National, and myself, along with another lady who does financial or money, Karen. She's I think started at a similar time. We're one of the two that's still going, and the National did have some restructuring some years back, and a few people were asked not to bother, or perhaps they weren't popular. But you know, real estate is always popular.
Sure.
I think in the UK they have something called property porn, if you're allowed to say that. Where people, you know, look up property online just for the sake of it, you know. So it's very close to our hearts.
Yep.
It's our nest, it's our home, and of course it's our investment. So it's always going to be a very popular subject. And of course, when you then add problems with that subject, i.e., you know, my landlord's kicking me out, what should I do, what are my rights? But I also get letters from landlords as well, by the way. It's not just, you know, rogue landlords. I have letters, I'm showing my age, sort of emails, saying, you know, my tenant's an absolute nightmare. What can I do? You know, so where possible, I advise from a legal standpoint of view. And my caveat is I'm not a lawyer. I'm a real estate guy. But I know the law, at least I know the law, unless they make some changes. And being up to date is very, very important. And I think that's what I always say to my agents, to keep themselves updated, because people expect you to know. And we don't know everything, of course.
Absolutely, and that goes back to the argument for, you know, once you have a great real estate broker, stick with that real estate broker. The thing I have is, you're talking about being up to date there. How on earth do you keep up to date with the property market here in the UAE? Because let's put it this way, dynamic isn't really even close, is it? It moves at a pace that's very, very hard to get up with. There are launches all the time, where new developments are being discussed at work or over dinner. Do you sometimes catch yourself thinking, now, which one is that again? What are you talking about there?
Yeah, it's true. Look, as a broker, we either are invited to property launches. Sometimes they're very, very fancy gala dinners, celebrities, that kind of thing. Others, you just go to the sales office and you see the model and you see the salesperson talk it through. And other times they actually come to you. And yes, you can get into that burnout, to be fair, because there's so much information and you use up so much time trying to learn and understand it, when literally they sell out so quickly anyway, number one. And number two, the product knowledge is one thing. You don't really have much time to actually go out there and sell it because you're forever learning about other developers. So my advice to everybody, especially other agents, is not necessarily to dance with every single developer from small to large. It doesn't mean to say you shouldn't have small developers as well. Now, obviously with escrow involved, it doesn't matter. The escrow account is there. Everybody's money is protected. So whether they have a history or not, the risk factor, certainly in getting your money back should things go wrong, is much, much better than it used to be, especially in 2008 when I first started. But yeah, there's so much. I tend to read a lot online, purely and simply also due to the podcast that I do. I do that twice a week. I mean, that's like a job in itself. And you have to remain up to date. You have to remain relevant, I think is the right word, because otherwise people just switch off. It would be really super boring. And I always look for what's different about this particular project. What are they offering? Some people are going down the wellness route, making sure that people are looked after. So it's not just living there, but wellness is high up. Others are on a similar vein, but open spaces, verdant spaces, greenery, which when you think about the UAE, you don't normally have green in your mind. You have, sand color in your mind and hard landscaping rather than soft. So developers are trying to reinvent themselves to be better than the next person. And then you have, and I'm going to segue nicely into here, a developer like Damak, who actually has recently, over the last few months, launched the Chelsea residences, where they are bringing in, there's the first football-themed development, which sold out very well.
How did I know you'd mention Chelsea Football Club within the first 15 minutes of talking to you?
Well, I need the listeners to know that I am the Assistant Secretary to the official Chelsea Supporters Club here in the UAE, which is a very important job because the Secretary is in London. So I am the big cheese here. And we do get together at the Belgian Beer Cafe in Barsha Heights, the Grand Millennium Hotel, to watch Chelsea, which we have not been doing very well recently. As I'm sure you're going to allude to. But going back to real estate, the fact that they have chosen Chelsea, the world champions, to develop what can only look like a sort of son of Royal Atlantis design, that sort of Jenga design, looks amazing. And pretty much the whole development sold out. So that's probably because it's Chelsea, isn't it?
I guess it would have to be, wouldn't it? It wouldn't work with my team, West Ham United, I don't think, but that's a different story. But it is a really interesting thing, the collaboration aspect of some of the things that particular real estate agent does. But it points to the fact that you have to set your stall out slightly differently now because the competition in Dubai is such that if you don't, you're not going to do very well. The competition is huge.
Yeah, I mean, if we go back to that particular development, that's what we call branded residences.
Yeah.
And branded residences, whether it's a football team, haute couture, jewelry, watchmakers, cars even, has definitely taken off here in the UAE, specifically in Dubai and Abu Dhabi. And of course, to a degree, now Ras Al Khaimah as well is jumping on that bandwagon. So they've got the largest pipeline in the world of branded residences. And so I think that's one of the ways that some of these developers have tried to set themselves apart by aligning themselves with these world-renowned names. Actually, I'm really surprised that we haven't had a Louis Vuitton branded one or a Prada or Gucci, which I'm sure could be coming. I've said it before, but it's like anything, you just have to get the right partnerships going. And there is one developer who, in the past, I mean, it's the truth, so I'm not casting aspersions on this particular developer, but I'm not going to mention names, was perhaps more regarded as lower end of the market or more entry level, if I can put it that way. But then they aligned themselves with larger brands like Bugatti and Mercedes and and Jacob and Co. and places like that, and brands like that. And now all of a sudden, they are known as the luxury end. So that's a success story in itself, that they have reimagined themselves, they've pivoted, and now are no longer entry level, and are more upmarket level.
It's an interesting discussion, because it always seems to me that real estate and luxury kind of work hand in hand here in Dubai in lots of ways. If you look at the trajectory that either has taken over the years, it's been a pretty good few years for real estate, hasn't it? The last 5 or so.
Yeah, I mean, you can say that. Well, I actually started to see improvements in 2020, literally every month, I would say, from around May 2020 onwards. Now, when you consider we were in lockdown in March,
yep.
So in April we were released, for want of a better word. You didn't have to have a permit to get your groceries, which incidentally agents were using to actually do viewings. Little story, little secret there for you. But anyway,
I can imagine.
So I can tell you that May was better than April, June was better than May, July was better than June, and so on all the way up. But if we look at the real turning point, I think November 2020 was the real start of this bull run. Then came 2021, and literally every month has been a record. More transactions, more numbers, more sales values. Everything has just been going up and up. And of course, now and then you hear these stories of corrections, stabilization. I never like to use the word correction because it always shows that there's a problem. You correct something, it's because there's an issue. I think stabilization is a better word, and clearly what goes up has to come down. You cannot have a marketplace that continually just goes up and up and up and up and up, and because in the end, it'll just be unsustainable, and certainly people wouldn't be able to live here. So some cooling off helps. Moody's and Fitch have said that, in the next couple of years, perhaps that's going to happen here. Personally, I think the fundamentals are too strong at the moment. We've just crossed the 4 million mark. Abu Dhabi actually overtook us. Abu Dhabi overtook Dubai in terms of population. I think they were over 4 million about a month or so beforehand, which actually surprised me, to be honest, when I first heard it. But the fact is, it's growing, and we're not necessarily just talking about millionaires, because that's fueling the luxury market. We're talking about ordinary men and women with families who want to perhaps start up businesses, which is super easy to do here. And the quality of life is amazing. And honestly, it just makes me laugh sometimes when I see online some of these people still bashing Dubai. And there was an article recently where some Emirati actually replied with an open letter. Yeah. And often these people have only been here like for 2 or 3 days, and they don't even know what they're talking about. But the fact is that I do think this bull run is probably going to continue for a little bit longer. Beyond 28, who knows? I mean, there will be some of these completions projects handing over that will be delayed. But that's natural. Some are even handing over early. This is another trend that some developers are doing, trying to hand over early, which actually it's good to be on time. Being early isn't actually that great, because often the investor has budgeted for having to pay a certain amount at a certain time, and if all of a sudden he's got to pay like 40% on handover, which is 3 or 4 or even 6 months early,
that messes up your cash flow.
He's got a problem, isn't he? Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, for sure.
So being on time and perhaps a little bit late is okay. Well, being on time obviously is perfect. Being early could potentially be a problem, but some developers sing about it as if it's a really good thing, and I personally don't think it is.
It's an unusual thing. You don't hear it very often, do you? I was going to ask you how you felt about recent reports that it's going to cool down, it's not going to cool down. I never know quite who to believe. There's a report out this morning that the bull run's going to continue. There was a newspaper article last week quoting a report that things will definitely cool down. Who do you believe in these situations?
I guess it also depends on the journey that you're on, whether you're an investor, whether you're an end user, and whether you're an institutional investor as well, if you're making a one-off purchase. Because I always say timing in business is everything. But in answer to your question, I mean, in business, you should trust nobody, really, to be fair. Do your due diligence. It depends also the type of product that you're buying, the asset class. You know, if I tell you that apartments, I'm going to say it, pretty much saturated. Lots and lots and lots of apartments coming on stream.
Yeah.
Whereas if you look at villas and townhouses, not so much. So actually, if you're an investor and you have the money to buy a townhouse, I would buy a townhouse over an apartment, purely and simply because it's more scarce, and therefore there's being less of them. If somebody wants to rent one, you can command a better rent, and therefore your ROI is better. So it depends on many factors, Tim, as to who's not so much telling the truth, but who's more likely to deliver the truth. I mean, I fall into that category as well. I mean, I'm saying that this bull run should run further, but I'm basing it on the fundamentals of what we're being told. So if that information is wrong, then the whole thing just collapses. But I can see from the ground that the appetite is still there and continues to be still there, from not just obviously people who have dipped their toe in, they like it and they're going to come in for another nibble, but obviously new people. New people tend to rent to start off with, to try it, especially if they're coming here with work, etc. But of course, the people that have been renting before, who are seeing these stories of prices going up, and that FOMO kicks in, and therefore they are the next buyers. So a lot of existing or long-term tenants, are becoming buyers, and sometimes they're staying in rented accommodation but buying an investment. So they're not necessarily buying to live in it; they're buying as an investment. So they've got something, but they continue living in perhaps a smaller unit, which keeps their rent down. So the scope is there, and I think. Who really knows is the answer. Wait and see. What goes up has to come down. I'll repeat that. The cooling off or the stabilization is a good thing. We're probably starting to see a little bit of that in apartments and therefore obviously in renting for apartments as well as for sales. But if you're in a villa, then that's a ball that's definitely running.
Well, I mean, Dubai and the UAE, increasingly Abu Dhabi and obviously Ras Al Khaimah, is an increasingly attractive proposition to people. There is a great deal of confidence, isn't there, in the country, and it has been made. It's far easier than it ever was to set up a business. There's the potential of the golden visa, which allows you to obviously make a few more plans, to base yourself for a little bit longer, to think sort of long-term in family terms and business terms. And that's not likely to change anytime soon.
No, and I think the golden visa actually has been the catalyst to keep this good feeling going, because we all know Dubai is the UAE is an amazing place to live. It's always 1 and 2 with Abu Dhabi in terms of safety, technology, infrastructure. You name it, it's there. We all know Dubai doesn't have, or certainly the GDP for Dubai in oil is very small. I think it's 1 or 2%. Don't quote me. That's just off the top of my head. So it's trade, tourism, and hospitality. These are the 3 pillars now. And they're doing that very, very well. And even now, you can see in the height of the summer how many tourists were actually still here in July and August, when normally, the sane people tend to go to either Europe or cooler climes. So yes, families do leaving perhaps the husbands behind or the other way around to work, and then they go and join them later on for 1 or 2 weeks. But they're doing an amazing job. It's a fantastic place to live. It's innovative, and like we said perhaps at the beginning, it's run like a business, and in doing so, the benefit of the residents, the locals, etc., is at the heart. This golden visa has allowed people to live and to plan living. Putting those roots down for at least 10 years and not having to worry about it. And you can sponsor your family. And I don't know whether you know, but you can even sponsor your parents, but only one set. You can't have both sets. So the wife and the husband would have to decide who they like most.
It's the old joke, isn't it? Very much depends on the mother-in-law, I
Correct.
guess. Yeah, that's the truth. But that's kind of the secret sauce, isn't it? Really. Can we talk a little bit about, we've got 5 minutes or so, what's interesting for the second half of the year? I don't know, and I don't mean to put you on the spot, I don't want figures, just your kind of overview of investor hotspots perhaps for the second half of this year, or by the end of this year, because we're nearly into Q4.
Yeah, absolutely.
Amazingly.
Look, this year has flown by, and in a blink of an eye, we're going to have National Day, and then it's Christmas, and then we'll be celebrating the new year. In terms of hotspots, I think you've just got to look at infrastructure. You've got to look at where the developers are investing. And I said it at this morning's team meeting. Look at what developers are doing, because they have their finger on the pulse. They are the ones that will give you the litmus paper test as to what the market is doing. And if they start slowing down, then that's when things are going to slow down. But in terms of areas, I think you've got to look at, from an off-plan point of view, you've got to look at Dubai Islands, Maritime City. The airport will be closing in early 2030. I say closing, obviously they'll be shifting to Al Maktoum. And that's another area, Dubai South, Emaar South, Expo City, the proximity to Abu Dhabi and the metro lines and the existing metro lines and the new metro lines, all this infrastructure follow the transport. You've got Etihad Rail now. You've got vertiports that were talked about. You're talking about infrastructure. Just this morning, the road, the old Emirates Road or whatever that is now going to have more lanes, which means the journey time to and from Ras Al Khaimah is going to be halved. I mean, that means that people can work in Dubai and live in Ras Al Khaimah, whereas before it was a bit of a journey. What was it? An hour and 15 minutes. It's still not too bad when you consider what the Brits have to get through when it comes to commuting. So the roads here are amazing. They're wide, and yes, we moan about traffic clearly from the Sharjah rush into Dubai and vice versa. But with Etihad Rail coming as well, which is going to link Saudi Arabia all the way up to Oman, I mean that's going to be a game changer in itself as well. You can now work on the train without having to worry about somebody coming up behind you at 100 miles an hour or whatever it is, and you can just relax, work, sleep. And still be there, in a relatively short space of time, if you don't want to go by flying taxi, of course.
Well, that's another thing. We'll park that one for just a second. Do you park a flying taxi? What do you do? Do you hover it? I'm not sure.
I think you do park it on the ground.
You probably do, yeah. I just all these things that are happening. Two things about traffic I always think are really important to remember. People say, I'm stuck in traffic. I always think, no, you're not. You are traffic. Yeah. If you're in it, you're stuck in it, you're traffic. The other thing I think, and this is I'm not sure what you're going to say to this. This is my benchmark for the progress of a city. If the traffic's bad, the city's doing well. And I think that's what we're seeing.
Absolutely. And again, if you're seeing where traditionally the roads are quieter, and obviously they are in the summer because the tourists that come, they tend not to necessarily hire a car. Some do, obviously. But the fact that there is, more traffic even in the summer months, in certain situations, will show that people are here. And if people are here, it means they're either living here or they're spending money here. And that's exactly what this administration, the UAE wants to share. We want to showcase the best of the best. I should be on the tourist board, really, shouldn't I?
You get the job. You've certainly got my vote. But it's a really good point, actually. I'm not necessarily the traffic is bad for any particular reason other than the traffic situation is being worked on. New junctions are being put in, and that adds to the problem. Do you know what? That's really all the time we've got to talk to you today. Unfortunately, Mario Volpi is Senior Vice President of Investment Advisory at Allegiance Real Estate. First time we've talked to you, Mario. Hopefully the first of many. Lovely to have you here. Thanks for coming in.
Thank you very much for inviting me, and hopefully we can talk real estate another time.
I hope we do. Mario Volpi there on The Morning Drive. This is Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM. listening to Mira Business FM.
This is the Morning Drive with me, Tim Elliott. You're maybe with us on the website, mirabusiness.fm. Could be with us on YouTube, on Twitch, on Rumble, on Dailymotion, on Instagram, on Facebook, on LinkedIn. I mean, you know, the choice is yours. X for News is where you'll find the news, and you can contact us, info@mira.fm, or by WhatsApp to contact the show directly, whatsapp.mira.fm. The number, if you like remembering numbers, 522-789-567. Subscribe, give us a like wherever you are. Let us know how you feel about Mira Business FM. Personal finance in a moment, and we're going to be, I think I kind of phrased this as the 3 Ds. Here you go, the 3 Ds of financial vocabulary. We're going to define, discuss, and demystify next at Mira Business FM.
You're listening to Mira Business FM. You're listening to Mira Business FM.
This is Mira Business FM. It's the morning drive with me, Tim Elliott. You could be with us on YouTube, on Twitch, on Rumble, on Dailymotion, on Instagram, on Facebook or LinkedIn, wherever you are with us. Maybe it's the website, mirabusiness.fm. You are welcome. Talking personal finance next at Mira Business FM. James Thomas is back. He's an independent personal financial consultant and other things as well. There are letters after his name. I'll allow him to elaborate. Nice to see you.
Yeah, likewise. Good to see you.
So you've been... I wanted to start by talking to you about your holiday, actually.
Oh,
'cause
okay.
You've been in the Maldives, haven't you? Sunning yourself in, apparently in a mankini.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, which is kind of
There's
exciting.
there's a vision that people didn't want to have on a
well,
Thursday morning.
It's forever etched in people's minds now. But you've just had, what, a week?
Yes.
Yeah, how was that? Tell me.
Lovely. I mean, just as a place to go and switch off. I mean, it's this... I describe it as this sanitized desert island. Beautiful
Really?
white sandy beaches, beautiful turquoise sea,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
with a lovely restaurant and well looked after.
All the amenities
All the
that you
amenities,
could possibly... So
precisely.
did you have one of those, I call them cabanas, they're probably not cabanas, I don't know what they're called, those seaside rooms and you can see the ocean underneath?
Exactly that.
Really? You had all
sorry,
that?
no, we were beachside, so you could look out your window, little pool, looking down, palm tree, white sandy beach. Beautiful.
Very nice. I like it. What was the highlight of your... I mean, this was Mrs. Thomas's birthday.
Yeah,
It was
big birthday.
Big birthday thing. Right, okay. We won't mention the number.
21.
Good. Her
Plus a few.
21st birthday.
Plus 29.
She's going to be so at you later. But what was her kind of overall feeling? What was the highlight?
I think the highlight was doing as little as possible.
this is the
relaxing,
thing, isn't it?
switching off. She's a very busy lady. She's got a pretty high pressure job.
Yeah.
She looks after a payroll of runs into many millions of dollars, and just very infrequently does she get the chance to press the off button.
Yeah,
She didn't
okay.
open her laptop all week. So of all the other bits, that for me, watching her being able to relax and just take a
Did you see? I mean, this is the thing, and we don't talk about this stuff very much. We don't talk about this ever, to be honest with you. But your partner is obviously a very significant part of your life. Let's just park it there without being too soppy. But your partner is, and to see them, you see your partner at their very best and their very worst. So when you get to go and really let go of everything and relax, kind of a nice feeling, I think.
Yeah, very much so. It does. And it makes you realise how much pressure they're under a lot of the time. Because when you do see them switch off, not start the laptop up, not be dealing with multiple queries and audits and whatever else goes on in her world, to be able to switch off and just relax and enjoy and be present. Again, I think we were just talking, lots of people taking pictures every 5 seconds and all being so posed and set up, but actually just enjoy the moment, just enjoy where you are in each other's company. And again, that sounds very soppy, but it is. It's just to have that moment.
Well, it's kind of good. I sometimes sit with my daughter and we'll be driving in the car and we're sort of quite similar, although very different in so many ways, but there's a lot of similarities. And it's the ability, I think, when you're with somebody that you're very close to, really good friend, partner, child, whatever, to be able to sit and say nothing and for it to not be an issue. There's nothing that you need to be saying.
Absolutely.
Do you know what I
There's
mean?
both sides of that. One, actually to have that time because you're not rushing around with whatever it may be to talk to each other, but also, as you rightly say, just to sit there, read a book.
Yeah, just happy in your own skin kind of thing.
Be comfortable, be relaxed,
You do seem quite relaxed, I have to say, James, at the moment. Not that you're ever, Mr., I'm under pressure, look at the world that's on my shoulders. Today, I wanted to take a slightly different approach, because I think we've covered this very kind of regimented approach to personal finance, in that it's about, setting out your stall, your personal finance stall, if you like, and making sure that you're looking to the future, you've got this in place, you're doing this right, you're saving, you're thinking about investing, maybe you've taken the step. And yesterday, Muzammil Sheikh from our tech guy here was in. He was talking about investing, which is a thing that he does. And he was talking specifically about brokerages, things to look for. And and all of that. And it's an interesting conversation, and he's very into it in a kind of a semi-pro sort of way, I suppose. But it got me thinking about financial literacy, because he uses terms that are probably a little bit more advanced than most of us use in our sort of, financial lives. And getting your head around your financial life is difficult enough, I think. Just making the decision is hard for a lot of people. So then the phraseology is kind of the next step, the acronyms. There was one yesterday, CFDs, contracts for difference. And I thought, I sort of know what that is. Thankfully, he explained. But it's almost like, I think, at points, when you've got people together and you're talking about, I'm doing this and I'm invested in this and crypto and all, the way people talk about finance, it's almost like a club.
It can be. And indeed, it raises a very interesting point, I think, that one of the areas of the exams that we sit is talking about using clear English, simple, and that's not to be insulting using the word simple, but is to avoid that jargon. Yeah. As with many industries, there's lots of 3, 4, 5-letter acronyms and various other things you can use, and as you rightly say, you can very quickly lose someone, not because the subject matter's dull necessarily, but because you're talking in jargon that they don't understand because it's not their...
It's not their thing.
Not their thing.
Jargon's hard to relate to a lot,
It is.
I think. Yeah.
And you can very quickly lose someone because you started to use things and terms that actually, while maybe relevant to them, because they haven't completely clicked as to what you're talking about, you very easily lose them.
Yeah, well, you kind of know that. I mean, I talk to a lot of people, and I probably babble away a little bit too much. But there are times when I think, losing you here, I can see the glazing over, and I guess that's something you come up against.
Very much so, and because you're, again, hopefully it comes across. I'm very passionate about what I do. I very much like helping people, and you can get very involved in a conversation and explaining something to someone, and you think because they've asked you particular questions or whatever the subject matter is, and you start really getting into it, and you're talking about this, talking about the other, and then you realise 5 minutes has passed and that person is not paying a blind bit of notice what you're saying. You've lost the interest, or you've gone way above their level of expertise, and you then have to bring it back and start again, bring it back to first principles and explain to them what you're talking about. Because otherwise, very much one of the, again, fundamentals is that you need to make sure the person you're talking to understands what you're saying. Because if they don't understand, 99 times out of 100, they're not going to take the advice because they don't know what you're talking about.
I'm not with you. But exactly, no. And it's so important to be able to get yourself across as simply as you can.
Simply and as straightforward and as clear as possible. Because again, most of the time, or certainly not most, but most conversations will start with the two of you being strangers. That fact-find process that we've discussed previously will be the icebreaker where you start to find out about that person and their family and their situation. But you're not friends, so you unlikely that person can, sorry, I don't really understand, or if they ask it once, they're not going to ask it a second, third time. They're going to just say, yeah, and never see you again.
Yeah.
If you haven't been at the right level for them.
And it's difficult because, when you meet that person for the first time and you're ostensibly selling a service in many ways, or, hoping to sell a service, it's a forced conversation anyway. So if you can keep it simple, that's kind of the reason for talking about the terms that we're going to talk about today. Some of the more widely used financial terms from a personal finance perspective, or things that you would hear if you're having conversations with somebody like you, for example. So that's why I said the 3 Ds of financial vocabulary, to kind of demystify, discuss, and maybe define. Loads of sources for this online. I used a couple, and just for the record, financialdictionary.com and Coursera.org. So that's course with an RA.org. There are millions and millions of them. Most of them, I think, tend to be US based.
Yes, another one I like, Investopedia.
Investopedia is another popular one, yep.
Yeah, but again, US based.
Yeah, and I think we'll just run through. I've got about 30 here. But I'm wondering, first of all, let me ask you a couple of questions before we jump into some of the definitions. And this is not to put you on the spot. You're going to know most of this stuff.
I hope so.
I've got some here. It would be nice to see if you do know. But why is financial vocabulary, why does it matter at the moment? You think, in the world that we are in today, why do you think it's important for people to have at least a grasp of it?
I think like any subject matter, to understand what it is that you're talking about. Do you need to know every last detail? Of course not. And that's where dealing or working with someone like myself, I would hope, would, again, to use that, demystify
Yep.
what we're talking about. But even if you don't know, hopefully it doesn't matter. Because... And don't be, but also don't be afraid to ask if you do not understand.
But that's an important point to make.
It's all of the above, because once you've built that relationship and you're trusting of your advisor, the consultant you're working with, you should be able to be in a position, if there is something you don't understand, please ask, because it's got to be a two-way street. Because I can be merrily talking about whatever it is that you've asked me about.
You could be down the wormhole.
Down the wormhole.
Yeah.
And I'm sure with you guys here in the broadcasting world, there will be, there's lots of equipment around us. There's lots of software that you use that you guys would understand, but I am talking to a microphone.
Well,
I don't know
whether we understand it or not is disputable. We use it, or at least we pretend to use it.
Well, yeah, absolutely.
I think I just move the mouse around. People think, oh, he's looking for a question. No, I'm just moving the mouse because it makes me laugh. But no, but it's a good point. I think there's another point to this, though, isn't there? That, and I wonder if you agree with this. It's slightly off topic, but it will bring us back. Financial literacy just isn't high enough, I think. It's still not really taught in schools.
Nope.
It's not really referred to.
And even it should, in my opinion, be part of, is it maths, is it economics, both of the above, or indeed a separate subject matter.
Yeah.
Because it is so vital. I mean, I've regaled a story to a friend of mine. My dad used, when I was a very young boy, sit on his lap, and at the end of the month, old days, he had a checkbook, and he had his bank statement,
Right.
and he would cross-reference to make sure that whatever he'd written the checks for, he was a very detailed man. So this may be where my passion came from.
I'm thinking
But-
the acorn didn't fall far from the tree.
Absolutely. But so that's where my education began. It wasn't at school, it was that making sure that the numbers balanced.
But you were aware.
And you were
is the
aware.
point.
And again, I think, was he enlightened? Maybe, but money was always discussed.
Right.
Whereas a lot of people, I think it's another taboo. It's like health matters. It's like other areas that we perhaps are not as open as we could be. And then we bottle it up and we don't understand, and it becomes just an issue in our head. And I'm sure instances of people using the health idea that they don't, if they think, oh, that hurts, that I've got an issue there, should I go to the doctor? No, I don't. And
Well, my attitude towards that has changed. I think if you feel something and it's not something you
the
felt
doctor
before,
will never tell you
go
that you've wasted their time.
Yeah, absolutely.
And
right.
we are the same in any profession. We will never laugh. There's no such thing as a stupid question. If you don't understand, please ask.
Yeah.
And as you say, going back to the literacy, that's where my dad was always of the view that if we understood how, me and my brother, where money came from, it didn't just fall out of the sky, it didn't grow on a tree, you had to go out and earn it, there was a bank account, you had to pay for things, but I think a lot of people perhaps are not as understanding of that. And again, a conversation about a credit card. It's not just a magic piece of plastic that...
it is when you first get it.
Well, that's
For
how it's
many
promoted, absolutely. When you're in the student union, I can recall the banks are all lining up. They're, you want our card, you want this, you want the other. Here's the wonderful offers we'll give you. No mention of the interest rate you'd be charged as soon as you started racking up debt. Because again, there's no mention of the word debt. It's just this magical thing that you can go and, fill your boots in the student union or whatever it might be. But there's again, because it was sold rather than being advised and actually an in-depth discussion about whether you needed that product or not, because it is a financial product. And
Well,
again, so that's where the literacy comes from.
Yeah.
If you'd had, my thought was, Dad had always said, no, you don't want one of those. Or if you do, use it to your advantage to build that. Again, we discussed the credit score. Be aware that if you buy something on that card, it needs to be paid for from your bank account.
Yeah. Yeah, those are lessons that you do have to
Yes.
learn. But it all comes from literacy, and
It comes from literacy.
awareness,
Yes,
and
being
it
aware.
comes from a sense of responsibility. And where that is drilled into you, and how you learn that, or drill it into, I don't know where that comes from. I had to learn some pretty tough financial lessons before I realised I had to take control a bit more. And, that's helped a great deal. But I'm a person, I just don't like the stress of debt. I don't like the feel of it. So I try and get rid of it as quickly as possible.
And that's a great attitude to have. A lot of people are perhaps a lot more relaxed about debt.
Sure, and
they
that's fine
think
as well.
It is fine as long as it's under control.
Yeah.
But a lot of people, I think, there can be this, I'm not going to say false belief is too strong, but this
That the things will be okay.
things will be okay.
Well, hopefully they
And
will.
hopefully they will. But circumstances can change very, very quickly. And if you haven't put the right steps in place, then things can unravel incredibly quickly if there isn't the right provision in place.
Absolutely right. So, and we come kind of full circle, happily, to the point where it is about this kind of understanding
Yes.
and that sense of, I have a pretty decent knowledge base now. I've got this.
And if I
this is
haven't got
under
the right
control.
knowledge, I've got someone I can trust
Sure.
and ask. And please, as I say, that if your advisors ever laugh at you, then throw them out the building, because
Yeah, we're not advocating throwing people
not
out.
literally, but just
But I'm with you. Yeah, work with people that you can work with. Okay.
Likewise, your lawyer, your accountant, your doctor. If you went to the doctor and he or she laughed at you, you'd very quickly leave that appointment, wouldn't you? And it should be the same.
Yeah.
It should be treated. Your finances are as important as your health, so they should be treated and looked after in equal seriousness.
That's a good phrase. I like that. That will be the Instagram reel for this particular show, I think. But it's a really good point. It's very important to have it under control, to understand that. So let's look at some personal finance terms. Something that you hear a lot, and this is a very American thing, but I think it's worth describing, and defining it, just because you hear it all the time, and possibly, there may be somebody from the United States who could back us up on this, I suppose, is watching or listening at the moment. But a 401k, let's start with that. It's not a phrase I'm particularly familiar with, but I know what it means.
Yeah, and again, being completely honest, it's not a phrase that know the ins and outs of. But what is a 401k is a form of American pension.
Right. Yeah. Retirement savings,
Retirement
isn't it?
savings.
Yeah.
So in the UK, they are simply called pensions. We would have what used to be known as final salary, and then defined contribution. Again, we could get into those technical terms, but effectively a 401k, in my understanding, is a pension, a retirement plan that you can pay into from your salary, and there's tax benefits for doing so. Generally, if we even take a step back and be more generic and into what a pension is, in countries where you pay income tax, generally they are ways to encourage you to save for your future by giving you tax relief on those contributions.
There you go. It's a bit like having a little savings account for your future self,
Yes.
isn't it? And maybe, hopefully, I think in the case of the 401k, it's worth pointing out, employers often drop in a couple of coins as well.
Yes, again, much like most pensions, if you work for a company, often they will be part of your remuneration package to contribute to that pension.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't mean to put you on the spot with these definitions, but I know you're going to be able to answer most of these, but I'm just going to run through them. These are in alphabetical order, but we are at A. A-S-S-E-T, an asset. How do you define an asset?
A thing.
Okay.
I mean, that's the most basic term.
It's a
What
thing of
is an
value,
asset?
isn't
Thing
it?
of value.
Yeah.
So, I mean, from a financial point of view, we would be probably the most well used for the longest period of time would be a piece of gold.
Yep. Yeah.
bar of gold or a coin.
Yeah.
And if we go way, way back, hundreds of years, that's how the first form of, once we'd moved on from bartering with goats or sheep or grain or physical, we moved to saying, right, okay, well, I don't want to carry a sack of grain around with me. I can have a gold coin and I can purchase or use that to buy whatever and use that to trade instead. And that's how we came. So that was the first asset, I would suggest. A house can be an asset, a property, but also then on from an investment point of view, if you own a share, that's an asset. But you know, now it used to be a share certificate. You'd have a piece of paper that would say you own shares in ABC Limited, and how many of those you owned. Whereas obviously now it's all electronic, so you would simply have a record online somewhere that you own shares in that particular company. But yes, that's an asset. Anything that you can own that has potential value can be viewed as an asset.
So an asset kind of represents the economic value of a thing, doesn't it? Really, that's kind of what it is. Okay, bonds, a car,
all the things that
cars
we
are depreciating asset,
unless you buy the right car,
unless you get the right car. But that kind of
yes, but yes, it's still viewed as an asset.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay. So, and it's, I mean, assets. I suppose you use the term asset because you're recording the things of value. So
things
it's a way of you would record it as an asset, as particular.
So if you were doing your spreadsheet, your P&L, your personal profit and loss. See, there you go, P&L. What's that? You throw these terms around, but it's just a spreadsheet or a list of what you own and what they're worth.
Okay.
Now, so if you were to have the shares, you would hope if you were to do the revalue in a year's time, that value would have gone up. Whereas if you go and buy a brand new car, sadly, unless you've bought a very particular car, in a year's time, that's very much likely to be worth less.
As soon as you drive it off the forecourt, unfortunately, with cars. But, you know, cars are very useful things. That's a different thing to discuss.
But people still view them as assets rather than as a function of life to get around. Yeah.
Something that holds some kind of value.
Some kind of value.
Okay. Asset allocation. Here you go. Here's a phrase that you hear in personal finance all the time. And I always used to sit and think, you know, okay, I get this. For some reason, I don't like this phrase, and I don't know why, but it's worth drilling in to define it, I think.
Yeah, I mean, asset allocation. So what are we talking about there? I mean, again, we've discussed it in previous conversations. Yeah. When we're talking about diversification, so there's another word as well. When we're talking about spreading our risk.
D, stop jumping ahead.
Sorry, I've jumped ahead a couple of letters. But asset allocation. So it's when you're looking to invest, where to invest that money.
Okay.
So where to spread across. So if we were looking at shares, would you be just buying a portfolio of different shares? Would you be buying funds? Would you be buying property, asset allocation? So would you go and say, right, I want a property here, there, wherever it may be? So that's what we're talking about when you're building your portfolio, where to allocate those funds to.
Okay, so it's a bit like deciding on the right mix if you were making a smoothie to fit nutritional needs. It's kind of like that, isn't it?
Exactly that.
Okay. That's asset allocation. We're up to B already. I mean, who would have thought we'd have got this far so quickly? What's a bond?
What is a bond? A bond is a form of loan or debt.
Okay.
But usually issued by governments and companies.
Okay.
So, again, I think we've discussed this before, but it's simply that if we look at a government, if they need to raise money to fund a project or whatever it may be, they will go to the market and say, we will, if you lend us this money, we will pay you a yield, an interest amount in return for lending us that money.
Okay, so similar to you loan your friends some money and they give you a little bit more back.
Yeah, but just done by a much bigger institution.
Yeah, okay. I like it. I'm starting to get to grips with it. A budget.
A budget. Yeah, I mean, again, we've touched upon that again. So if you know how much you've been paid, typically that's where most people get their input, the money that comes into their account. So budgeting is where that money gets spent.
Okay.
And as we've said previously, one of the most important parts of that is to pay yourself first and get that in there. To put aside, as soon as that money comes in, put aside 10, 20% for yourself. Then put aside amount to cover your rent or mortgage and other essential bills, and then also to have some, call it fun or just money to go and enjoy, because we are here to enjoy ourselves. It shouldn't be, again, as we've discussed previously, and I hope that's coming across. Finance should be actually adding fun or relief to one's life.
It should add value, shouldn't it?
Add value.
Yeah.
And as part of that is putting some money aside. Yeah, that money, I'm going to go and have some nice meals. I'm going to go to the cinema. I'm going to go and whatever your hobby, your interests are.
Yeah.
And that's part of your budgeting.
Well, otherwise, why are you earning?
Why are you earning? Yes. But I think a lot of people, the money comes in, it then goes out in a random fashion. This bill comes in, that whatever happens, and then suddenly 3 weeks of the month have passed and it's all being spent because you haven't actually allocated it properly.
Yeah. Budgeting's a really difficult thing, I think, for a lot of people. I think there's a huge kind of swathe of people that don't really budget or haven't really thought things through. And I'm not trying to get at people that don't. It's a personal choice. But what I liked about this, sort of running through what we were going to talk about today, was Coursera.org has like a definition, and then it has a kind of a really simple explanation. Here was the budget explanation. First of all, it was a financial blueprint, which I kind of like, because it is, a blueprint, a plan, isn't it,
it's a plan.
for what you're going to do. But then it defines it this way. It's plotting out your income against your expenses to make sure you can enjoy your Netflix subscription without eating into your rent money.
Yeah, there you go. Really,
really
in a
simple
nutshell,
way of
what
putting
we've
it.
just discussed. Yeah,
Exactly right.
And just to amplify that, I mean, budgets can be from you and I doing one right the way up to countries.
Yeah.
Coming up shortly is the UK budget at the end of the month. And there's lots of talk about that. But that's, on a much bigger scale, but it's the same process ultimately as a country working out what to spend money on.
Yeah, absolutely. And what's interesting about that is the famous picture of the Chancellor on the the steps at Downing Street, and then heading off to Parliament to say, "This is what we're going to do."
Yeah.
But it's the same kind of, in a lot of ways, it's the same reaction. It's, well, you can't do that. We can do that. No, we can't afford that. It's a very similar thing, just on a much bigger scale when it's a government. But we go through the same emotions, I'm saying.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And indeed, maybe just yourself with your partner, rather than a country, but it's exactly that. It's the same, should be the same, and indeed I would argue even just as important for you to do it with your spouse or partner, because if you're not doing that, who knows, the two of you need to be in sync, and often one of the most common things people fall out about is money.
Yeah, that's certainly true. Capital. What do people mean when they use the word capital? Because that's something that's used a lot.
Capital, yes. My view is it's just money.
That's in my head. It's
a posher word or a bit more. It's what is
you hear working capital
working
a lot
capital.
as
So
a
that's
phrase.
money.
It's just the money you've got available.
Money available to go and spend.
Okay, good.
That's how I would define it.
Nice and simple.
Yep.
We've talked about this at length, but I thought it was worth bringing in again. This is kind of a whole show on its own, really, but the next C that I have is compound interest.
Compound interest, the eighth wonder of the world, as Einstein may or may not have said.
But if he didn't, he should have done.
Yes.
So how do you put compound interest into a paragraph? I mean, is that even a thing you could do?
Yeah, I think so. I just say to people, it's the money working as hard as it possibly can for you.
Okay.
And that's a very generic way, but in practical terms, if you're earning interest, it's that interest earning more interest. So the interest that you've earned in the first year then also earns interest as well. So that money that you've generated will then also generate additional money for you, which is why you see the exponential curve, because there's money. There you go. There's a posh word, but money or money or money. So what you put in your pound or dollar or dirham that you start with becomes 1.1, becomes 1.2, 1.2 becomes 1.5. You're actually earning more and more returns for no additional input from yourself.
So you're rolling a snowball down a hill, and it
There's
collects
even better.
snow.
Yes, it gets bigger and bigger and bigger, even though you've started with perhaps a pea or a tennis ball at the start, and by the end you've got a huge snowball.
We've got a whole half an hour, I think, on interest, and I think the headline, if you want to go and find this and listen or watch it, it's something like what did we call it? Trying to make interest interesting.
Make interest interesting.
Something like that. It was a tough job, but somebody had to do it, and we rose to the occasion.
We did.
Credit score, another thing that we've spent some time talking about, but I think this is worth redefining as well.
Yeah, credit score. So again, I think that was we've touched upon this on numerous conversations, but this is an attempt to assess your ability to repay debt, in essence. So if a company, a bank, a building society, a car finance, whatever it may be, wants to lend you money, a credit score is an assessment of your previous history of repaying and managing your finances to generate a number that's then viewed as your good or bad or indifferent ability to repay that debt.
A score report, but for finances.
Yes.
Okay. This is a tricky one, and well worth talking about, I think. Debt to income ratio is a phrase that you hear quite often, I think. Reasonably simple to understand, but again, it's that debt to income ratio, and it comes in conversation, you kind of miss it, and you think, I know what you mean. We need to talk about that.
Okay. I mean, it's often more used for when we're talking companies or governments, countries or government or companies as opposed to individuals. But in essence, you can still look at it yourself. It's, again, that the formula between the revenues generated, so the income, the salary, if you like. If you're talking about an individual, from a company, would be the sales of whatever widget that it produces versus the debt that it has accrued, either making or designing or selling that particular item.
Okay.
Countries often it's more because a lot of countries will have borrowed money, so there's an assessment on how much they've borrowed versus the money that they're able to generate.
It's a balancing
act.
Scale,
exactly, it's a scale.
Yeah. Okay.
And indeed, the bigger the institution, the seemingly more flexibility it has. If you and I have a debt amount that is in excess of 100% of our income, generally we're in
not a great position.
Not a great position.
Yeah. I think it's more, this is maybe a more US-centric phrase, but it's important because you do hear it in terms of when you are being assessed for a loan, for example. It's something that does come up, and I think it's important to... plus, I also like the Coursera description of this. It's akin to balancing the weight of your backpack so it doesn't tip you over. And it is very much that kind of scales balancing act that we all have to do.
And again, I should just add a further comment. Obviously, the biggest debt the most individuals will take is a mortgage. Mm-hmm. And obviously that will likely be in excess of your annual salary.
Yes.
But it's then secured against an asset, i.e. the property that you're purchasing. Mm-hmm. And then it's more of that then changes the calculation slightly to make the affordability, i.e. how much you have to pay each month to service that debt versus the debt itself.
And obviously a much longer term.
Longer term, yes.
Spread over a longer period. Here we are at D. You tried to jump to this before. We're allowing you to get to this now. But diversification, this is a really, really important thing, I think. It's one of the keys, isn't it, to make sure that it's the eggs basket.
Exactly that. Do not put all your eggs in one basket.
Yeah.
You drop that basket, you smash all your eggs. Whereas if you have your eggs in 10 baskets, you drop one, you've only lost one egg.
I like that. Okay, that's another one for the Instagram Reels.
Yeah.
My favourite of all of these things is an acronym, and this is not. It doesn't really refer to personal finance. It's much more people looking at company balance sheets, but it's worth just trying to explain it a little bit because you hear it, and people are, oh, yeah. You know, you get that kind of sage nod when people mention EBITDA.
Ooh.
I know. But it's something that comes up all the time. It stands for earnings before interest, taxes, depreciation, and amortization. It's a commonly used measure of a company's ability to generate cash flow. Yes. Really, that's what it's all about.
And again, this is the crossover between personal finance and more accountancy, or assessing the value that you could see in a company before you invest into it.
Yes.
So if you were looking at a company spreadsheet, EBITDA is an accountant's it's a well-regarded measure of how successful or profitable or worthwhile investing into that company.
Yeah, because it puts net profit, it puts interest, it puts taxes, depreciation.
So
Depreciation
because when you might see revenue, you might see profit, gross profit, net profit. There's lots of assessments and ways to make your figures look good, bad, or indifferent. But EBITDA, I think, from an accountancy point of view, is viewed as the, maybe not gold standard, but a very high standard of being able to compare companies across different markets.
Perhaps a truer picture.
And the truer picture, yes.
Yeah, that's the way of putting it. Amortization, by the way, that how would you define that? Is that kind of the stuff that you write off?
It is. So if you buying machinery, or companies will often have a lifespan of that machinery, maybe 5 years, let's say. You buy a fleet of vans, and the view is that they will last the business 5 years, and you're able to then amortize that cost over that period of time. So the view is at the end of that term, the value is zero, and you can start again.
Right, okay.
It's my understanding of how amortization works.
I keep it as simple as you can.
But I always say if you're a small business, it's very dangerous, because you need cash flow, and if you need to buy that item, you need the money today. And if you haven't got, when you're a multinational global business, it's much easier, because again, going back to your credit score, going back to the ability to borrow. So this is how all these pieces eventually fit together in the financial jigsaw. So they're not separate entities sitting out apart from each other. This is when they really come together.
I'm with you. I like that. Look, this is Mira Business FM. If you're still with us with the financial terms, well done.
Hopefully we're keeping this vaguely interesting.
But it's so important to understand these things. Let's continue a little bit. We're not going to do all of these today. I think we've been through, 10 or maybe not even that so far. Equity was the next one. Another of those phrases that you hear a great deal. And, you hear terms like, I don't know, sweat equity, or, you got a bit of equity from that, saying that. But what does equity actually mean in financial terms?
In financial terms, because if you have equity in something, it's often the profit or the...
Yeah.
So if you've bought something and it's gone up by 10%, that your equity is the 10%. Or if you're buying a property, if you've had to put 50% down and borrow 50%, your equity is the 50%.
Yes. Yeah.
Because that's what you've put into that. So it can be, or an equity is simply
a stock.
A share.
Yeah, okay.
So it's a multiple. Again, people throw this term in and expect you to understand, which is why, again, coming back to the beginning of this conversation, where please ask if someone does mention such things, and actually be aware that I would often try and avoid using such a term, because it can be used in a multiple of ways. And therefore refer to really what you're talking about. If you're equity in a property, what do you mean? They say, well, it's the amount you put in.
Exactly, yeah. Hence the term sweat equity, which is the amount of effort you've put in. There's not necessarily a sum associated with that. In some cases there may be, but it's not necessarily that. It's what you put into something.
Yes.
And it's kind of your share of it, I suppose. But
the sweat equity can often be, we set up a business and it's our time, our effort, what have we, blood, sweat and tears to get the business or the vehicle to where we want it to get.
Yeah, exactly right. It's just really important to point out that I was talking to Muzammil yesterday, and I thought, you using phrases that, need need definition
Yes.
for lots of people, not for everybody, and I get that, but for most of us, I think these kinds of phrases kind of wash over us. And how much do you really take
Like
in?
you
And
say,
really
you listen
understand?
to a business report, or you hear these phrases being bandied around, and as you rightly say, people just nod sagely and think they understand.
Yeah.
But often they don't,
Yeah,
or it's not completely clear. And
Yeah.
what I don't want people to not understand.
Well, on that note, here's the next one. Okay, how much time have we got? We've got plenty of time. We've got another 8 minutes or so. Hedge fund. Here you go. These are bandied around. The big hedge fund boys. They're the guys with the big money, and they're
Hedge
really
funds, private
important,
equity. Or, I mean, again, I'm sure they would tell me that they are separate entities, but my understanding of a hedge fund is a company that collects money from people and uses it to invest into new businesses or buy companies to make profits from them.
That's a really good way of describing it, because at the most simple point, it's an investment fund that pulls money from lots of different people, accredited investors, whoever, wherever they get the money from, and they then implement lots of different strategies, investment strategies,
You hear
to
private
generate
equity,
returns.
there's all
Yes.
sorts of. So often when I'm talking about investment, we would talk about a mutual fund or a unit trust, or they're all a vehicle to allow lots of investors to come together. But that vehicle would buy lots of shares that are quoted on a stock market.
Yes.
The FTSE in the UK, the US Dow, or the S&P 500, whatever it may be. But sitting above that is where I would suggest, on a risk and indeed potential return basis, where hedge funds, private equity, these types of investors sit. So they're typically designed for the higher net worth. By that I mean normally they would take a minimum of $100,000, probably $1 million as their minimum.
Yes.
And they would pull these again, but they would pull the investors' money together, as I say, and then would go and try and find opportunities that generate higher levels of return.
And they tend to be more aggressive.
And they are more aggressive, yes.
Kind of investment strategies, don't they? So
again, the return is potentially higher, but the risk.
But the risk is clearly higher.
So it's for people who can afford to lose that money.
Reasonably sophisticated level of
Yes.
investing, I suppose, is a reasonable way to put it. Hedge funds. All right, then, so let's go on to inflation. There you go. That's the thing that's bandied around all the time. We talk about inflation as though it's, talking about bread. But how would you define inflation?
It's the real cost of an item or something, and how it changes over the course of time.
Okay.
So using that loaf of bread, it costs a dirham today. If it costs...
Where's your bread, a dirham?
I'm using 10 dirhams. In a year's time, it's 12 dirhams.
Yes.
So therefore, inflation has been 20%. And therefore, it's cost that 20% more. So to purchase... So in the inflation, therefore, is the change in the cost of an item, typically every year, and therefore how much more that has increased over time.
And if inflation is moving at an accelerated rate, that erodes purchasing power, I guess, because it's eating away at money because you don't have more money to spend.
So this has been, it's still a big issue, that inflation has increased recently in the last, well, certainly post-COVID, so the last 5 years or so. But the wage inflation typically has not kept...
Hasn't kept up.
Hasn't increased at the same pace.
Yeah.
So therefore, as you rightly say, so if that loaf of bread has gone up by 20%, but your salary's only gone up by 10%, your purchasing power has decreased by 10%.
Okay.
And obviously, I'm using their big examples, but often it is the smaller items that have larger inflation because obviously they're lower price to start with. Perhaps a car or a TV or something, or a washing machine, a bigger item probably would not have had such great inflation because it simply can't increase at that rate make it unaffordable for so many people that they couldn't purchase that.
Okay. So
But that's what it is. It's the real value, and again, an example I often use to illustrate: if you have money in a bank account and it's not earning anything, so a current account.
Yes.
Inflation is like having a hole in the bath in the account, and the money is just slowly. So if inflation is more typically 3 to 5%, you're losing that. There's 100 there. In a year's time, it's 97 or 95, and then it's 93 or 90. The effect is that while the real balance hasn't dropped, its ability to go out and buy the same amount of stuff has dropped.
Yeah. No, that's a very good way of putting it, actually. So, having money in the bank is a great thing, a great feeling, but having too much money in the bank for too long, it's not worth the same.
And indeed, that's one of the things we haven't really touched upon, but it is a huge part of what I talk to people about. They feel safe, exactly that. Oh, I've got X in the bank. Yeah. But how long has that been in the bank? 3 years. So inflation's 3%. You've lost 9. But then if you use, this is where compounding can actually work against you, because the reality is you've missed out on the upside as well.
Absolutely right. Yeah. Okay. It's so interesting, this. We've got loads to do. We're at interest rates, so I'm going to save that for next week.
Okay.
Lucky you, James Thomas,
Lucky
let me tell you. We'll come back to this. I think it's an important thing to do. Just run through some of the more popular, more perhaps overly used in some cases financial terms that we hear. Do we really understand them? Do we really get to grips with them? We'll try and kind of demystify, discuss. What was the other D? Define. Or redefine in some cases. James Thomas is an independent financial consultant with us weekly here at Mira Business FM. And as ever, great to talk to you. Thank you.
Likewise, thank you.
Much appreciated. This is The Morning Drive. It's Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM.
YouTube, and if you're driving in the car and you want to have a bit of a listen, then you can do via wherever you get your podcasts from. Also, if you want to get in touch, then please do. info@mira.fm is the email address, and you can drop us on our WhatsApp as well, 971-522-789-567. That's 522-789-567. Or if you just go into your browser and type in whatsapp.mira.fm, it will take you straight to WhatsApp, and it means you can send us some lovely messages, and only lovely messages, please. I will not be tolerating any bad messages, especially on Wednesday. It's hump day, and that's why we have got my next guest in the studio to talk to us a bit about what is happening over the weekend, what's coming up, what's something that you can really get your teeth stuck into to enjoy a great weekend. I kind of feel, now I've been in Dubai for just shy of 2 years, but I've been coming here for a long time, and I'm always on the lookout of what to do at the weekend, because I don't just want to be cooped up in my apartment playing with my cats. You know, I want to get out there, I want to enjoy myself, and go to some of the interesting events that are taking place across our wonderful city, and of course across all the Emirates here in the UAE. So on to that, and my next guest is the founder and editor-in-chief of Private Members UAE, Aman Dami, joining us in the studio this afternoon. Aman, a pleasure to have you with us.
Thank you so much for having me.
You're
on
looking
the show today.
very well. It's great to have you.
You're looking very well too.
Thank you. Look, let's just jump straight into it, because I want to find out what's happening this weekend. Before we do, Private Members UAE, tell us a bit about what the website is, what the organisation is that you founded and are the editor-in-chief of.
Yes, so Private Members UAE is a digital news website, and it's for the culturally curious. So it's a community of people. It's very niche in what it is, and we focus on different categories such as business, innovation, culture, travel, experiences, and it's very exclusive, but it's kind of available for all.
So when it comes to, you know, kind of people accessing Private Members, how can people get there? What will they find when they go onto the Private Members UAE website?
So it's an open website. It's privatemembersuae.com. You will find exclusive news. It's very high end. It's very niche. It's very luxury. We have about dining experiences. We have travel escapes, but it's not just focused on Dubai or Abu Dhabi. It's what's happening in the UAE.
Love that, because I feel like, you know, you can go to, and without naming some names of some of the bigger networks and platforms that you'd go to find out what's happening over the weekend. I feel like it's just a bit overwhelming sometimes of like what's going on. Give us the kind of news of, you know, kind of everyday stuff. But this seems very niche when it comes to, you know, high-end luxury, which is what Dubai is all about.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't want it to be a place where it's just filled with information, where it's just articles and articles. It's very selected in what we post, and we do like the business and leadership and the innovation, because that is what the UAE is also all about. So
yeah, I like that. I feel
nice.
like you get a lot of business people who are kind of like in that ultra luxury space out here in the UAE
Exactly,
anyway,
yeah.
and really kind of fits them. So look, let's jump straight to what we want to do, and this is something we'd love to bring you in to the studio weekly, kind of a weekly segment to get a bit of an understanding of what's happening over the weekends in particular in the UAE, because as I mentioned a bit earlier, I kind of get to the weekend sometimes and I'm like, oh, like I feel like I need to be doing something, because you don't want to be cooped up in your apartment. The AC's on, you know, my cats are very annoying sometimes. And, you know, I want to get out there. And also, this is a place where you get serious FOMO, right? So tell us about what's going on and how you've kind of broken down the next 20 minutes for us.
Yeah, but don't you also feel like Q4 has been so busy?
Yeah,
We're in,
massively.
you know, October, September was super busy, October's busy, but because the weather has cooled down, there is actually more to do, and you feel like you said, the FOMO, because there is so much to do. So talking about festivals first, there is the Untold Music Festival happening in Dubai Parks and Resorts. It's happening this weekend. There's international artists that will be flying in. I think they're expected over 100 international artists.
Wow.
Yes, so we've got J Balvin, Rayma, Martin Garrix. So
Nice.
there's going to be food, there's going to be culture, there's going to be music. It's good vibes, and yeah, it's actually quite most talked about at the moment.
I think I read somewhere there's expected to be like 250,000 people attending Untold Dubai.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. They've been really pushing out their adverts and marketing. So yeah, it's a big music festival that will be happening.
Now, that's
this
going to be a
weekend.
huge moneymaker, surely, right?
For sure, for sure.
Yeah, I mean, it's over, how many days is it? Is it throughout the weekend, I think?
So it's from the 6th to the 9th.
Okay.
And yeah, so for
literally
sure we'll be
tomorrow,
making
yeah.
a lot of money. Because obviously they've got the food stalls as well, the activations, there's so much more happening around that festival than it just being about the music.
I admittedly have a pass to go.
Well, I'm your plus one. We already know this.
Didn't say I've got a plus one. So I might sneak in there. Ferragio, you would like that as well. Good music, yeah. Probably not your style of music, actually. No violins and stuff involved. But actually, there might be. So a big music festival happening. That's really exciting. And as I mentioned, about 250,000 people attending. And this is the 5th year, I think, that Untold have brought the music festival here to Dubai, which is really exciting. And
It's really exciting, but also there's not only just this music festival, there's also Butterfly Carnival, which is happening, which is an Afrobeats and a Caribbean festival. I went there last year, it was so good. They've got new artists coming this year, like Egyptian, DJ AJ, who is a London DJ. And there's going to be, again, the music, the food, and it's all outdoors as well. So it's at Dubai Media City, the amphitheatre.
this is ticketed.
So this is a ticketed event. It's on the 8th and the 9th, and it's all outdoors. So it's the perfect weather for it. It's going to be good vibes.
This is the thing, right? You know, I think when you speak to people who've been in Dubai for quite some time, and, you know, they were probably excited just to hear one member of E17 come to the Irish village about 15 years ago. And now we're seeing proper big international artists come to the UAE for big festival, like festival season as well. I'm just looking at the lineup for Untold. Youngblood, he's pretty big, isn't he? Martin Garrix, as you mentioned. Armin van Buuren, he's a big one.
Do you know, there are so many artists that are coming into the UAE, like even at Coca-Cola Arena, there are so many big artists. There was Mariah Carey, I think, a few years ago.
Yeah, and she's coming back
in Abu Dhabi.
next year, yeah.
So there are so many artists that are coming into the UAE.
Who was just announced today? Gwen Stefani.
Gwen Stefani, Christina Aguilera.
Oh, no, Christina Aguilera.
In
I get
April
my
next
blonde
year in
girls
Abu
mixed up,
Dhabi. Yeah, that's happening in April next
Christina
year.
Aguilera. See, that's a big one as well. And this is the thing. It's because, I presume, you know, Dubai is such a pull factor. The UAE is such a pull factor for these artists. I'm sure they're getting paid a pretty fair whack for these concerts. But also, it will be a huge money-making scheme for, you know, these venues. A lot of hospitality kind of happens at these venues, and so they make a lot of money. Okay, so that's a couple of festivals that we've got going on. What else have you got on your list for this weekend?
So we do have Dubai Design Week, which is
Yes.
happening at D3 Design District. This is the last weekend that people can actually go. It's free to attend, but it's so great for people to network, talk to people, and it's a big event that's happening this week. So, I mean, have you been to Design Week?
I actually popped down yesterday.
I'm going today.
Is
and I'm not quite
it?
sure what to expect, but that's the fun of it, because you will see so many, I believe, so many different things, and connecting with people as well. I always say to everybody that I meet that it's so important to network, especially in the UAE.
So we
It's a great
actually
place.
had the director of Dubai Design Week, Natasha Corella, here in the studio with us
Amazing.
a few weeks back. You can listen to that interview on the Mira Business FM YouTube page and podcast as well. She spoke to us all about what's happening at Dubai Design Week, gave us some kind of insights into what the week is expecting. Yesterday, when I popped down, very buzzing around D3. So many people, could barely get a car parking spot. I opted for valet, paid for it. Which I didn't really want to, but I did. And there's loads of stuff just happening down there. I think it's a fascinating place. Again, surely, like Dubai Design Week, now when you think of design weeks around the world, right, you think of like Milan, you think of Paris, you think of all these big design weeks. Dubai Design Week has really like cemented its place in the design calendar now.
And it's not just about like designs that are happening. There's workshops going on. Like people fly in to see this. It's quite, it's for a few days, but there's so many things happening around it. And D3 as well, like the location itself is so unique and so interesting to just wander around. So yeah, I mean, it should be really good.
There's a lot of local businesses down at D3 as well, right? A lot of homegrown local businesses, from cafes, restaurants to...
That will really benefit.
Exactly, to like designers and, architects and stuff like that. They will really see the benefit of having Dubai Design Week there, surely.
100%.
So Dubai Design Week, that's running through till...
Sunday. So
Sunday.
so that's what I mean. This is the last weekend for people to visit and see and network and talk to people and just see what's going on. It's always just fun to see rather than have the FOMO.
Yeah, exactly. And just that's the thing, like seeing it on Instagram afterwards and be like, oh, I wish I actually just made the effort to go down and maybe not drive, take a taxi or the metro or something. Okay, so you've got Dubai Design Week. We've had some festivals. What else is Private Members UAE keeping an eye out for this weekend?
Okay, so let's talk about some hidden gems that are happening. I always love to talk about hidden gems. So we have the Lush Winter Market. So Lush is in the cosmetics brand, beauty brand.
Oh yeah, they're the bath bombs and all them.
They are the bath bombs and all of the skincare and things like that. That's happening at Al Sakal Avenue. And this is very family friendly. You can go with your friends, you can go with your family, and they will have workshops there like bath bomb making. They also have a festive grotto. And can you believe that we're already talking about festive, like Christmas? Okay, I personally love the festive season. I love Christmas. But this is, I think this is a great way to start off the festive season. So I think this will be quite unique.
That's pretty exciting. And Lush has obviously got a huge footprint out here in the UAE now as well. Excuse me, they've got many stores right across the UAE and the Middle East as well. It's a really popular brand, isn't it?
It's really popular, it's really clean, it's sustainable, it's vegan. And I think that's why people are drawn to it, because it's the clean beauty that they're probably pushing out and trying to promote. So I think this is a really big deal for the brand. And then also it being a winter market, it's just fun for kind of everybody to visit. And like I said, it's very family friendly and there's a lot of workshops going on there. So
yeah, I think they've got around 20 stores 25 stores maybe across the UAE. And then, of course, many more across the Middle East as well. So,
and I don't know if they've actually done any events like this before, but I think it's just really nice, again, for what, for Christmas and the festive season. Because it's quite fun, especially for like children and younger people.
Absolutely, yeah, that sounds fascinating. Where is that? That's taking place at Al Sakal Avenue, did you say?
Yes.
Yeah, see, another great spot.
Yeah, it's one of my favourite spots, yeah.
Another great spot, especially for businesses.
There's a lot of cool things that happen around there, and I think now because the weather's getting cooler, they're doing a lot of things. Like they have the cinema, Akil Cinema.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
The cinema, Akil Cinema, yeah, it's very good. The one thing that isn't happening near Al Quoz, which I found out today, is there's, excuse me, a new coffee shop that's just opened. It's an old industrial building that's basically turned into a coffee shop, cafe thing. And basically they're selling the world's most expensive cup of coffee. Guess
how much is the coffee?
Guess how much? Have a guess.
World's most expensive coffee? I can't guess.
Have a guess.
I don't
Faraj,
know.
what do you reckon? What you say? Just, you can speak, it's fine. 6,000 dirhams. Oh my God, no, not 6,000 dirhams.
1,000 dirhams.
No, 3,600 dirhams for a cup of coffee. So this place is only going to make 400 cups of this special beans, that coffee that they've got. Are you
going to be a special one of those 400 people?
No. I think I've got more sense than money. I will not be spending $1,000.
But people love their coffee. Coffee is
Yes.
I love my coffee. I I cannot go on with my day unless I
People
have had my coffee.
do love their coffee, but people also like money, and so they would not part with 1,000. Well, I would not
In
part with
Dubai and the
$1,000.
UAE, they probably would.
Yes, and I think that's why it's probably here, let's be honest. So whilst you're at this Lush festival, no, not festival, it's
It's a winter market.
a winter market, there we
Yeah.
go, Christmas market basically.
Yeah.
You can also pop down and get a $1,000 coffee from Julith, I think it's called.
Yeah, a 30 dirham bath bomb and a 3,000 dirham
Exactly.
coffee. Sounds
Or
great.
just go
Great
to
mix.
Starbucks. Okay, so we've got the markets from Lush. What else we got?
We do have another market.
Oh, yeah.
This is the art market, which is the makers market. And this is so special. I've been there before. It's at Times Square Centre. And it's homemade. It's local artisans that are selling their homemade items. So it could be jewellery, it could be food, it could be oils, skincare, clothing, everything. You never know what you're going to find there. There was an author there as well who was selling his books.
Okay,
So it's,
the author wasn't for sale.
the author wasn't
okay.
for sale, he was selling his books.
Right, okay.
But it's a great way to just kind of be involved with, the local people in the UAE and what they're doing.
I
So I
quite
thought
like
that was
that.
quite a nice hidden gem.
Yeah, so where's that happening?
That is at Times Square Centre.
Okay. And is this something that happens regularly, or is this just specifically for this weekend, or?
No, this does happen regularly. It's not every weekend, but it is a kind of a regular thing that they do. And I don't know if many people know about it, but I think it's just a great way to connect with people in the UAE and what they're doing, rather than the big brands that you'd like immediately go to online and where you're shopping.
Yeah, I guess because when you think of shopping here, you immediately think of Dubai Mall of Emirates. That's the place to go do your shopping. Everything's in one place. But you don't really hear many like markets or kind of artisanal brands and very kind of homegrown brands that are showcasing their products. So I think that's quite a nice touch, isn't it? And also go support local businesses.
Exactly. This is what we love. Support local businesses.
Yeah.
And it's very wholesome as well. I feel like in other countries like London, that's where I was born and raised, you get these markets and it's quite popular in London and in England, in the UK. But here I think you have to find them here in the UAE. They have them, but you have to find them. And it's so wholesome when you do visit these markets. It's really nice.
Yeah, Saneha's message saying that I love the markets at Times Square, so she'll be going.
Definitely.
It must be
visit.
something that they do regularly. If you want to message us as well, please do. You can send in your messages to us on all the different channels. Of course, WhatsApp, if you want to, just head to mirabusiness.fm. You'll get all the details of our contacts there. We've got Amandami in the studio. She is the founder and the editor-in-chief for Private Members UAE. Remind us again, Private Members is?
It's a digital news website where you can find exclusive information about everything happening in the UAE.
What more do we want? I'm just looking at the website now. You've got some great stuff on here, particularly a piece about Ray-Ban's Meta glasses as well. I really want a pair of these. I was just telling the guys the other day that I really want a pair of these Ray-Ban Meta glasses. Not that, I can go on Emirates and first class and then show what's going on, because I've got some friends on Instagram who do that. But I'd love a pair of them.
Buy them. Great. I'm glad you're on the website right now.
Literally looking at the website right now. Aman's giving us a bit of an insight into what's happening this weekend here in the UAE, just so you've got a bit of an idea of what you can get up to this weekend. So we've spoken a bit about music festivals, we've spoken a little about exhibitions, and now we're talking about hidden gems. So we mentioned the markets. What else have we got?
So that's for the hidden gems. Okay. Now I want to talk about sports and wellness.
Oh, yeah.
Because the biggest thing that is happening this month is, of course, the Dubai Fitness Challenge. Now, there are so...
Is that happening this month?
This is this month. Yes.
Right, so we're 5 days in. I had no idea about the Dubai Fitness Challenge. Yeah.
It's really there in your face. It's happening in quite a lot of locations. I was at the beach yesterday at Kite Beach, and they were doing an activation there very early in the morning. So there's a lot of stuff happening for for the Dubai Fitness Challenge. And the theme for this year is Find Your Fitness.
Okay.
Sorry, it's Find Your Challenge.
Find your challenge, right.
Not Find Your Fitness. They're the same thing.
Same thing, yeah. You better find your fitness, through the challenge, So find your
Exactly.
challenge.
So it's Find Your Challenge.
So is that what? Pick up, a different sport, a different kind of activity? Is that what it's suggesting?
Well, yeah. I mean, you can go out there and try these different things. It's happening in different locations. So specifically this weekend in Hatta, they have the stand-up paddle in Hatta.
Okay.
So that's really nice for people to, if you're in Hatta or if you want to travel down to Hatta.
Do you not stand up when you play paddle already?
No, I think it's stand-up paddle, like water paddle.
Oh, okay. Right, so not paddle with a ball and
Not
a
paddle
and a
with a
racket.
ball.
Oh, see, this is it. I'm so obsessed with playing paddle
Right.
that I just automatically thought paddle. But you mean on the water paddle?
On the water paddle, yes, in Hatta. It
That's
makes
very
sense
difficult.
for Hatta as well.
That's very difficult. That's a challenge in itself. Yeah.
That is a challenge, but it's so nice for people to travel down to Hatta and like traveling around the UAE because now is the time to do it. It's our winter here, which is like the perfect time to explore the UAE. So if you really have nothing to do, then get yourself down to Hatta and try some stand-up paddle.
Love that.
In the water.
In the water. Paddle in the water, ladies and gents, just to be clear. So is it fitness week or month? It's month, right?
It's month.
So is this what they kicked off the other day with the massive, they blocked off Sheikh Zayed Road. There was a big group of people cycling up and down Sheikh Zayed Road.
Yes, and I have done the cycling before and it's amazing. It's so nice. You wake up early in the morning, everybody gets together. It's a really nice community feel and event that happens.
Some of the images just looked incredible.
They are, it's so nice.
Yeah.
But there's free things that are happening that you can join. There are so many free workshops and like I said, even at Kite Beach, there were children. So they're doing it for everybody at all levels. So get yourself signed up to something.
So what challenge are you picking up this month?
Maybe the stand-up paddle.
Stand-up paddle.
I have no idea. I have no idea what I want to do.
I've got a feeling you won't be standing up for much of that.
Probably.
Probably.
Although
Go
they
on.
have, which brings you on to my next thing that I want
yeah.
to talk about, which is the She Run 2025.
She Run.
She Run, which is, it's all about female empowerment. So it's an all-women's race that is happening at Expo City.
Okay.
And it's the Middle East's biggest all-women race. But it says race, but I mean everybody from any level can join. You can walk, you can run. The whole point is just coming together and challenging yourself.
And so what, they're running around Expo City? Or is it a route that they've got planned out?
I think there is a route. I'm not quite sure on that,
I hope so.
100%.
I hope that women start running everywhere around the whole of Expo City.
There must be a route that
Yeah.
they're obviously going to follow. But it's just a great way for like women to come together and just enjoy this.
And there's a T100 as well, I think the triathlon, which is happening this month.
Yes.
So this is just all part of a massive fitness drive throughout November to get people out there and fit.
Yeah, and why not? Because the weather is amazing for it. So I think after this conversation, we need to be signing up to a few challenges. Find your challenge.
Find your challenge. My challenge is just probably get out more, be more fit, basically.
I mean, I go on a lot of walks.
Yeah,
I've been
same.
enjoying my evening walks a lot now.
Have you?
So I think
I went on a walk at 5:30 this morning.
that's great.
Honestly,
5 a.m. club.
it wasn't quite. It was 5:30, and it felt fantastic. It was very. It's very dark at that time in the morning.
Yeah,
so-
I think I struggle with that, especially in the
Yeah.
winter.
Yeah, and foggy. It was very foggy as
It's
well.
very foggy at the
Yeah,
moment.
but I just got the AirPods in, listened to the tunes, and off I went. It was great fun. Okay, so we've got the fitness month. I'm sure you can head to website to find out more information about that. What else have you got for us this weekend?
So the last thing I wanted to talk about was the Sharjah Book Fair.
Oh yes.
So this is happening. It started today,
Okay.
and it's until next week.
Okay.
But it's not just for people who love to read books. There is so much more happening there. It's very influential figures, celebrities. So last year when I went, there was Stephen Bartlett,
Stephen Bartlett was
who
there.
is obviously the podcast. He has
Yes,
a podcast, Diary of a CEO.
I did interview Stephen Bartlett at last year's Sharjah International Book Fair. Of course, a huge businessman, entrepreneur, and very much loved by the UAE as well. So he was there last year. Who else did we have last year?
So I can't remember who else was there last year.
Mo Salah was there.
Yes, of course. Mo Salah was there.
Yeah.
But this year, so next week, so I will also be attending on the 14th of November. You have Will Smith, who is headlining at the Sharjah Book Fair.
That's the name.
Yes. So I'm sure it will be packed out and very busy.
Hopefully no one says anything about his wife. Otherwise, he'll be slapping some people at the Sharjah Book Fair.
Are you interviewing him? Because maybe you can bring up that question.
Maybe I'll try and get a question in about that. Okay, that's amazing. Will Smith, of course, actor, singer as well, and all-round good guy is going to be headlining the Sharjah Book Fair.
He's going to be there, but also, again, it's not just about the books. It's like who you're talking to and who you're interacting with, networking. It's a great place to just join in on the talks, joining on the interviews, like join the conversation. There's going to be so much more happening in and around the centre. So.
I feel like Sharjah's a great cultural place as well. A lot happening there, and the book festival is internationally renowned. So yeah, that's very exciting. So you'll be that started today, going on till next week, and you'll be going there on the.
I'll be there on the 14th. I'm actually thinking of even just making a bit of a staycation out of it. Why not?
Oh, that's a good idea.
Now that the weather is just fantastic. Let's just go out there and explore and see these new places.
What a great idea. Look, Aman Dami, the founder and editor-in-chief of Private Members UAE, joining us here in the studio on Mira Business FM. Thank you so much. Ooh, I feel like I've got a great itinerary now for the weekend.
What are you going to go to? What will you attend?
Let's see. Maybe I'll pop back to Dubai Design Week. Enjoy a bit of that. Yeah. Don't think I'm going to get any bath bombs or anything at the Lush thing, so I'll park that, but it's a good one. I'll maybe pick up a fitness challenge. How about that?
Yes.
Stand-up paddle.
We'll hold each other accountable, so then next week we can talk about it, what we've done.
That's a great idea, yeah. And we'll see you back here next week on Mira Business FM. This is Daybreak with me, Inzamam Rashid. Remember, of course, you can watch back this episode so you can get back all of the ideas from Aman at Private Members UAE about what's coming this weekend. And you can listen back to all the interviews that we have here for you on Mira Business FM. Just head to the YouTube page or listen back on the podcast wherever you get your podcast from. We'll be back very shortly after a quick break.
You're listening to Mira Business FM. You're listening to Mira Business FM.
Welcome back to Mira Business FM. This is Daybreak with me, Inzamam Rashid. The time's gone just 10 minutes past 12. As I mentioned, we are going to be speaking about mental fitness. That is going to be my first question. What is that all about? Today we're diving into something which I guess is a little bit different, something that goes beyond the boardroom, obviously conversations which we usually have here on Mira Business FM. My guest in the studio with me today is Suchitra Sivasankaram. She spends much of her time guiding high-achieving women. I think it's probably fair to say people who from the outside seem to have it all together, but inside maybe often feel empty or a little bit disconnected. Enter Suchitra. She's a mental fitness coach and the Chief Visionary Officer at Inside and Out, a platform and journal that helps people build resilience, self-awareness, well-being. Essentially, it's your kind of gym for your mind. Suchitra, welcome to Daybreak. It's a pleasure to have you on Mira Business FM.
Thank you so much for having me.
Did I describe it okay?
Yes, absolutely.
Good. Okay, my research has done me well. Let's start with what mental fitness is, and then we'll come on to Inside and Out. But tell me a bit about what mental fitness is and explain why it's so important.
Absolutely. Actually, one of my favoriteest things, I think. So everybody knows mental health. Yes, we talk about it all the time. There's enough statistics to say why it's important and how about $1 trillion is being spent annually to look after people's mental health. It's, I figured through a personal journey of mine that not kind of subscribing to anything that allows me to take care of my mind and eventually reaching a place where I got diagnosed with a potential burnout I didn't even know burnouts are a real thing. I thought it was just a glamorized way of saying I'm tired. And I took a little bit of space for myself to check in, to really know why I got there, what led me to kind of thinking I was, ticking off all these boxes, having an incredible external hustle that was what everyone wired me for, like parenting, society, culture, patriarchy, whatever systems that are there to reframe what success is. And I found that showing up every day like you are for a work commitment or a social commitment, but for my mind, is what fast forward over a period of time landed me in a space where I felt I was just experiencing Zen in the now.
So mentally unfit.
Yes. And I figured, why do we call it mental health, where we're showing up only when shit hits the fan, in the sense it's just, oh, I don't feel good, and so now I have to go do something about it. You don't do that with your body. You understand that, if I ate better, it would be overall working for me in a consistent basis. If I worked out, it would be helping me not just with my aesthetics, but with how my mind feels. If I brush my teeth every day, I generally have better oral hygiene. If I took my car for servicing on a regular basis, the engine has longevity or more durability. I understand this for things outside of me and say things that are autopilot.
Yeah.
But why don't we
all?
understand that for our mind? And so I was like, you don't show up when things are broken. You show up so that even when things do kind of have a pit or a difficult moment for yourself, you know how to cope because you've been building that muscle, you've been building that resilience within, so you know how to grow through the difficult times as well, grow through what you're going through when it's not easy as well.
So you obviously then experienced what you then found out was being kind of mentally unfit.
Yes.
What did you do then, and how did you kind of turn that around, and what led you to what you're doing today as a result of that?
So I'm an engineer by trade. I've been in oil and gas my entire career since I've graduated, and I've worked for this incredible big blue called Schlumberger, now redefined as SLB, and I pretty much was living out a life that I was, let's say, almost driven to think is what success is. And I absolutely loved what I did. I had the opportunity to move across the world for different roles, challenging myself culturally and professionally. But at some point when I did get diagnosed, what was interesting to me is I spent maybe about 1.5 years prior to the diagnosis having a lot of behavioral changes. But I am South Asian, and I come from a culture where what you feel and how you feel is not very relevant.
Yeah.
It's just go do that thing, and you're here to hit certain milestones, and where's the room to feel blue or to be tired or to be sad or just push it under the rug and keep hustling. Somehow it was like there's no room to rest. There's no I'm not given the permission to fail or to slow down, and it's just not something I've thought about. I'm just deeply wired like that. So I think when you're not feeling okay and you push, I love this book by I think he's a doctor or a neuroscientist, but it's called The Body Keeps Score. And much later, I did get a chance to read it. And the body is so intelligent, if you're not really paying attention to how you're feeling, eventually it manifests as physical illnesses because it wants you to go and take care, show up. And so when I did get diagnosed, I think I had a bit of an alarm bell go on just because it's a doctor who's telling me. It's not my own interpretations of, oh, I feel fine, I should just sleep a little more, I should just take a vacation.
But it's crazy. How then do you take the complete kind of 180 from an engineer to then essentially becoming, in this world of kind of leadership and mental fitness? How do you do that?
So to be honest, it's not very different, right? The only thing, I call it like inner engineering. I think I'm just completely doing a curation of my inner world instead of the external, which you're building products on the outside in the engineering space. I'm building myself as a product that's capable of being its ultimate bestest version. And I'm being very tactical about it. With the brand, with Inside and Out, you'll see it's very much about being analytical, strategical, and tactical with how you want to show up for yourself. So I think you're building tech products on the outside for the oil and gas world. I've started to recognize that if I don't understand myself as a personal brand, I really don't know what I'm bringing to the table no matter where I go. So that, I think, should be a part of an essential for everyone. For you, for him, for all of us. I think we should be very curious about what is our mission statement, what is our tagline, And I can't do that as, one exercise. It's a discipline. It's a discipline that I sort of say has to be in my calendar to check in with me.
And can I ask you a bit about, going back to this idea of mental fitness, which is at the very core of what you do, why is it important that we as humans require good mental fitness? Because when I thought of mental fitness, I was like, oh, maybe do a bit of Sudoku or something. But why do we need good mental fitness?
I think just the example you gave is, for me, one of the ways to be mentally fit. What I've realized is, let's say if it's physically fit, right? You're not subscribing to just one form, that I go to the gym and I do weight training. No, it could be yoga, it could be Pilates, it could be you swimming in the ocean, going to the pool, it could be you just stretching at home. I mean, there are variations to how you want to show up for your body. It's you figuring out what aligns for you. I would like that when showing up for the mind, you have that same variety of identifying what allows me to feel like I'm able to boost a bunch of dopamine in my head because I'm showing up in a mentally fit way for myself. So if Sudoku does that, all you're doing with anything that I think is a mental fitness routine is you're being present. You're cutting out the noise and you're being present. So I consider working out as a mental fitness, because first I make the decision to go here. And when I'm there, whether it's 1 hour, 45 minutes, I can't be in 100 other places. All the 500 tabs are shutting, and I'm fully focused in that moment. And that, to me, is where you're building that muscle.
Sure.
So why does that help? Because, if I went like data-driven, there's interesting studies done at Harvard, right, where they're researching people for 80 years on what is happiness and things like that. But they've found that 47 to 48% of the day, a person's mind is wandering. And a large part of your disengagement, distraction, not being focused, feeling discontentment and restlessness is because I'm not being present. And if you did want to bring more clarity to your life, you wanted to bring more contentment along with feeling externally successful, you want to be present.
Yeah.
That is a muscle that you're building, considering the world we live in today with the numerous added distractions we have, right? So to focus has become a challenge. And when you're being present, that's when your mind is not looking beyond or at the past.
So I guess it's like when you're at the gym, you're focusing on your biceps in particular.
Yes.
You're doing specific workouts to increase your biceps. It's the same by kind of flexing that muscle in your brain.
Exactly.
By doing certain activities.
Absolutely.
I want to talk about the work that you do with women, high-achieving women, as you describe them. Why do you kind of think that most of these women will reach the top and then feel like something's missing?
I mean, if I took a leaf out of my own, or a page out of my own book, it's just, I think when you're in autopilot, in the sense that we've all been handed down frameworks of success. I mean, culturally, or your background, your upbringing, wherever you've been brought up, there's a lot of like predefined frameworks. If you graduated from here and you did this and you went here, ABC is bound to happen to you. And I think when you're running that program, there's nothing wrong with it. It's just you never connect with yourself. You're just running because it's been said a million times over that this rinse and repeat model is going to do really well. And all you're bringing to the table is your ambition, your aggression, your persistence, etc. And I think there comes a point where your financial bank account is thriving, but because you're so deeply disconnected with yourself, your emotional bank account is basically screaming bankruptcy.
Yeah.
And that disjoint is when you say, oh, what's the point of all this? Does money buy happiness? Is money really worth it? It's not about the money. And that's where I think all those phrases came. But I realized through the burnout and then checking in that money is energy. Money does buy happiness or contentment. And it's a very triggering statement to say. But what I mean is it allowed me to take a sabbatical. It allowed me to explore various modalities of wanting to discover myself. It
Take
gave
a step back and breathe a little bit.
And that's because of the financial bank account that I did get to build. What I realized is the emptiness indicates that the hustle was not worth it. But that's not true. The hustle is so worth it. It's just you have to do it in tandem with building your emotional bank account.
Yeah, so that's what I was going to ask. Can you do those two things side by side? Can you be this great CEO, earn lots of money, and yet side by side still have that very strong mental fitness and that emotional bank account, as you mentioned. Is that possible to have those two together?
I mean, it's like asking you, right? Like amongst the 10,000 things we have to do in the day, can you brush your teeth every day? It's a no-brainer. You know why it works. So because it's not a tangible, people have those questions on like, should it be, do I need to, etc. If I told you, walk 10,000 steps every day because that's going to allow you A, and everybody aspires for A, you're going to do it. You're going to make the time. So what I figure is, if I make the time to have one ritual a day to show up for me, that's in my calendar and it's a non-negotiable. Let's say in your case, it's to play Sudoku. That's a non-negotiable. If somebody came to switch up that slot, you're like, not this hour, can we meet after or before, which means that hour for you is you and your mind and yourself. And that's something that you're constantly building, and compound that over 365 days in a year. You're not the same person anymore.
Yeah, and this falls, because I love this, your inside and out journal.
Yes.
You describe it as your daily gym for the mind.
Yes.
Tell me how that works and how that came about.
So one thing that during the sabbatical that I largely discovered about myself, which was probably a pivotal point, is you can look successful on the outside. Your bank account looks like it's headed in the right direction, that is a measured or a gaugeometer to say you're doing well. But I notice how I speak to myself in order to achieve those things, where you're claiming that, say, you're a perfectionist, or you're an overthinker, or you tend to avoid difficult situations, or you overplease in order to achieve things in life. There is this inner voice or inner critic that's always driving you. And the inner critic has been essential largely for this part of your success story, but it's deprecating your self-worth whilst you're doing well, right? So I found that holding on to why am I speaking to myself like that, and how can I still run towards the drive that I have without deprecating, as opposed to saying that, this email is as good as it looks, like I've reviewed it 3 times or 2 times, let it go. I don't have to have all my ducks in a row. Let's get started. Let's be agile. These are the reframes where I'm still hustling, I'm still pushing, but my older dialogue would be like, you can't send this. I need to review this email 90 times. Or I don't want to get started because my investor is not on board, my project plan is not on board, my business model is not on board. I need everything to be perfectly curated. So the journal is really about talking about what your inner mental schema or your CPU looks like today. It's taking a snapshot of your mental schema. And it says, okay, how do you speak to yourself? And it addresses the good and the bad in your headspace. Okay. So it's like you literally doing an inventory check of yourself.
And you say that just a minute a day can essentially make a difference.
Yes.
That to me kind of sounds too good to be true.
Yes.
Really, how much time do people really need to kind of commit to this daily practice of whether it's, journaling or whatever it may be?
Yes.
What are the kind of realistic expectations?
So I have a 2-part answer for you. For the first part, about a minute a day, it's really to meet people where they're at. In fact, it's to meet a past version of me, right? I think when we overwhelm with our overly busy schedules to say, do an hour of working out and an hour of Sudoku or an hour of meditation or whatever works for you, people are like, I don't have time. And it's not a tangible, recognizable value, right? It's really a value add that's going to change your life forever. But I can't quantify it. There is no monetary change right away. So I find that being able to bring it to a place that is very realistic and simple today, but consistency is what is the essential ingredient now. Do that 1 minute every day. So 365 days later, I have this, I stole this from an old Mac slogan where it's like, once you go Mac, you can't go back. It's like, once you get to know you, you can't unknow it. You can't regress. So now I have this understanding about myself, even if it's 1 minute, it's 365 minutes of knowing that over 365 days, I'm a newer version.
Yeah.
So that's why I go down to something as simple as if you can slot a minute in the calendar and show up every day, that's a win.
Yeah.
But the other answer realistically is there is a professor at Stanford that I did study with, because being Indian or whatever, once you're doing stuff, you want to back it up academically. True. For sure. So he has a very similar background. He is an engineer. He basically built a Silicon Valley business, and then he got thrown out of the board for not being good with interpersonal skills. And then he landed up building a coaching company, and then he teaches neuroscience, or I think neuroscience at Stanford. he came up with this interesting concept of 10,000 steps for the mind. And effectively, without boring you too much, the math is 10,000 steps for the mind can be achieved by just 15 minutes of being present. And the 15 minutes of how you're present is what is in the journal. There are incredibly many different ways, many simple things you can do on a daily basis to bring that 15 minutes. What I mean is breathing. If I did a 60-second breathe, like inhale 4 times, exhale 4 times, 6 times.
Focusing only on your breathing.
That's it. It's not a big, complicated thing. But in the day, you break it into many pockets and you hit 15 minutes of being present. Maybe 15 minutes of journaling, writing something you're grateful for. Maybe actually doing a brain dump of why today was crap, why was I angry? It's just 15 minutes is equal to 10,000 steps, but for your mind. So if you ask me realistically what I should do every day as a minimum time effort, 15 minutes.
Wow.
It should be on your calendar. That's my only rule, that your internal hustle should be on your calendar.
And
like
morning or evening, does it matter? Okay.
Doesn't matter. Don't overwhelm yourself. I think I definitely want to be I want to be realistic as I am to myself. The point is to show up.
That's us definitely booking 15 minutes into our calendar every day now. That's the plan, I think.
Yes.
Look, we've only got a couple of minutes left. The conversation is fascinating. But before we do wrap up, I just want to bring this kind of back to business and how important mental fitness is in leadership, in running companies, in managing teams, and kind of leading with empathy as well. How important is that, do you think?
Phenomenally important. If you think about it, one, I talked about the inner saboteur or the critic, right? Like we all have these voices. There is nobody exempt from it. So if you're able to bring clarity and reframe that, you're so much lighter. So when I am taking decisions, when I am building teams, I have the ability to see what my strengths are better. I have the ability to see my blind spots, because if I'm not willing to work on myself, I can't see where I am hindering myself. So when I am able to, then I'm more empathetic towards others because I've learned to be empathetic towards me. And I also understand I'm building Justice League teams, right? This A-team concept of everybody being a superhero doesn't make sense. You want to bring together the Justice League. So how can I see your strengths if I don't understand how to see mine? So I feel from a leadership standpoint, it's extremely important because it clears the brain fog. It allows you to be a lot more clearer and allows you to see you, so you see your people and you build those power-packed teams.
Suchitra, look, the conversation could go on and on. It's fascinating. I've learned so much this afternoon. Thank you so much. Suchitra Sivasankaram, she is the Chief Visionary Officer at Inside and Out, a mental fitness coach as well. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you so much for having me.
It's a pleasure. This is Daybreak on Mira Business FM. News is coming up next.
Mira Business FM.
Welcome back. This is Mira Business FM Daybreak with me, Inzamam Rashid. Now, over the next hour, we are going to be talking about the future. And when we think about the future, it's no longer something that's distant, I don't feel anyway. It's happening right now and probably faster than many of us can actually keep up with. Me, definitely. Artificial intelligence is already in our homes. It's in our workplaces. It's even in the way that governments and businesses make their decisions today. It's very exciting, and the possibilities feel limitless. Smarter cities, personalized healthcare, as we've discussed on this program before, cleaner energy, and even longer lives. But let's be honest, it's also a little bit unsettling. AI challenges what it means to work, to create, to learn. It raises questions about privacy, about fairness, even about control. And for many people, the future feels both thrilling and intimidating at the same time. And that's exactly why conversations about the future matter. And that's what we're going to do on the Daybreak today. We can't just sit back and let technology happen to us. We have to shape the way that it works. Few people understand that better than my guest today. Brett King is a futurist. He's a best-selling author, entrepreneur, and the founder of the Futurist Network. He spent years advising governments and businesses on how to prepare for tomorrow. And now he's bringing some of those world's brightest minds to Dubai for the Futurist X Summit 2025. Brett, welcome to the show.
Welcome. Yeah, great. Thanks. Do you know what the definition of a futurist is?
Go on, you tell me.
Never being wrong today.
Very good. See, that's a good thing to carry around with you. Brett, thank you so much for joining us. Let's start with the summit itself. Tell us why Dubai, why now, and what can we expect when the world's leading futurists gather here later this month?
I think one of the things that has attracted me here, I've just got my gold visa and moved here, so thank you.
That's a good feeling, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. And working with the Prime Minister's office here and the central bank. But I would say what categorises Dubai in particular, and the UAE in general, is that they're not scared of the future. We're embracing the future here. There's an investment in the potential of the future. You've got other economies, US, for example, where there's trepidation about the future and they're sort of trying to pull back to times in the past, So if I was to identify the top 3 or 4 economies in the world that are most likely to make the grade of being what we would call a smart economy in the future, it would be China, number 1, UAE, the Kingdom, Saudi Arabia, and South Korea. That they would be the 4 most future-ready economies that we can see in the world today.
Why Saudi Arabia? What puts Saudi Arabia up there and the kingdom, as you call it?
The kingdom. Well, I think the Vision 2030 proposed by MBS and sort of the momentum that has gathered there in recent times about changing the economy for the better. There's massive investment going into smart cities with NEOM and the line and so forth. Yes, it's scaled back a little bit, but still their ambitions are clear that they want to be in that space. But let's be honest, they're still behind the UAE because the UAE's been doing this now for 20 years, right? And the momentum's gathered here, potentially.
We'll come on to the summit in a bit, but I want to give the listeners an opportunity to get to know you a little bit. For those who may not know you, tell us a bit about your journey from a fintech pioneer, essentially, to this global futurist and founder of the Futurist Network that you've put together.
Sure. Well, I started writing as a futurist about 15 years ago. I wrote my first book, which was focused on the banking sector, because the banking sector, along with the healthcare sector, are probably the 2 sectors that are going to be disrupted the most by technology over the next 20 years. And there was just a general lack of preparedness at the executive level within the largest banks of the world. So I saw that as an opportunity. But my background is essentially a technologist working on technology, disruption, technology architecture in these types of industries. And, I just saw that that's where I could sort of make the biggest input at that time. But in 2015, I wrote my first full futurist book, which was called Augmented, Life in the Smart Lane. And that ended up on President Xi's bookshelf. And that was used by the Chinese cabinet to inform on smart city development.
How did you get to know about the fact that a book has ended up on the desk of President Xi?
Well, I can tell you the day. It was January 8, 2018. Yeah. I was at home and my phone started blowing up and my friends are all texting me from all around the world going, did you see? And it had turned out that President Xi had his national address and my book was on his bookshelf.
Wow.
So,
what was that feeling like?
It was amazing. As a futurist, or as an author, the best thing you could hope for is that what you've written is able to really influence people in their thinking, and to have that sort of level of access and have that sort of level of interest, it was very fulfilling, of course.
I bet. Let's talk then about Dubai and how Dubai came on your radar, and in your years as kind of working in the fintech world and then transitioning into the kind of futurist world. What have you noticed about Dubai in particular, and what was your first interactions with this city?
No, I lived in Dubai from 2005 to 2009.
Okay.
But when the financial crisis hit, I had a business here that got hit really hard. It was a technology advisory business working in financial services, and I had a financial services training business here. Both got hit very hard during the financial crisis. So I actually took a year off and wrote my first book.
Amazing.
So it turned out to be fortuitous. But I think just having been exposed to Dubai since the mid 2000s and seeing the level of energy and the level of commitment, one of the biggest pieces is sort of the Emirates ID, the e-government services layer, all of those things. Let's be clear, that's one of the most advanced digital identity infrastructures in the world today. And if you're looking at things like longevity services in the future, advanced healthcare systems, you need that type of core infrastructure. And I don't think many Emiratis or people even living here understand how critical that's going to be to speeding up development and leverage of technology in the future.
So what was it, excuse me, throughout the last 20 years that you've essentially kind of had a foot here in Dubai? What have you seen over the last 20 years of how Dubai has developed itself and has become this global leader when it comes to, you know, talking about the future and talking about innovation and talking even about kind of artificial intelligence and how we are going to operate as humans in the future? What has Dubai specifically done over the last 20 years to get to where it is today?
Well, you know, we have a Minister of the Future, Her Excellency Huda Al-Rumi. We have, an AI infrastructure with Omar and, His Excellency there. So we have really built into the government infrastructure now, these key elements to take advantages of this technology, evolution. Let's put it in very simple terms. We're at this point right now where technology, because of AI, quantum and these sort of things, is sort of increasing exponentially in terms of its potential application in society. But generally, general policy adaptation moves much slower. Where UAE has an advantage is we've put in place particular cabinet positions and particular structures in the government to really look at minimising that gap between the technical possibilities and the policy adaptation at a governmental level. That is very rare today on a global basis.
I'd love to know, because obviously you would have had a hand in kind of shaping Dubai's position right now as a futurist nation. I'd be interested to know, at the time when all these decisions were being made about having an AI minister and having, a future minister as well, were these kind of risks being taken at the beginning? Because it was essentially leading the way. It was one of the first countries in the world to kind of offer these roles within government. Were they kind of taking a risk, or were they taking, an informed decision to make these roles?
Well, I think it's just that forethought, right? When we talk about the future in terms of adaptation, we don't talk about predictions, right? We talk about forecasting. In fact, the core discipline of a futurist is what we call super forecasting, the ability to forecast out 10, 20, 30 years and then sort of put in place adapting policies for that. So, the UAE sort of applied this technique starting probably about 10, 15 years ago to sort of say, what is the potential areas where Dubai and the UAE can differentiate on the global stage as an economy, to attract talent in the economy, to attract direct foreign investment, all of those sorts of things. And it's now shown to be a very significant decision in terms of sort of that attractiveness. This is why you have people coming here. It's the same with crypto and other things like that. Other countries are still really pulling back on some of those things. They sort of have more of a position of, if and when this really starts to bite, we'll put some things in place. But let's face it, even in government, it takes many years to get this type of structure in place. So if you haven't already done that, you're probably going to be caught with your pants down, as they say, on AI alone, right?
And when we do compare Dubai to other countries, which you also travel to, and I'm sure talk in about your role as a futurist. What is it about Dubai and the UAE in particular that is just streets ahead to other nations? I mean, I think of the UK, which I feel is so far behind in comparison to the UAE when we're talking about the future and adapting for the future as well, but also bringing in those elements which are going to enable us to operate in the future. What is it about Dubai which has made it streets ahead to those other nations?
I would say cultural and technical agility, right? It's the art of the possible that you're really looking at for future adaptation. So you want to be able to explore and have that freedom to invent and sort of try new things. But in heavily regulated markets where, you have this sort of reversion to the mean, where you're sort of trying to keep people who want things not to change and people who want things to advance. You're sort of trying to manage that. It's very difficult because, like even this morning on social media, I was engaged in conversations with people who are protesting the potential for a digital identity. And yet the reality is, if you can just extrapolate where we are today and where we're going to go over the next 5 to 10 years, having access to your genome, your blood work, these sort of basic biomarkers in your health data, and being able to, put this into an AI so you can get optimized healthcare is an obvious path of innovation that we're going to have. But you can't have that without a digital identity structure. Right, so you have these people, there's fear about how the government's going to use this and so forth. But at the same time, if you can extrapolate where, these technologies are going to take us in terms of life improvement, then that's just sort of part of the basic infrastructure.
I mentioned in the opening that it is a bit unsettling for a lot of people. Particularly perhaps a bit of an older generation who are, kind of have their routine and are in their ways a little bit. How much of the onus have you taken as a futurist leader, to try and persuade people and help people understand the benefits and the positives actually outweigh the negatives in this case?
Well, one of the great examples of this is where we're at on the path of longevity right now. So we have a couple of really interesting speakers at the event. Dr. Andrew Hessel, who heads up healthcare for Singularity University. He's a geneticist who's working on next generation CRISPR and synthetic biology. Really, really interesting guy. And Zoltan Istvan. And Zoltan is the head of the Transhumanist Party in the US, ran for president a few years ago. Both of these guys are going to come and talk about longevity technologies. Okay. So by 2036, we expect to reach longevity escape velocity. Have you ever heard that term before?
Please explain.
So this is where we're seeing all of the science come together. So by 2036, we should be able to freeze your biological age.
Wow.
Right? So we should be able to prevent you from aging. Now, we won't be able to necessarily make you younger, but we can slow down the aging process at that point. That, for example, is... this is the first time in human history we'll have those tools. How long have we been searching for the fountain of youth, right? But this does require sort of, agility in respect to policy and technology.
And where's that going to be available? Where can you go and do that? How does something like that work?
Well, there are longevity labs striking up all over the country right now in the UAE. We have Aspire Rejuvenation as one of those partners in the Futurist Summit. So there are places you can go in the UAE to get today that have a focus on this. Hyperbaric chambers, genome. Even, I don't know if you've heard of NAD, NAD, or NMN, infusions and things like this. And then, I think what we really understand right now in terms of this, it's going to be both, a therapeutic regime with next generation drugs and genomic analysis, but it's also going to be about lifestyle. So I think that's the infrastructure that we're sort of really building right now, is how do we create lifestyle infrastructure that helps with longevity.
And that's the thing that a lot of people are interested in, kind of wellness and lifestyle and living longer. Essentially, we see that kind of in physical terms when it comes to real estate developments as well. We see a lot of real estate developments focusing their new developments around kind of well-being, lifestyle, living longer, and integrating kind of future and technologies to make that happen. How much of that do you think is a main kind of goal when you talk about futurism, kind of improving people's way of living and also living longer? Is that the kind of the main focus right now?
For me, it definitely is. I'm in a hurry to get to the future because I think it will improve quality of life for everybody. Broad technological changes, but to be clear, we're going to have to get through a period of disruption. It's a technological disruption, as you've rightly pointed out, but probably economic and geopolitical disruption as well. The economics that we have today really won't survive in their current form. AI, for example, AI's core intent, or one of the core intents from the market is to eliminate the need for humans on the factory floor and driving taxis and things like that. So it has the potential for large-scale technology disruption or technology unemployment. But at the same time, we should be able to improve the quality of life for everybody, make healthcare much more affordable, access to the best type of education, have a personal AI that can help you manage your finances and things like this, as well as your health. So, in the longer term, we enter this period that economists call a period of abundance, but it requires different sort of economic thinking, really.
And all these kind of things, and you mentioned some of them already are, pretty much going to be available from next year. Some of these kind of techniques of being able to live longer using the technology. But this has been long in the making, long in the planning, hasn't it? This is not just, yes, it feels like it's creeped up on us, but it's been long in the planning.
Yeah, so when we refer to artificial intelligence, we can actually go back to 1950 when Alan Turing proposed a test for what makes a machine intelligent, right? And we've called this the Turing test. Yeah. And OpenAI passed the Turing test back in April of this year, with their previous, technology, previous models. So we're only going to get better at that. Eric Schmidt, the former executive chairman of Google, he talks about non-human intelligence being, a really big deal, the biggest deal in the last 1,000 years for humanity. But what he says also is that within a few months, probably early next year, the smartest mathematicians, the smartest physicists in the world will be AI. So if you're in those fields, you're going to have to be working side by side with AI.
Yeah, and you're probably going to need them more than ever in the future as well. Brett King is with us. He is a futurist, and he's the founder of the Futurists Network. We're going to be talking to him next a bit about the Futurist X Summit 2025, which is happening here in Dubai. It's why he's here to talk to us today. So we'll get a bit more information about that. Who will be joining Brett at the summit when it is here next week? Am I right?
Yes, September 22nd and 23rd.
Starting next week. So we'll talk to Brett about that a little bit later on. If you're all right to hang fire there, Brett, we'll come back to you in the future. First, though, we're going to get the news headlines.
Mira Business FM. You're listening to Mira Business FM.
Welcome back to Mira Business FM, 12:33 on the clock. We are speaking to Brett King, the founder of the Futurists Network and the man who is bringing the Futurist X Summit 2025 to Dubai, kicking off next week. Brett, it's a pleasure to have you on Daybreak this afternoon. Thank you for joining us. Let's talk about the summit itself. What can we expect? Who can we expect? And why is this so important to have a summit like this here in the UAE?
We have 30 of the world's top 50 ranked futurists. So it's the largest gathering of globally ranked futurists ever to assemble anywhere in the world, actually. So that's pretty cool. Kicking off on day one is Professor Brian Cox. I'm sure you know of him from the UK. Astrophysicist, one of the best science communicators in the world. And then kicking off on day two is Commander Scott Kelly, the retired NASA commander, shuttle pilot commander, who spent a year on the space station. So I'm super excited about that because I'm a space geek.
Was she one of the ones who was stuck up there?
No,
okay.
he. Spent a year up there, and they did a genetic study with his brother Mark, who was his twin.
Yes, okay.
Right? So to see what the genetic divergence would be as a result of his long-duration space flight. So,
okay, well, he's back down on Earth, and will be with us in Dubai. And what can we expect in terms of the summit? What if people turn up there and obviously have to register and all that kind of stuff? What can they actually expect when they arrive?
So we kick off in the morning with the big keynotes and big panels with some of the world's top futurists talking about major implications for policy and technology. So looking at quantum computing and artificial intelligence, looking at the geopolitical situation, looking at advances in healthcare and so forth. And then in the afternoons each day we have a couple of tracks. MasterCard is our supporting partner for this. So we've got the red track and the orange track, and that will then provide some specialization. So day one is on emerging technologies, so it's going to reshape the planet, and day two is on the organizing principles we'll need to manage this. One of the really interesting sort of science fiction type things is Pablos Holman, who'll do the closing keynote for the morning on day one, and he is a leading venture capitalist looking at next generation emerging technologies.
When I kind of think, Rock, you got 30 of the kind of greatest futurist minds all coming together under one roof, I'm thinking, God, I'm going to be, if I attend that, I'm so kind of out of place. But actually, is this what it is all about? Yes, okay, bring the people who know what they're talking about, but also have people in the room who don't necessarily know much about it, and that's where they can learn.
We want to make the future accessible. That's really the key. As I said before, our greatest concern is that, it's not AI that's the threat, or climate change that's the threat. It's human adaptability, which is actually the problem right now.
Barriers.
Exactly. So unless you understand what the future is going to bring, then adapting to that is much more difficult. So this is why we really want to educate the market and the leaders. We have over 400 of the UAE's top CEOs and executives coming. We have many ministers coming to the event, and they're coming because they want to be informed about what the future potentially is going to bring to their areas of competency and make sure that they can adapt. And I think that's the same of everybody.
Why bring an event like this to somewhere like Dubai? Why bring all those people to a place like Dubai to have this conversation and this summit?
I think for two reasons. One is it can do a lot of good here because of the culture we've already discussed in the first half, right? About the culture of readiness and the preparedness to embrace the potential of the future. And secondly, if you want the right sort of attendees, government support and all of that, and the Ministry of the Cabinet, His Excellency Mohammed bin Talia and his team have been extremely supportive of this. That's really why Dubai makes the most sense for us, is if you want to pull something like this off and have the right sort of attendance and the right sort of participation from a talent perspective, you need that type of coordinated support.
You mentioned there governments attending as well. How much of this is a facility, an event to also ensure that those conversations that are being had on the stage, whether it's in panels or keynote speeches or whatever, actually turn into quite tangible impact for businesses, policymakers, and government leaders here in the UAE and the wider world?
So one of the really cool things we've built into our stack for this event is our own futurist GPT. Okay. So we've trained an AI on the world's top 300 futurists, their content, their interviews on the Futurist podcast that we have over the last 4 years and so forth. And at the end of each day, we'll absorb and contextualize all of the information that's occurred on stage and produce a report looking at the next 20 to 30 years, including where the policy impact can be, which emerging technologies we need to invest in, and what are the likely timelines for impact of these changes that we've discussed on stage. So really tactical.
When you really think about that, and if you've got 30 of the brightest minds in the world coming together under one roof, and then you're using your own AI, your own GPT to create a document or whatever it may be at the end of it. I mean, that's pretty extraordinary, isn't it?
And this is, again, you asked why Dubai, because we can do this sort of stuff in Dubai, right?
I feel like that must be quite a sacred document that you have at the end of it.
I mean, I hope so. I'm hoping that when people get that, they see the potential for this type of platform and technology, and then that gives us the ability to take it to the next level. I sort of think of these 30 futurists, it's sort of using popular vernacular, they're like the Avengers of the future, right? We parachute them into Dubai, and they're the best of the best of the best, and they can help us inform on policy and technological and development investment, with companies like G42 and others supporting this. It really is sort of a foundational lift in terms of that core future readiness skills.
I'm sure many of them won't be using actual parachutes, though. They'll probably be on jetpacks and stuff like that.
I guess so. And electric vehicles.
Electric vehicles, yeah. Maybe flying taxis, which of course are coming to the UAE very soon. Someone like Brian Cox, I'm interested. I know you can't speak directly for him, but someone like Brian Cox, who spent a lot of his life looking at the past and how the universe is created and how we are here today because of what has happened in the past. Someone like him who being invited to a futurist network and program, and I know he does a lot of that work today, but that kind of feels like a bit of a juxtaposition to the work that he's done. How does a mind like that, who's focused so much on the past, now look towards the future?
No, well, I think you have to be a good pastist to be a good futurist, right? Because it's not only about the technological trends that you're looking at, but it's you have to anticipate how humans are going to adapt to these changes. So you have to understand those historical precedents. What's happened in the past, how has human behavior, evidenced itself in those settings, and how is that likely to reflect on these sort of future changes? Brian's actually going to be talking about how the advances in understanding black holes and quantum information theory, I know it's getting technical, is going to advance human understanding and how that may play into the future. And that in itself, like I'm a geek on this stuff, so I love that sort of content.
I wonder whether you should do a Brian Cox versus ChatGPT and see who actually is smarter.
I think he'd be up for it.
I think he would.
Yeah, he's pretty smart.
He's a pretty clever guy.
Yeah.
You know about the UAE's ambitious goals of becoming an AI-driven economy with 20% of non-oil GDP from AI by 2031. That's their aims. How do you kind of see this summit in particular contributing to the UAE's national vision of where it wants to go?
On energy transformation specifically?
Well, on kind of on AI, on kind of its role as a leading country when it comes to future.
Well, it's really interesting. When you talk about AI, we have to talk about energy.
Yeah.
Because we're now measuring AI data centers in gigawatts, right? So the big OpenAI project here, we're talking about a 5 gigawatt data center. Colossus, which Tesla and Elon just launched in the US, is a 1 gigawatt data center. So you have to have energy transformation to be able to have AI transformation, actually. And that's something that you obviously see as a key framework here in the UAE. But just to sort of put it in context, China will have deployed this year and last year over 500 gigawatts of solar energy. That's twice what the US has deployed in solar in the last 70 years. So that's the type of commitment you need to energy transformation in order to be an AI-enabled economy in the future. And that's probably why China is going to overtake the US in the next 10 to 15 years as the world's largest economy.
And then, so what role does the summit specifically have to, maybe not necessarily change minds, but highlight some of those kind of disparities between different nations and encourage other governments to really pull their finger out and start doing more?
That's the debate, right? The debate is, where are things going and who should we be watching in terms of these transitions? Again, I celebrate the UAE's positioning on this, the fact that they're open to this type of conversation. It would be much more difficult to have this conversation in some other markets, particularly at the moment. And so that openness to these conversations and seeing where that will take us, I think is one of the key reasons we're putting this here. But it's really, as you've sort of already identified or asked, it's about having the conversations. You can't anticipate the disruptions and the advances that we'll need without regularly having these types of conversations and diving into the details so we get it right.
We've got not much time left, and I feel like I could talk to you forever because not only am I learning so much, but it's just so interesting to hear how a man with your kind of brain and bringing all these people together just looks at the future and I guess has an idea of what the future essentially is going to look like. When you do think about the future, what are the kind of biggest things that you're genuinely optimistic about? I know you mentioned kind of living longer and wellness, but what things are you interested about when you look towards the future?
We are very close to curing cancer
Wow.
with the technologies we have. Quantum computers, over the next 5 years, we're going to have stable quantum computing platforms that will unlock, major advances in science. Essentially, we're on the cusp of being able to really level up the human species in terms of our capabilities from an intelligence perspective, scientific perspective, medical perspective, and so forth. But it does require that agility.
And then what things are keeping you up at night when you think about kind of AI and emerging technologies and the future? Is there something that you're thinking about, you can't stop thinking about, or it's kind of, frustrating you that you need to see change as soon as possible?
I saw a comic strip during the week of the 5 horses of the apocalypse,
Okay.
and the 5th one being misinformation,
Brilliant.
right? And I think that's my big concern right now, is that we're getting more and more divided because of the politics at a time when actually, these disruptions that are occurring, it's going to impact everyone. It doesn't matter whether you're on the left or the right or whatever, whether you're rich or you're poor. But the potential for that disruption is critical. So we have to have consensus-based mechanisms more than ever, and not just at a local level, but on a global level. Climate change, as an example, you can't have a national policy on climate change. Infrastructure resilience, all of these things. We need global plans for this stuff. So that's my biggest concern. And that's why we're having these types of conversation. How do we get consensus moving forward on this? And how do we start to help people understand the transition that these technologies and changes are going to mean for us?
Let's fast forward 10, 15 years, and if we get it right on AI in the future, what might daily life, let's take Dubai, for example, what might daily life look like in Dubai, and what would it look like if we get it wrong as well?
Look, I think the biggest thing is in the 2040s, when I come to you and say, hey, what do you do? Right? Your answer is not going to be about what puts food on the table. It's going to be what you're really passionate about, what you think can make a difference. Because the core infrastructure of the human systems, providing food, healthcare, education, will largely be automated and be essentially free. And that's the huge benefit that will happen. So then that means as humans, we get to really do things that are meaningful for us. Dave Shapiro, a futurist out of the US, calls it the meaning and purpose economy. And that's what really excites me, is what can humanity as a species do without the brakes taken off by, sort of legacy economic thinking.
All I heard there was free food. I've got to, and I know, you don't carry a crystal ball around with you, but on the flip side as well, if we do get it wrong, and I know that's obviously not your aim and not the aim of bringing all these people together, but if we do get it wrong, what does that also look like?
Well, this is why we keep talking about evolution of economics, and smart economies is a big topic of the event. Because if we don't sort of change our economic systems thinking, then you have large-scale techno-unemployment as a potential, and you have massive inequality, where you have these trillionaires amassing wealth because of AI, but that wealth not being able to be distributed well in the economy because all of these jobs, grassroots jobs, have been taken over by AI. That's the biggest threat that I see over the next 5 to 10 years, but it requires us thinking about what's the next system economically? And I'm not talking about socialism or communism. I'm talking about net new economic thinking, circular economies, donut economies, this type of thing. There was a really interesting piece of research done in the 1970s that predicted that AI and computer automation would crash our economic system and our resource system in the 2040s if we didn't sort of change the system. And unfortunately, we're on track for that. Because think about it, if we've got AI factories and all of this that can just spit out new iPhones and new electric vehicles every minute of every day on an automated fashion, we could just consume all of the resources on the planet, autonomously, and that would be a massive disaster for us. So we need to think about this transition in the state and think about what is really the purpose of the species.
Brett, it's so fascinating speaking to you. Thank you so much for your time. Just remind us again about the Futurist X Summit 2025, when that's happening, where it's happening, and also how people can get involved.
Sure. Check out futuristevent.com for information on the event. It's September 22nd and 23rd at the Jumeirah Beach Hotel. We would love to see you there, and I hope we can make a real difference.
Brett King, the founder of the Futurist Network, thank you so much for your time. It's an absolute honor, and I'm sure we will be speaking to you very, very soon, sometime in the future. 12:50, this is Mira Business FM Daybreak with me, Inzamam Rashid. We will get the news very shortly.
Mira Business FM.
Welcome back to Mira Business FM. This is Daybreak with me, Inzamam Rashid. 11 minutes past 1 on the 9th of September. It's Tuesday today, isn't it, Faraj? Yeah, give me a nod. It's Tuesday today. I'm really bad with the days this week. I think because we had the long weekend, and so everything just seems a little bit messed up in my head. Anyways, it's Tuesday. I can guarantee you that. Look, we've got a very exciting hour ahead because we have someone in the studio talking to us about luxury retail. Now, luxury retail, it's fair to say, is probably one of the fastest growing sectors in the UAE. Despite economic global shifts, the Middle East, especially the UAE, continues to stand out as a magnet for high-end shoppers. All you need to do is go to some of the malls to realize that. Recent data actually shows that UAE's luxury goods market is projected to grow at over 6% annually, with Dubai contributing to the lion's share thanks to its global positioning as a luxury shopping capital. According to Bain & Company, a global online luxury sales are expected to exceed $130 billion by 2030, and here in the UAE, 13% of luxury sales are done online compared to 20%. Huge room for digital growth. Amid all of this backdrop, one Dubai startup is making waves already. Luxury for You. It's a membership-only e-tailer connecting UAE shoppers with authentic global designer brands. And joining me now is one of the founders, Karan Singh, to talk about how they're trying to reshape the luxury shopping experience for, I guess, what is a digital-first generation. Karan, thank you so much for joining us on Mira Business FM. It's a pleasure to have you here. So this has been 2 years in the making.
Yes, that's correct.
And tell us where this idea first came about and why it's taken the time to get to this position where you're ready to launch now.
Sure. So as you rightly said, the Middle East is booming in the luxury sector, and it's at 6% CAGR. While the world is growing, the online penetration in the world is at 20%, and here in the Middle East is at 13%. That 7% gap is billions of untapped opportunity. And the world is shifting towards digital. The Gen Z is shifting towards the digital platform to buy. Everybody wants to be on their bed and scroll the products and look at what's new in the market, whether it's in their price range, or have an aspiration to own some luxury product. So we figured this out, that Dubai is about lifestyle, it's about travel. World looks to Dubai as the luxury center of the world. So we figured that we are one of the first companies to do this, where we went and integrated with 1,200 brands. So all the way from entry-level luxury such as Tory Burch or Coach, and to ultra-luxury such as Hermes, Chanel, and Gucci and Dior.
Wow, so you've got some of the top-end luxury. We're talking kind of Birkins, Kellys, all on board on this app as well. How important is it to get the best of the best involved as well?
So in UAE and Middle East, there's a huge demand for ultra-luxury. And so I would build a base here for the conversation. What we believe our customers look for three things is exclusivity, service, and trust. So we are a members-only platform, and we give you insider access to 1,200 brands and worldwide collection. So there is your exclusivity. We are not just limited to a brand made for Middle East. We are not just limited to that. We bring Japan's collection, we bring US collection. So you get exclusive products at insider prices. Our service is personal. We have a team of personal shopper, which helps you understand that what is that right fit, where you wear and you feel, wow, that I look great in it. It gives you confidence. And our trust is physical. So we built a downtown center so that people really trust us If they want to experience the product, they want to know who we are right there in downtown.
So tell us how it works, because you don't have a direct inventory of items, right? Where people can kind of come and have a look and say, I like this and I want that, or looking through online and saying that, this looks nice and it's in stock and they can go pick it up from your office or whatever.
Right.
Tell us how the whole concept of luxury for you works.
Right. So the brick and mortar stores are limited by their inventory. And to have a global scalability, you need to have a huge catalog. Any business cannot put all their money into the inventory and carry a major financial risk. So what we did, we reached out to the European supply chain at the first layer, all the authorized brand partners, and we said, look, we want to be a global scalable company based out of Dubai, and we will build a logistics network which is on-demand sourcing. So anybody who selects and orders a product in my website, we ship in 3 to 5 days. So it took us 2 years to build this kind of integrated network through our technology and logistics partner that we are able to ship globally in 3 to 5 days anywhere.
I mean, that's obviously a huge advantage that you can ship so quickly, but it also must come with a lot of challenges as well, of course, with global supply chains and logistic issues as well. Is that something that you're factoring in and taking into account as well?
Yes, so we work with Aramex. So we worked with DHL and FedEx and UPS, and we work with these global experts who help us navigate this challenge really well.
With this kind of I think it's capital light model in terms of having an inventory, how do you kind of envision scaling across the GCC and the wider Middle East? Is that the goals for luxury for you?
Yes. So right now we open a center in downtown. And to your point earlier, so what this experience center is about, we have iconic and limited pieces of each brand, and we have some history about the brand. So you come and understand what this brand is truly about. The House of Gucci is there for hundreds of years. How they became House of Gucci. You understand where your money is going into, and you really own the product. And our roadmap now is that we expand into Saudi, we open a center in Saudi, in Qatar, in Kuwait, and have that real physical touch point with our customers and build a fashion community.
How has it been getting big brands on board, like the likes of Gucci, Dior, Hermes even, and for them trusting you to be able to essentially sell their products? How do those conversations happen? Do you just walk up into a Gucci store and be like, hey, look, we've got this great new concept and we want to sell your bags, or how does it work?
It's a long story. The final part of it is that we built a 90-page deck where we really had a great value proposition. But it actually started with Luxottica. We understood that this is a sunny country and sunglasses would be a really great business to get in. And we started getting into conversations with Luxottica, which owns all the brands for sunglasses. And they actually steered us that, look, you guys have something really wonderful here, and why not move to other product categories? So we took a step back and reassessed the whole thing. And we went out, started pitching them. We did not get all the brands in the beginning. We started with like Ray-Ban. We just had 4 brands, Ray-Ban, Arnett, Vogue, and Oakley. And then we were struggling, how do we scale from here? And slowly and steadily, we navigated it. We understood Italians really well, the French houses really well, what they want their brand to image to go out to the public. So, and how we can, and we are very AI and tech driven, and they also understand that GCC market is the it place in the world right now. Everybody, all the millionaires are moving here. So that was our strength, that we were the first to do like this.
And so do you come from a fashion background at all, or anything like that, or is it more tech and...
So I worked with McKinsey for 7 years. Okay. I was leading their financial strategy team here in the region across 8 offices and Egypt and Pakistan.
So that's interesting, because something like that then must appeal to these people who you've got on board, right? Because, fashion, they know they can do all that, but they need someone to get their product out there in unique and different ways and realize where there are gaps in the market. And that's what you guys are essentially doing. Is that how it's worked?
Yeah, so I'll tell you a quick story. So we were trying to build our business, and we were at one of the after parties from a runway show. And fashion is about art, and they talk really passionately about creating art, right? And I was there in the conversation, and I told them that, look, you guys are an artist, but I know art of creating business. And I would go and build your supply chain. I will build your tech infrastructure, make it secure, reach out to customers. So you create the art, and I bring it to the world. Yeah. So that was the conversation we had.
The art of business, yeah, definitely. Yeah. That's very interesting. Karan, obviously there are huge concerns, I think, that people have around authenticity of products, and particularly when they're sat buying something online, and if they're going to spend a lot of money for something online. And that's why I get the sense that a lot of people like to go to the stores, because they like to physically see the item, know that it's directly from that store. What processes do you guys have in place to ensure that, you know, customers are trusting you to get the authentic items delivered to their door?
Right. So very simply, all our product come with NFC tag. So if you buy a Versace shirt from us, you just go to the tag of the Versace, put your phone on it, and an NFC notification pops up on your phone. You press it, and the authenticity opens on the brand's website. So you can and it comes with all the tracking that the product SKU number is this. So we really ship all our products with NFC tag, which brand authenticates in the back end.
How is that so important in this day and age?
Extremely, because these are like expensive products, and the trust is the most important part here. And to build a good business and reputable business, which you have to scale globally, the trust is the most important part. And I think due to technology, we are able to do it with NFC, and I think it's pretty great for us.
You mentioned that you've also kind of got this hands-on approach with customers. There's the WhatsApp concierge service, I think, that you have. And I mean, people love to be online on WhatsApp out here as well. How does that work? What's the feedback been like for that? Is that something that you're really kind of putting a lot of energy and effort into, given, you know, that people do spend a lot of time messaging on WhatsApp?
So that's exactly our one of the major value proposition versus all our regional players. Everybody is a pure play e-commerce player, but we understand that it's about emotion of buying a product. If you buy nice shoes or a nice jacket or a nice shirt, you feel confident, you feel happy. It's about emotion. And we have team of personal shopper help you get that right emotion. You know, and that builds a loyal customer over time. And helps you with fashion advices, help you with pairing, and which all of these e-commerce websites are missing. They are just pure play e-commerce. They don't have any physical touch point with your customer, and I think that's extremely important in the business of fashion.
So how is luxury for you making money out of this? Are you advertising on your platforms? You know, obviously, you know, the prices for a bag may be slightly more than what you'd pay if you're going directly to Gucci or Dior per se. You know, what's the business model for you guys?
So we have healthy margins. The gross margin is pretty healthy, but it varies from the category and the brand. And I think before even jumping into the business, we built a lot of financial models, and we did a lot of scenario modeling and understood that, okay, at 5 years' time, where we can take it, what is our NPV, and what will be our cash flow. So without getting into the specifics of the numbers, I think it's a huge, great business to be in. The margins are great, and there's a perpetual demand. Like, there is always people getting into different segments of income tier and always wanting to buy nicer products. And it's an endless cycle. So.
What have you noticed over the last couple of years, particularly since you've been building this, about the luxury market out here in Dubai? As I mentioned some of the stats earlier, it's growing exponentially, expected to exceed 130 billion by 2030, luxury sales here globally, and obviously the UAE will have a huge chunk of that. What have you noticed about the market out here in particular, and how strong it is?
So compared to US market, which is like a big consumer of the world, they just are buying anything and everything. But the UAE people here in Shopper, they're working hard. Expats are working hard. Everybody wants, as I said, exclusive products. They need personal service. They need trust. And before jumping into luxury, and also they want to live a Dubai lifestyle, but they are working hard for it. So we understood that, look, we need to deliver on these three values. And that's what we took our time to build a company around it.
There was one stat which jumped out to me, and it's something that we started on. And you said there's a 7% gap which you believe you can really tap into. So that's people shopping online for luxury items, 13% in the UAE compared to 20% globally. What is holding back that digital growth in the market here in the UAE? To me, I'm just looking at it from the other side, do you not feel that that's a sign that UAE customers don't necessarily want to buy luxury items online, or is it just that there isn't a platform to do that?
Look, me personally, I hate driving to Dubai Mall, getting stuck in traffic, then go park at P4, then walk. I get exhausted by the process itself.
P4.
Just saying, like, it's crazy right here in Dubai. And I think the Middle Eastern economies are just getting out of their infancy stage and booming. Like, for example, here the companies are going IPO. It's still at a nascent stage. So the e-commerce penetration was pretty low. If you think about it, like Amazon is not there in Kuwait, right? Like a company like Amazon is not there in Kuwait. So a regional player like Noon is tapping into that opportunity. So that's like luxury for you is like similar to that, right? So the economies are just opening up to different sectors, and I think it's going to boom really well, and we have the first mover advantage here.
So do you feel now that 7% gap that you're talking about, that's truly where you guys come in to capitalize on that gap and expand it even more?
So we capitalize on the 13% itself, and then we have an upward or incremental value of 7%.
Yeah.
So in a very overarching way, the direction of the company has a bright future, right? Like in just numbers and statistics. And we have 1,200 brands and infinite collection. So, and we are asset light. So our chunk of money is not tied up into inventory. It can go into marketing, creating physical centers, reaching our customers, and building a fashion community.
Karan Singh with us from Luxury for You, talking about the brand launching its members-only e-tailer network, which is connecting UAE shoppers with authentic global designer brands. 1,200 of them, is that right, Karan? Yeah. Karan's with us here on Daybreak on Mira Business FM. If you don't mind sticking around, plenty more questions to get through with you, Karan. It's coming up to 1:30. We'll have the news after the short break. Welcome back to Mira Business FM. This is Daybreak. Inzamam Rashid with you for the next 30 minutes or so. And in the studio with us, we have Karan Singh. He is the managing director, one of the co-founders of Luxury for You. Why are we talking to him? Well, because Luxury for You, a members-only e-tailer, is officially launching after a couple of years in the making, and they are planning to make waves in the luxury retail sector throughout the UAE and beyond. Karan, it's a pleasure to have you here on Mira Business FM. Thank you so much for your time. Tell us how Luxury for You differs to some of the current outlets that are there, like Net-a-Porter, Farfetch, even Unas, which is very popular in the UAE. The space seems very crowded and established with very global and regional players. How do you guys differ?
So there are three things. Number one is the physical touch point. My Theresa, Net-a-Porter, Farfetch does not have a physical presence. You cannot walk into Unas store and complain about the product. We are there for you in the downtown. Second is the insider prices. They are hoarding all the profits to themselves while we are trying to pass on our margins to the customer in terms of insider prices or a little bit of discount so that they are really getting bang for their buck. And the third thing is personal service. You can go to Net-a-Porter, but you don't know if the size is right, if the color is right. But our team really helps you pick the right outfit, the right product, so that your money is gone into the right fit for yourself. And one more thing, we also have a circular program. It's called Insider Exchange. So if you buy from us, we will buy back from you and sell it on our platform.
So people can sell their second-hand goods if they've bought directly from you guys.
That's correct, yeah.
So how does that process work, and what is the vision for that process? Why is that something that you've brought on board?
So basically our members get something called Insider Exchange. And the major thing that we bought this feature is two things, is sustainability. We really try to extend the product's life, and people who have bought expensive product, they really take good care of it. And we also want them to keep on changing their fashion style and keep on upping their game. So we thought it's a great idea to give them this opportunity that we actually list their product back into our platform, help them sell it, get their money, and they can again use it for something else.
So how does the membership work? Because obviously you want to make this an exclusive kind of club of members. How is membership working? How are you attracting those people?
So for now, since we are launching, so it's free for limited time. We have 3 tiers. It's called Insider Base, then Insider Gold, and Insider Privé. So Insider Base is where you get insider prices, you get insider exchange. But when you're at Insider Gold, you get more limited edition products. You get invited to our events. We give you trunk shows, previews, and so on and so forth. So for now, it's free, but then just for the launch offer, but then it will be expensive.
But doesn't that undermine the idea of exclusivity if you're offering it free to people? I mean, are you going to cap how many people can come in, or?
Yeah, so I mean, it is just free for the launch week. I mean, just in September, people can sign up for free, and then the offer's gone.
And then, so what about price points for the other tiers that you have? How much are people paying for a gold tier and a preview tier?
So it's not how they're paying. They unlock the tier based on the value of purchases in the website.
Understood. So it's more on how much they spend.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Like Hermes. So for example, if you want to go and buy a bag inside Hermes would say to you, buy a skateboard for us. And then they would give you an access to Kelly, for example. So it's like that.
That's very interesting. And I want to just touch back on one of the points that you mentioned as well about having a physical store or an office per se that someone can actually come down to and speak to a human, not speak to a chatbot online, which I find so frustrating. I can't stand. The first thing I do when I go on a chatbot, I say, I want to speak to a real person. And sometimes they eventually let you through. But how important is it having that physical entity that people can come to?
So I think it's extremely important. And I think while we were figuring this business out, and we traveled extensively through Italy, and we realized that this business is about physical touch point. This business is not about pure play e-commerce. You can sit all day on Net-a-Porter and scroll, but you will never make that buying decision because it's expensive and you don't know how the product will be like that. And then you get into hassle of return and everything. But if you know, okay, these guys are here in downtown and all my complaints and everything can be addressed. So you will have more trust, more ease and comfort relying on our members platform to buy from us.
Again, just coming back on the idea of exclusivity, how do you balance exclusivity with sustainability as well? Because that's sometimes two concepts that sometimes feel at odds. So how are you doing that within the business?
So when we say exclusivity, so we don't mean exclusive in terms of products. We mean exclusive in terms of pricing. So all these are aspirational luxury brands. Everybody would want to own a piece of Gucci and have a nice product for themselves. So we give you these products at exclusive prices. So we have worldwide collection, and which you cannot access. And a lot of people travel, like real estate agents travel from Dubai to Milan to shop at those prices at Italy and bring it back here. So we bring that here for them.
I just want to look ahead now with what Luxury for You has to offer as a brand. How do you see the business growing over the next 24 months, for example? What are the plans and what is it that you really want? Where do you really want to take this business?
So I think we forecast a very hyper-scale growth mode. We want to rapidly expand into Saudi, Qatar, and Kuwait, and I think there's immense opportunity there. So Dubai is just our first one. Already we are underway in talking with multiple partners who can help us build the experience center in Saudi. And then we're going to press on digital marketing and really bring all our products and build a fashion community in Middle East.
And is that the thing? Is it about kind of building a community that people kind of stay within the circle of Luxury for You? How are you kind of ensuring repeat customers and keeping people within that hub?
So I come from a corporate professional background, and all my life I studied really hard. I know nothing about fashion, right? So if I want to buy something, I don't know what's on trend, what brand is doing what. So Luxury for You, if you're a member, you're really getting these updates, your styling tips, you're always upping your game. So I think that's really important to have a community and have that feel that, okay, here's a physical touch point. I'm here at the event. I learned new thing about this new brand. Oh, this will look really cool for me. This personal shopper told me. I think that's really important to educate the community about the trends and everything.
You can't say you know nothing about fashion. What's the loafers you've got? The Gucci loafers today? Yeah, Gucci loafers looking very good in a suit. Is someone dressing you or?
No, I'm dressing myself.
You must know a bit about fashion then.
I mean, actually, when I started understanding about this business, I got really passionate about it. And I'll tell you a very a personal thought about it. So when I went to Italy and I understood the business, these businesses are there for hundreds of years and they're family run. So they come with big values. They are tight knit, and it's about craftsmanship and with hand. It's very easy to sit in front of computer and type on internet, but to sew something, for years it takes a lot of skill and effort. So then I started really valuing it. Initially, I used to think, okay, these parts are maybe expensive. We need to make it cheaper. But then when I understood that how they are making the fabric, how many man hours are going on, it's tough. So then I really started admiring it, and I learned pretty much almost everything about it.
Well, look, Karan Singh, thank you so much for your time joining us on Mira Business FM. The co-founder, managing director of Luxury for You. Wish you all the best in your venture with this app. When are you officially launching the whole concept of members coming on board?
So our website is live now, and our downtown center will open on Monday from next week onwards.
Amazing. Well, look, wish you all the best, and
Thank you so
please
much.
keep us in touch with
Thank you
how
so
everything goes on. And if people want to get to the website, how do they do that?
Just go to luxuryforyou.com and pick your favorite piece to buy.
Perfect. Karan Singh there, the co-founder and managing director of Luxury for You. It's 1:42 here on Mira Business FM. This is Daybreak with me, Inzamam Rashid. We'll be back after this very short break.
Mira Business FM.